Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, I encourage everyone to take their seats. Well, good morning and welcome to the 14th Annual International Women's Day Forum, hosted by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation in partnership with the U.S. Department of State. My name is Shanique Street, Executive Director of Programs at the Foundation, and I lead our Economic Empowerment portfolio. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. If you're returning to the Great Hall, we're glad to have you back. Now, International Women's Day is a time to celebrate women's achievements and to also call for positive change that advances opportunities for women and girls. We appreciate you taking your seat at the table today and adding your energy and intellect to our International Women's Day celebration. Here at the Chamber Foundation, we harness the power of business to create solutions for the good of America and the world. Empowering women and girls is key to the global competitiveness of American businesses and to our nature's future. By investing in their education, health, and leadership, we unlock a reservoir of untapped potential that can drive advancement and economic growth. Today, we will explore how businesses strengthen the future for women and girls, and in turn, support stronger families, stronger communities, and a stronger society. You may have noticed this year's forum came a bit earlier than previous years. We've scheduled the forum earlier this year to spark meaningful conversations with a business lens as we approach International Women's Day and Women's History Month. Throughout the day, we will highlight women's roles in advancing health, wellness, and safety during crises, showcase women's contributions and representation across sectors, including healthcare and technology, examine global issues affecting women and girls with a focus on the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. We'll also hear insights from women business leaders and entrepreneurs from organizations of all sizes on driving economic opportunities in leadership and entrepreneurship. And of course, don't miss the chance to enjoy culinary delights by Dine Diaspora, showcasing African food culture in the Briefing Center. Before we transition to our first speaker, a couple housekeeping notes. I encourage you to join today's conversation online, follow along on social media, and share your favorite moments using the hashtag IWDForum. I encourage you to visit our event website, where you can find additional information on the agenda, speakers, and sponsors. You can also find digital resources to help you dive further into the topics we'll discuss at today's conference. Now, we also have two giveaways taking place today. First, Minky Couture has been extremely generous and donated some of their plush soft blankets for all of you. We ask that you pick up your complimentary blanket at the registration table before you depart later today. So it will come in this bag. I feel like Vanna White, okay? Second, at tonight's reception, we're doing a raffle of 2 pieces of Kendra Scott jewelry. So please note that you do have to be present in order to win. Now, speaking of the reception, we're hosting this networking reception in the Briefing Center, and I hope to see you all there. We would also like to thank our partners and sponsors. Our strategic partner, the State Department, the U.S. Department of State, our lunch sponsor, Abbott's, our leadership sponsors, Edward Jones, Minky Couture, ExxonMobil, and Genentech with McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Our supporting sponsor, Synchrony. Our table sponsors, Kimberly-Clark, T-Mobile for Government, and Travelers. And our culinary experience brought to you by Black Women in Food and Just Iced Tea. Now, when women lead, we all succeed. And looking around this room today, we are all part of the solution. So I'll say it again. Thank you for being here today at our International Women's Day Forum, and please continue doing what you can to insist on progress for women and girls. All parts of society will reap the benefits of that important work. Now with that, it is my honor to introduce our first speaker, U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues, Dr. Geeta Rao-Gupta. Ambassador Rao-Gupta is the fourth Ambassador at Large for the Secretary's Office on Global Women's Issues at the U.S. Department of State, and the first woman of color to hold the position. The Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues promotes the rights and empowerment of women and girls through U.S. foreign policy. Ambassador Rao-Gupta has held significant roles in global organizations, including Senior Fellow at the UN Foundation and Senior Advisor to Co-Impact, a global philanthropy for systems change. From 2012 to 2016, she served as Deputy Executive Director of Programs at UNICEF, and prior to that, as Senior Fellow at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Earlier, she served as the President of the International Center for Research on Women for more than a decade. Throughout her distinguished career, Ambassador Rao-Gupta has chaired numerous boards and has been the recipient of several awards, including Harvard University's Ann Rowe Award and Washington Business Journal's Women Who Mean Business Award. She has made incredible contributions to the advancement of women and girls everywhere, and we're proud to have her with us today. Please join me in a warm welcome for Ambassador Rao-Gupta.
Good morning to all of you. I'm so pleased to join this gathering of leaders from the private sector, from academia, civil society, and government. Thank you so much to Executive Director Shanique Street, Vice President Mark DeCourcy, and the entire foundation team for bringing us together on this important occasion. This is actually my very first official International Women's Day engagement in my capacity as U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues. While I've only been at the U.S. State Department for 9 months, my personal and professional passion for promoting the rights and empowerment of women and girls has defined the 4 decades of my career. And so I would like to use my time with you today to take stock of where we are in the global effort to foster women's empowerment and advance gender equality, share some examples of how my office is supporting this effort, and finally, highlight ways in which the business community, philanthropy, academia, and civil society can, and I would argue, must play a role to build the road of opportunity for women and girls globally. Let me start first with 3 really important facts. First, no country in the world today has achieved gender equality or parity, not one. Though some, like Iceland, have done way better than others. Second, the COVID pandemic and the increasing number of conflicts and political instability around the world have set back decades of progress in achieving gender equality. Third, research has consistently demonstrated that empowering women and girls benefits them, but it also benefits economies, boosting economic growth, fostering innovation, and increasing resilience and stability. This is as true for nation states as it is for private sector companies. On average, companies with the highest percentage of female board members outperform those with the smallest percentage by up to 66%. So for all of us and the businesses or organizations we lead, empowering women is indeed the smart way forward. This month, as I'm sure you're aware, we will have no shortage of panels, talks, events, and celebrations of women's empowerment. So it's important to kick off the month with an understanding of what we mean by this term. I see it as a process by which those who have historically been denied the ability to make strategic life choices claim that ability. In other words, empowering women means enabling them to have the agency to make decisions and act upon them, whether that's to be able to finish school, to be able to own property, or to be able to enter and stay in a chosen career. Our job then, as the US government, and as philanthropic and private sector leaders, is to create an enabling environment for women to become empowered. The 4 ingredients that I talk about usually that are necessary for this are: first, to strengthen women's own capabilities; second, to build them additional opportunities; third, to guarantee women and girls safety; and fourth, to ensure that women have a voice and platforms for leadership to shape their own, their communities, and their country's destiny. So let's begin with capability, which is the first element, and it's about building women's capacities by improving their education and health status. Let me focus just on education here. Globally, we have been fairly successful in closing the gender gap in enrollment in primary school education, but still have a distance to go to achieve the same in secondary education. According to the World Economic Forum's 2023 Global Gender Gap Index, it will take 16 years to close the gender gap in education across the globe. The gender gap is particularly stark in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or as we call it, the STEM fields of study. Data show that women make up almost half of total employment across non-STEM occupations, but less than 30% of all STEM workers, in large part due to a lack of educational opportunities in these fields. The US government is working to bridge these gaps, providing women with the education and the digital skills to match today's labor market. One effort that I'd like to briefly highlight here that my office helps lead on is the US-India Alliance for Women's Economic Empowerment. It's a public-private partnership through which the US government and outside partners, perhaps some of you in this room, are stimulating women's and girls' interest in STEM careers from an early age by partnering with member companies to connect private sector mentors in STEM with Indian women and girl mentees. Likewise, and we announced this just yesterday at the Summit for Alliance for Afghan Women's Economic Resilience, we're rolling out an initiative with member companies Coursera, Microsoft, and Meta, together with Qatar's Education Above All Foundation, to provide access to online vocational skilling for hundreds of thousands of Afghan women outside and inside Afghanistan. While education is necessary, it is not sufficient. Women also need equal access to economic opportunity, to apply those basic capabilities through access to jobs and entrepreneurship. According to a 2015 McKinsey Global Institute report, women's equal labor force participation could add over 28 trillion, with a T, dollars to global GDP in 2025. Yet the World Economic Forum notes that at the current rate of progress, it will take over 267 years to reach gender parity in the economy. That is simply unacceptable. Since the launch of our first ever strategy on global women's economic security last year, the US government has committed to advancing investment in breaking down barriers to achieving gender parity. One major piece of this puzzle is women's role as care providers, both paid and unpaid. In most societies, as I'm sure you're aware, women are the primary caretakers of children, the elderly, the disabled, and the sick. In fact, women perform 76% of all unpaid care work, 3 times the amount of men. That care work is critically important to global economic prosperity and yet remains undervalued and unrecognized. That's why one of our flagship initiatives is our partnership with the World Bank's Invest in Childcare initiative, with the potential to invest $180 million in care infrastructure in low and middle-income countries. We're also using our foreign assistance dollars to build the capacity of women entrepreneurs and increase their access to global markets. For example, one of our major projects that we call We Champs supports women's chambers of commerce and business associations across 25 countries in Europe, Central Asia, and West Africa. The project strengthens services for women entrepreneurs and addresses barriers to their economic participation by building their organizational capacity, management expertise, as well as expanding their regional networks. Let's move on to the third and essential component of empowerment, which is safety, or reduced vulnerability to and protection from violence and conflict. Gender-based violence, or GBV, includes violence in times of war and in times of peace, in both private and in public spaces, within the home and on the street, and now increasingly online. More than 1 in 3 women worldwide experiences intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime. Some of the violence and the harassment that women experience happens in public transportation and in workplaces, and yes, increasingly online. 85% of women who are online have experienced or witnessed violence online because technology is a double-edged sword. It holds enormous potential for advancing education and employment opportunities, but the misuse of social media platforms and other digital technologies has also given rise to new and extremely pervasive forms and manifestations of GBV. Online harassment or abuse, or what we have begun to call technology-facilitated GBV, is one of the biggest barriers to women's and girls' political and civic participation, and it is having real impact on women's careers as well. When I was in Kenya last summer, I met with a group of women journalists who identified technology-facilitated GBV as the biggest threat to their careers. And it isn't just Kenya. I heard the same in India, I heard the same in Rwanda, and in Romania. And the biggest reason why they would urge younger women not to pursue public careers. That's the tragedy. Gender-based violence, no matter how and where it occurs, is a gross violation of women's human rights, as well as an enormous barrier to all forms of participation, including in the public and economic sphere. It also has serious physical and mental health consequences that are both immediate to the individual and intergenerational. It is not surprising, then, that gender-based violence has an economic cost for societies. In 2016, the global cost of violence against women was estimated at 2% of global GDP, which equates to about $1.5 trillion US. To prevent and respond to gender-based violence, the US government is taking decisive action through programming, policy, and diplomatic efforts. For example, during the 16 days of activism against GBV in December, our embassies around the world participated in innovative programming, advocacy work, trainings, and media engagements, all intended to raise the awareness of GBV and find locally led solutions to ending GBV in each context. We have also started gathering information from cities and organizations around the world to learn what local governments and municipalities are doing to address safety in public transit. I'm one of the survivors of enormous violence in public transportation when I was growing up in Delhi, and I can attest to the fact that it sort of determined the choices that I made in terms of my mobility, where I went, when I went, and that's a tragedy. Simultaneously, we're also leaning into countering online harassment and abuse through our leadership of the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse, which works with 14 governments, international organizations, survivors of violence, civil society, and importantly, the private sector, to better understand, prevent, and address technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Altogether, we have invested over $7 million in programs around the world focused on and preventing and responding to technology-facilitated GBV. The final ingredient, then, for women's and girls' empowerment is voice and leadership. A recent report from the UN found that at the current rate, it'll take 140 years for women to be represented equally in positions of power and leadership in the workplace. Despite the data that I cited earlier that shows that a larger number of women in leadership roles leads to higher profits for businesses, women make up currently only 6% of CEOs at Fortune 500 companies. To advance women's economic leadership, the US government is promoting public-private partnerships, including the Women's Economic Councils that I mentioned earlier in India and Afghanistan, but we also have one in Pakistan. I'm so pleased to see some of you were there last August at the APEC Women and Economy Forum, and grateful for the partnership and commitments that US companies made, not only then, but throughout the entire year when we were hosts of the APEC as the US. Showcasing US leadership in increasing women's economic security and global prosperity is what we did last year. You may be tracking that during the APEC Economic Leaders Week, Vice President Harris announced a new initiative called Women in the Sustainable Economy, or WISE, which aims to bolster women's economic leadership globally by expanding access to employment, training, and financial resources in the emerging blue and green economies. The initiative has already garnered $1.4 billion in commitments from governments around the world, civil society, and the private sector. This initiative is an example of our intensified efforts to support women leaders in climate-related sectors in particular. We face serious challenges in the area of women's political representation. According to the Interparliamentary Union, less than 1/3 of parliamentarians across the globe are women. And in 2022, the overall number of women representatives grew at the smallest rate in 6 years. And this gives me a chill up my spine, I'll tell you that, because we've seen it rise steadily, and all of a sudden it's plateauing. And yet we know that the full and meaningful participation of women in political, peace, and security-related decision-making processes leads to better and more sustainable outcomes. Studies have shown repeatedly that a peace agreement is 35% more likely to last at least 15 years when women are at the table. Through these efforts and more, the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues is committed to creating an enabling environment for women and girls to take control of their destinies. I'm awed and inspired by the women and girls I have met throughout my career, whose courage and tenacity and resilience have gotten us this far. But the increased attention to the global gender equality movement has brought with it new threats as well. As we forge ahead, we find ourselves up against a very well-financed, well-coordinated effort to undo the decades of consensus and multi-sector cooperation to build our road together. We need to stand together across all sectors to emphasize that gender equality is critical for sustainable peace and prosperity, and for the democracies on which all of our businesses, representation, and lives depend. So let me conclude with a brief call to action. Chambers of Commerce have a key role to play in bringing together women-owned businesses for networking and skills-building opportunities. Your convening power is immense, your credibility unmatched. I implore you to use it and to call upon me, on my office, and our embassies around the world to help in any way possible. For our civil society leaders and philanthropists in the room, your voices, advocacy, funding, and identification of the best ways to break down these challenges is essential. Hold all of us to account. We ask you for that. The same goes to the academics in the room. Gather the data that makes the case continuously of why investment in women and girls is not an expenditure, it is an investment. For our private sector colleagues, I'll just keep it simple. Promote women to leadership and management roles. Whether that's helped along by pay equity policies, relieving care burdens, investing in STEM training, sourcing from women-owned businesses, or joining us in the India-Pakistan and Afghanistan alliances, we are ready and willing partners. This is the road to capability, opportunity, to safety, and to leadership for all of us, not just for women, to be built by all of us, for all of us. Thank you so much.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. On this rainy day, it's so nice to see you all here. I can't believe it's been a year since the last IWD. It's one of my favorite events of the year, and thank you, Ambassador-at-Large Gupta, for those really important insights when we think about what really is an investment in women and girls. It's so important. We have got a great program for you today. If you've taken a look at the agenda, you'll see that you're going to get to hear from women who are really accomplished in fields ranging from financial services to logistics and airlines and banking. And it's just wonderful to see the mix up with small business owners and NGOs really talking about what those investments can bring about. I think that I want to take a minute to reflect on the millions of women and girls around the world who have that same kind of potential and those same kinds of dreams, but for living in crisis and conflict today, all over the world. And it doesn't dominate the headlines as much as it should. And that's what you're going to hear about today. I was stunned to hear Ambassador-at-Large Gupta and other sources tell us that according to UNICEF, almost a quarter of the world's children are living in disaster and crisis situations. And we know that in every crisis, women and children are really uniquely impacted as citizens and frontline workers in the military, parents, employees, and caregivers. We know that they bear the responsibility in most cases of relocating their families. We know that they are often the first to forego food or medicine and healthcare and nutrition in order to help their families survive, and that girls are usually the first to be pulled out of school if schools are even still standing and operating. And so we look this week to Ukraine. As you know, we have just entered the third year of this war. Just a few days ago was the second anniversary of the invasion. It has significant global implications, the kinds of things we hear about and see in the news every single day, supply chain disruptions, a slowdown in economic growth that ripples around the globe, not just inside Ukraine. And it can be very frustrating to be living in a prosperous, peaceful nation like ours and feel very far away and not feel like you can help. And so I feel really fortunate to work at the Foundation and at the Chamber where there are actions that we can take. And a key role that we play at the Foundation is being an essential connector between businesses and government and NGOs and civil society and others when humanitarian assistance needs all boats in the water and all oars rowing in the same direction so that people can coordinate and act decisively. One of the things we do is we track what American companies are providing and where, not just in terms of writing checks, but in resources and capabilities. And I think at last count, it was more than $1 billion that American businesses have provided to help in Ukraine. One of the things we got to do here at the Foundation, we have a strong partnership with the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. So those are our colleagues who, of course, were affected and displaced as others were. And we were very quickly able to set up a relief fund to help them get through at least that first stretch of needs outside their homes. And then last year, the larger chamber used its resources and network and members to establish the Ukraine Business Initiative, a really big effort to focus on post-war reconstruction. And I think about, our work at the Foundation. Why is that post-war reconstruction so important? Well, of course, it's roads and hospitals and schools, logistics hubs. It's all of the things that make an economy thrive. And when the economy can thrive, then communities can thrive and families can regain their livelihoods. And that's one of the things that keeps us going every single day. And it matters because 12 million people are displaced internally and externally in Ukraine, and 5 million of them are women and children. So I can think of no one better to tell that story than our next speaker. I think you are really going to enjoy hearing her speak. She is on television a lot. She travels the country as a representative of her country. Ambassador Oksana Markarova is the United States ambassador, or the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. If you were to look at her X profile, you would also learn that right up there with that title is Mother of Four. And I'm eager to hear about her perspectives on families and women and children and where there is still hope for her country. Following the ambassador's remarks, she will have to depart, but we'll move right into a panel discussion led by Marjorie Chorlins, who is a rock star on our international division team here at the Chamber. She's recently been to Kyiv and is very knowledgeable about the country and the region. And she will be joined by a very special guest, Tatiana Prokopchik, who is visiting us from the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. So I think it'll be a really rich discussion with three very strong leaders talking about what can happen still and where there's hope in that country. So thank you very much for being here, and welcome, Madam Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Carolyn, for this kind introduction. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here with you to talk about the future of women and children in Ukraine. But we cannot talk about that future without talking about where we are now and where we have been before the full-fledged war started. So for the past 727 days today, 25 days actually today, Ukraine is fighting in a full-fledged war, trying to defend our homes, our loved ones, our territory, our freedom, our sovereignty from a brutal aggression. This is not something new to us, because Russia attacked us the first time 10 years ago. And the war that started actually in February 2014 has been a horrible reality to so many Ukrainians in Crimea and in eastern part of Ukraine, in Donetsk and Lugansk, for a long time, more than 10 years. But now, of course, the brutality and the level of war crimes that we have seen during these 2 full years, is unprecedented. You all, unfortunately, not for the reasons I would love you to know names of cities like Bucha, or Avdiivka, or Izium, or Mariupol, or Bakhmut. You know about them because there are horrible stories of civilians being killed, raped, and tortured, children being abducted, and we have at least, tens of thousands of cases of children that have been abducted and put for speedy adoptions in Russia, or even worse, put through these re-education camps, i.e. tortured. But Russia itself brags about 700,000 children that they have. You already heard the number of 12 million displaced people. It's primarily women and children who had to flee their homes and either relocate somewhere in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine. Families separated. And of course, when you think about the war, it affects women and children. I wouldn't say differently, because it affects all of us, but it affects even more, because women have to not only defend the country, and we do have in Ukraine now the largest percentage of women in the armed forces, but also sometimes it's the only women who stay behind, who are taking care of creating jobs, of raising children, of protecting their families, not to mention the horrible situation they face when they get under occupation, going through these filtration camps, or being arrested, being separated again with kids. So when we talk about women in Ukraine, of course, the number one, and we think about the future, the number one item right now is how to win in this war, how to stop this horrible war in a lasting and just way. And that's why when I talk anywhere, you hear me talking more about the weapons that we need, the support that Ukraine needs, the supplementary budget that we await now for months to be supported in order to continue the effort. You hear me talking about the sanctions and isolation for Russia, which is on the agenda, and we have to double down in order with the victories on the battlefield, the sanctions and isolation, but also the peace formula that President Zelensky put together to be able to get through all means to just and lasting peace. Now, it's very important to get to that peace for Ukrainian women and children. Before I became an ambassador, I spent 5 years working for the Ministry of Finance in Ukraine. And one of my key projects was gender-oriented budgeting. Sounds very boring, but actually is a very important tool to promote budget equality with something really tangible. Because unless we budget it, unless we put money into supporting women participation everywhere, it's just nice slogans. But when you really make it a part of your budgeting process, then you put it in motion, you institutionalize it. And Ukraine is one of a very few countries, even in Europe, who used Swedish experience to really make it a part of our budgeting process all the time and to help women to participate everywhere. Why is it important for women to participate? I don't think I have to describe in this audience because you all know it. And the US Chamber is not, and the foundation is not just great partners on the business side, but known champions on equality and women participation, because it's not just the right thing to do, it's not just the moral thing to do to allow us women to be in a driving seat and participate in the economy more, but it's also a good thing to do for economy. And there are numerous studies that shows that, it actually pays off for countries to get women into the workforce, to inspire and create conditions also and possibilities for women to participate. Now, just recently, our Ministry of Digital Transformation, and during this horrible war, as we defend our country, we continue the reforms inside the country. We continue to move ahead towards our membership in the European Union and hopefully in the future in NATO, and we continue to transform the country so that we can be more resilient, we can be better, we can use the help that we receive now in order to become self-sustainable as soon as possible. So the latest survey by Ministry of Digital Transformation created a typical portrait of Ukrainian entrepreneur. They were asking without actually. And the typical portrait of Ukrainian entrepreneur now is a 36-year-old woman with 6 years of business experience who decided to start her own business in order to self-realize what she wants to do, but also in order to help her family and to sustain the family and community around her. And it's not an outlier type of study. So moving from, yesterday we have done a lot to promote women, to provide conditions for women. We actually lifted all the restrictions in the armed forces. That's where I think we are the only country that doesn't have any restrictions for women to participate in any parts and any of the armed forces right now. And I'm sure that this is going to stay even after we win, because when women are able to defend our rights, it's not very easy to take it away from us. But when we talk about now, of course, the focus is how to win in this horrible war and how to protect women and children, not only from atrocities, but from lack of education or interrupted education, from lack of health care or interrupted health care, even something basic as vaccination schedules. So many kids in Ukraine are behind because they either live near the front lines or because there is shortage of that. And you can go on and on and on of the horrible humanitarian catastrophe that is there, and we're trying to do as much as possible with our own resources. It's all the civil society, especially, by the way, women groups, who were fighting with domestic violence before this full-fledged war, who were fighting with corruption, who were fighting for women entrepreneurship, Now they all transform their activity into helping each other, into helping near the front lines, into helping the victims or survivors of horrible crimes, but also helping the families of those who are on the front lines. And what gives me the best inspiration and pleasure to talk about, and actually is the light at the end of the tunnel with which I want to finish, is Ukraine's rebuilding tomorrow. When we talk about tomorrow and when we talk about women and children in Ukraine and their future, we talk about Ukraine that already won in this horrible war, and we have our people returned home. We work on justice, of course, that's the work that is not going to stop even after the hostilities will end and Russia will end their aggressive war. But the reconstruction of Ukraine is going to be an inspirational project. The way we would like to do it, and President Zelensky and Prime Minister and the whole cabinet works really actively with our US partners, and we have not only President Biden administration, Special Representative Pritzker, but also Chamber involved at every step of this very important event. And I wouldn't even call it event, the large project of rebuilding Ukraine. We would like to leapfrog and not just repair what Ukraine was before this horrible aggression, but we would like to leapfrog into this new innovative Ukraine, Ukraine that actually develops faster than any of the countries, not only in our region, Ukraine that is a solution to so many global challenges, with our agriculture and engineering and human resources and strategic location, aside, of course, from the neighbor that is still going to be in the east, and we will have to deal with it. And Ukraine, which is part of, again, European Union and NATO. And that effort will be so much about Ukrainian women. And that effort in so many cities and towns and oblast regions will have Ukrainian face. So this is what we are fighting for, again, homes and our peace and our freedom and independence, but also for this future, which is going to be very important not only for Ukraine, but for all of us who believe in the same values. So as we speak today in February, February is a very difficult month for us. But soon March will come. And March is the month when 2 years ago, Ukrainians not only defended Kyiv, but started liberating our territory. March is the month when my hometown was liberated, so it will always be a very good month for me. And March is the month when we women, I mean, every month should be a women month, of course, but March is the month when we remind ourselves and everyone that women do not only matter, that women are very important, and women are the secret ingredient in so many success stories. And we will have to do everything possible in Ukraine and elsewhere so that this ingredient become less secret, and that everyone understands that only together, only when men and women are working together and equal, we can actually reach peace and we can reach prosperity. So thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you. And again, thank you to Chamber and Foundation for excellent, excellent work today and all days and every month. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Marjorie Chorlins. I'm the Senior Vice President for Europe here at the U.S. Chamber. I'm the rock star that Carolyn just mentioned. I hope you all will join me in giving Ambassador Markarova another round of applause for the extraordinary leadership that she shows every single day. As Carolyn noted, last year the Chamber launched a Ukraine business initiative to facilitate engagement of U.S. companies both today and as we look forward to Ukraine's future. This year on April 17th, we'll hold our second U.S.-Ukraine Partnership Forum, where we will consider how to lay the foundation for a dynamic recovery. We're having these conversations now, even as the hostilities continue, because now is the time to begin planning for that bright future that Ambassador Markarova talked about. The Chamber and our member companies are very committed to working towards a free and democratic Ukraine. As the Chamber recently stated in a letter to Congress, quote, "Perhaps the most painful lesson of the 20th century is that what happens in Europe and Asia affects America directly, and we ignore it at our peril." We continue to urge our lawmakers to urgently approve aid for Ukraine. Those funds are an investment in Ukraine's future and in our own national security. Throughout the course of our initiative, we have had the great good fortune to work with partners in government, in the private sector, with civil society. But I have to say there has been no partner more important to us than our friends at the AmCham Ukraine. AmCham Ukraine and their leadership has worked tirelessly to spearhead the message that support for Ukraine is in the security and geopolitical interest of Europe, of the United States, and indeed of the world. They are also communicating the message that Ukraine is evolving and will continue to evolve into a competitive and prosperous market that offers opportunity both for domestic and international companies, many of whom are spearheaded by women. AmCham Ukraine's membership numbers some 600 companies, and they are a testament to the resilience and the determination of the people of Ukraine, despite all of the hardships. 86% of AmCham members are fully operational today, 2 years into this horrible war. I am really honored to share the stage this morning with Tatiana Prokopchuk, who is the Vice President of AmCham Ukraine. Among the many things that Tatiana does is, in her daily work, is to lead the AmCham Women's Executive Leadership Development Initiative, or WELDI as they call it, a platform that is focused on boosting leadership skills, learning, and empowerment of women leaders. I last had the chance to see Tanya on the ground in Kyiv in December, and we are so delighted to be able to welcome her here today. So, Tanya, a few questions for you, if I might. Over the last 2 years, women in Ukraine have taken an unprecedented role both in the military and in the economy. As of last November, some 43,000 women served in the Ukrainian military, and that represents a 40% increase over 2021. Last year, women ran 51% of the 36,000 newly registered SMEs. Women are entering industries like construction and mining and energy and transport. Tanya, can you speak a little bit to the contribution that women are making in stabilizing and growing Ukraine's economy?
Absolutely. First of all, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here today with you. Marjorie, a massive thank you, the U.S. Chamber team and the U.S. Foundation for your amazing support since day one.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for this opportunity to share the stories and to our business operating on the ground. So what we see that Ukrainian women are demonstrating tremendous resilience and true courage. They in the armed forces, volunteering, supporting communities, delivering their voice globally, moving the reform agenda forward, but also keeping the economy up and running. And we see that companies are continue demonstrating tremendous resilience, absolutely inspired by the lion-hearted defenders, both men and women that are fighting at the front line for our freedom and for our independence. And we see that business in Ukraine, our member companies, they're true business heroes. And we have 101 companies led by amazing women leaders, such companies like APCO, ADM, Boeing, Visa, MasterCard, Pfizer, and many more. And we continue to look forward to see even more. So I would like to share with you a couple of stories of women leaders on our board. Our chair of the board, Lena Kosharny, who is the founding partner and CEO of private equity fund Horizon Capital. she managed to raise $350 million fund to back Ukrainian entrepreneurs during the full-scale Russia war against Ukraine. Another amazing story, McDonald's, Yulia Batydinova and the team, they have 101 restaurants now in 15 regions, and 11 restaurants were opened during the full-scale Russia war, and they served over the last year around 100 million customers, so they're doing an amazing job. And the Coca-Cola story, Coca-Cola had the biggest plant in Europe near Kyiv. It was occupied by the Russians, then it was liberated. Now it is up and running, and Olena Sereda, who is CEO of the company, doing an amazing job and employing 1,500 Ukrainian talents. So we see such stories, and we do understand that the role of women will be amazing in the biggest recovery of Ukraine since World War II.
Truly inspiring. We know that the eventual conclusion of the conflict will bring enormous economic opportunity for Ukraine, but it will also bring enormous challenges, from reintegrating veterans into the workforce to establishing education and training programs that are suited to Ukraine's new economy. Prior to the invasion, the participation of women in Ukraine's labor force stood at 48%, and the gender pay gap, which had narrowed, remained above the EU average. What groundwork can we lay today, Tanya, to assist women to become a lasting force in Ukraine's economy? What steps do you see private companies taking, you mentioned a number of companies just then, to nurture a new generation of women leaders?
Yeah, definitely we see that our member companies, they're doing a tremendous job. And speaking about priorities, number one priority is safety and security. We also understand that it is very important to work together with the government to develop and implement policies that encourage people to live, work, and invest in Ukraine. So it is a big part of our agenda. But it's also important to focus and prioritize economic empowerment of women. So I wanted to share with you a practical example that last year, together with the Department of Commerce, within the Empower Her initiative, that by the way we signed here at the Chamber with the MCMs in Europe, we did a couple of webinars to equip women with a practical knowledge, like small, micro, and medium businesses, on how to get finance, what are the opportunities, what are the grants, how to find real partners, and how to scale and grow their business globally. So we were so much inspired. So after that, we decided to come up with something tangible. So member companies, MCM, Department of Commerce, and the W Marketplace, the Seattle-based e-commerce platform, we offer the webinar participant, Anna Zmijewska, on the Home, that is home decor company, to become members of the pilot. So we started this right before the Christmas holidays. After 1 month of the intensive trainings, she managed to grow her sales in Ukraine, in the US, and she managed to get 2 more employees back in Ukraine. So we see that if there is a will, shared purpose, and joint efforts, it is possible. And we are not going to stop. We are going to have a mentorship program, joint mentorship program. We plan to have kickoff event on March 20. And if you would like to get engaged or you have an idea, please do let me know, because there is no such thing as small idea, and look forward to get your advices and your contribution.
Thanks, Tanya. I mentioned that, among other things, you lead the AmCham's work on this Women's Economic Leadership Development Initiative. It's a program that has existed for the better part of a decade, but can you talk a little bit about how the work of the initiative has changed over the last couple of years and where you're focusing today?
Yeah, we see that supporting women, investing into empowerment, providing additional opportunities, it is investment in Ukrainian future in Europe. And yes, we have this Valdi Women's Executive Leadership Development Initiative. The idea was to get women engaged, to support them, to unite, to provide networking opportunities. And last year, we marked a decade together with Ambassador Bridget Brink, and taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the US Embassy, the US government, the US company, the US Chamber, American people. Thank you very much for all your support for Ukraine on our path to victory. So we decided to come up with something tangible in terms of recovery. And together with the Department of State, we launched Women Empowered Program. So during this program, we provided opportunity for 500 member companies, employees, but also fellow business associations to learn and to get additional knowledge. So we structured it in a way that communication during uncertainty, it is very important to talk to the team, to talk to the partners. Decision making, if there is like total uncertainty and unclear, building strong partnerships, leveraging with innovations and technologies, and finally mental health. What we see that mental health is one of the highest priorities, both at the national level. The First Lady, Olena Zelenska, she started the national-wide campaign on mental health. There is also mental health awareness campaign. We call it How Are You? Jak Ty? So it is important to support people and to give them tools, but we also see that companies doing a lot. According to our latest survey for member companies, among top 3 biggest challenges, first of all, safety and security, but second of all, mental health. So we see they are putting together programs in place, they're introducing flexible hours, supporting their teams, supporting their talents. And wanted to tell you stories that during the first webinar, it was devoted to communication. And by the way, we are grateful to Michelle Rousseau, Chief Communication Officer at the US Chamber of Commerce, who joined the webinar and shared her wisdom and knowledge with the community. One of the member company, female leader, her young daughter somehow noticed that mom is so engaged, so she decided to stop by and to stay by the end of the webinar, and then told, Mom, why did you tell me? They're so interesting and exciting. Can I get engaged to the next one? So for us, it is important to raise the new generation of women leaders. And so as we speak, raising the new generation, that's why it is our extra focus, additional focus of the Valdi platform and the Valdi initiative, knowing that we can get connected, get united, and to support each other. Women support women.
Absolutely, 100%. We have a few minutes left, and I wanted to ask you, I mentioned that in December I had the good fortune to see you in Kyiv. And when people asked me when I came back what it was like, I said that the mood was somber, but that the people are very, very resilient. Now, the circumstances on the ground, the word that we hear today is not encouraging. But we know that, as you said, work is going on a daily basis. Workers are thriving, children are going to school, and life is going on. Can you talk, though, a little bit about the mood currently? I mean, there is a tremendous amount of work the AmCham is doing to drive economic development and growth. What is it like right now?
Yes, we are very proud to serve our members since 1991, and just last Friday we issued a survey on how to do business on the ground after 2 years of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Can you imagine that 86% of the member companies, they're fully operational. So they are true business heroes. They're doing their best to keep the economy up and running and to making sure that they're paying taxes and really supporting the communities. We see that business is happening now, and we are looking into the future. And of course, we would like to see more US companies coming to Ukraine, and we'll be happy to provide all the information. And we look forward to continue working together with the US Chamber and the member companies. And we are very grateful to the US and international partners for all the support. It is very important to support Ukraine now. It is very important to be on the right side of the history, understanding that so many people's lives and global security are at stake.
Absolutely. Well, Tanya, you've been very generous with your time and your observations. I think you have tremendous stories to tell about what's actually happening on the ground. I hope that we will have the opportunity to see you again in Kyiv in the springtime. But in the meantime, I have to say, I think that you are a real inspiration for women and girls who are coming into the workforce to see that they can be very successful and make a significant contribution. So please join me in thanking Tanya for spending a little bit of time with us. Okay.
Margie, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention and having me today. Thank you.
It's just the lighting. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our next session, which is on advancing health and wellness for women and girls. My name is Vani Murugan, and I'm the Executive Director for the Global Initiative on Health and the Economy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And the Global Initiative is really a platform for the private sector to partner with government, civil society, and other global health stakeholders to drive positive public health outcomes internationally. And I'm joined here today by my esteemed panelists, and I'll start with Sue Bishop, who's sitting right next to me. And Sue is the Executive Vice President and Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Synchrony. And then we have Pam Bonnet, who is the Chairwoman of the Board at Her Health EQ. And then Lisa Travatello, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Gen Youth. And we're going to dive right into the conversation today, but their bios can be accessed on our website, so highly recommend taking a look at those given the background of these women. And so today we're talking about how to advance health and wellness for women and girls. And we know when we're talking about health and wellness, it goes beyond surviving. It's not just about food and a safe place to live. It's about how can we really thrive? And that takes access to quality medical care, including preventive care. And it's not just about physical well-being, but really about mental, social, and emotional well-being as well. And so the discussion today will focus on different aspects of health and wellness, as well as the unique considerations that we need to consider for women and girls, and the lasting impact that investing in women's health can have on communities. And so with that, let's get to know our panelists a little bit better. So Lisa, starting with you, your organization, Gen Youth, works really at a focal point for childhood health and wellness, which are the schools. So could you take a minute to briefly introduce us to Gen Youth?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Great to be here this morning. Gen Youth is a national nonprofit, and we're focused on ensuring children are well-nourished and physically active to be their best selves. We really put our best foot forward in that area as we look at advancing health and wellness for children. We were founded through a unique partnership between America's dairy farmers and the NFL, and we create programs that really nourish children, provide schools with the tools and resources to help children thrive in the most challenging of environments. We take an I can approach. It's about insights, collaboration. In fact, we have a National Youth Council who tells us if it's about us, don't do it without us. Sage advice for all of us dealing with children. Also, it's about action, programs like End Student Hunger and Root for Her, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And then nuance. Schools each and every day face so many challenges, and we're privileged to work with school nutrition professionals and physical education teachers to give them the resources they need so their students can be their very best.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And so Pam, we'll go to you next. Her Health EQ, that's really focused more on access to basic health care for women. And so can you share more about the mission?
So good morning, everybody. Thrilled to be here today. We at Her Health EQ invest in the health and well-being of women in mid and low-income countries. And we bring medical equipment, we bring solutions to ensure that women are well within their communities at a country level, at a community level. We know that if you invest in women and their health and wellness in their country, the entire community surrounding them rises up. And that is our entire focus. And we work with industry, we work with fund and investors, and we work with the local governments to ensure that we can execute on all those initiatives. And we would welcome this discussion today.
Thank you so much, Pam. And then Sue, over to you. You bring yet another unique angle to the conversation, and that's one of employee wellness. So I'd love for you to introduce us to Synchrony, including the internal culture that has really allowed mental wellness to be a priority.
Yeah, so thanks for having us. And I do feel like the outsider on this stage because I'm here representing corporate America. Synchrony is a Fortune 250 consumer financial services company. We provide a lot of people their first access to credit, but we're about 20,000 employees, majority women, majority hourly. And so we put a lot of focus on our employees' health, but especially on women's health, since that is a huge part of our population. So we'll talk a little bit today about some of the cultural programs that we've driven inside the company, how we've developed them, which is, if you're not asking us, don't force it upon us. So we'll talk about that. That's such a great line. You have to be a part of it if it's about us.
Yeah, if it's about us, include us.
Thank you. I'll try to remember it better. But that's a big part of what we do, and how we try to drive both inside our company, but also for our communities, health, wellness, especially mental wellness.
Thank you so much, all of you, for those introductions. And I think it's clear we have a really great conversation ahead. So let's dive a little bit deeper into each of your organizations. And so, Lisa, starting with you again, you're serving the youngest of our women. And so can you share a few more details about Gen Youth's programs that you started to reference earlier? Who are the partners and what have been the outcomes so far?
You know, when we look at girls and physical activity, there's actually a crisis in this nation of children's inactivity. 1 in 4 children are not meeting the recommended requirement of physical activity, which is 60 minutes a day. In addition, 1 in 5 children are facing food insecurity. Schools are truly the epicenter of health and wellness for students. And we've created programs specifically to address girls and physical activity, and our program's called Root for Her. And Root for Her was created to address a key problem. Boys and girls in physical activity, they're about equally matched between the ages of 5 and 10. At age 13, girls are least likely to work out. Boys will be physically active 2 times as more than girls. Why, you may ask, that is? Well, research shows that some of the barriers for girls, teenage girls, to participate in physical activity are a sense of their body image, low self-esteem. They don't feel they can compete. They require more of a social environment. And Nike and Dove did some interesting research globally, and they found that 45% of girls drop out of physical activity because of body image. So we created the Root for Her program in partnership with the NFL Foundation, Milk Pep, and working now with Cooper Institute to provide schools with equipment that combine the best of low-impact equipment, inspiration, motivation, and nutrition information so they can truly be their best selves. And we did a pilot program with 7 of the top school districts, and educators came back to us and said, because of this program, 91% of girls have committed to physical activity. And we know, so it's incredible. So girls on the go, as I like to say. And then the other part of that, too, addressing food insecurity, we have a proven method called grab-and-go carts. A lot of children in high-need communities have a lot of responsibility. Sometimes they're late to school because they're taking care of their siblings, right? So there are a lot of different issues. So we work with corporate funders like Quaker, Frito-Lay, PepsiCo Foundation to provide grab-and-go carts to schools. So when children come in, they're getting great nutrition as they come in, because we know a hungry student can't learn. So I think together we're learning new ways to engage schools, give them the tools they need, and we want to help kids be their very best. So for girls, we're looking at motivation, and for children in general, inspiration, good nutrition, great food, vital nutrients from foods like dairy, fruit, vegetable, protein. And together, I think, with the support of corporate America foundations and individuals, we can just help children just be their very best.
Barney, can we rename our panel Girls on the Go? Don't you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. Was I running? Was I talking fast?
No, but I think you've certainly motivated everyone on the stage and in the room. That was an incredible story. Thank you so much, Lisa. So Pam, I want to turn to you now. In one of our conversations as we were preparing for this earlier this week, you shared a really powerful story about the impact that just one mammography machine had on a community and how Her Health EQ was really able to provide a solution during a critical time of need. Can you share more about that story and please, add any other examples that really illustrate the work that Her Health EQ is doing?
So our founder, and that's the origin story of Her Health EQ, Marissa Fair, who could not be here today. She was working at the time for Hologic, and she was working in Costa Rica, and this was 10 years ago. And there was a community that they came to be aware of that had breast cancer rates far above the world standard. And they did some investigation into this community and learned that they had lost their mammography machine. It didn't work anymore. And this goes to what I was talking about right at the beginning, is that mammography machine not working led to sort of the demise of their breast cancer program because they couldn't screen the women. And this led to these incredibly high breast cancer rates. So at that time, she was able to work with Hologic to secure a refurbished mammography machine. And we in the US many times will use equipment and only to a certain level that's no longer in service here in the US, but can be redeployed around the world and would be the best level of equipment. And so she was able to have the mammography machine secured for the community, and together with the Anna Ross Foundation, which it works in Costa Rica, was to implement and restore that program, the breast cancer program, which meant everybody in the breast cancer whole department came back to work. Within 3 years, the breast cancer rates came down to normal. And Hologic continues to support us today. And we now have screened over 400,000 women through this venture with the origin of Her Health EQ. And so that led to the beginning of this foundation that focuses on middle and low-income countries. And we have countries around the world. In over 9 countries, we are in partnership with LUTEC right now, focused on cervical cancer, deploying 100 colonoscopes in 10 countries. So it's a 10 for 10 program to focus on preventing cervical cancer, early detection of cervical cancer. And in just 8 months, we have over 6,000 women screened. And we have been such the beneficiaries of tremendous partnerships with industry, Hologic, LUTEC. We need UPS. UPS is a partner that helps us do all the logistics and get these products and medical devices into the communities. We have Butterfly, who is in partnership with our maternal program to help to bring ultrasound, handheld ultrasound, into the communities. So in many, we have, for example, in the US, a lot of maternity deserts. So you want to bring technology to patients where they are. Butterfly has partnered with us in these countries to bring handheld ultrasound not only to the hospitals in the area, but actually that can be taken out into the community to scan mothers and pregnant women to determine if there's risk with babies, and be able to give them the detection to go seek care where they can. And for some of the challenges for those women that we might not think about is just because you know that you need the care to actually get to a tertiary center that might be 4 hours away, you have to have a car. You have to have someone to take care of your family. You have to take time off of work. And so the whole community, when I talk about the communities involved and thrives when women are well, these are the things that have to happen to enable it. We have worked with Henry Schein for the Ukraine to deliver excess medical supplies into the Ukraine. So we have really made an impact on hundreds of thousands of women in these mid and low tier countries, and would welcome all of your engagement in helping to accelerate that for the well-being of women everywhere. And that will make everybody rise together.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pam, for sharing the work that Her Health EQ is doing. And I think everyone knows here how critically important early detection is with a lot of the equipment that you're referencing for all types of cancers, and of course breast and cervical for women specifically. And the time at which you diagnose and detect cancer makes such a huge difference on overall mortality. So really a critical intervention that you're introducing.
It really does. And there's a lot of discussion around AI right now, right? And this is where people are afraid of it. Should we embrace it? Where AI comes in is actually being able to give that extended care out into those communities without people actually being there. So for healthcare, it really is, it's going to make a very meaningful difference for us, especially as we see a lot of people leaving healthcare today. So there's so much to be excited about. There's a lot of work to do, but there's so much to be excited about what we can accomplish in all different ways by embracing technology as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So on that positive note, Sue, I'll turn to you. Can you speak to some of the employee wellness programming taking place at Synchrony? Are there any results that you're able to share at this time?
Yeah, sure. So just to give a sense of what a lot of our workforce answers phones all day. They are customer service representatives. In fact, one quick story to tie Pam and I together. So we both worked for GE. She worked for GE Healthcare. I worked for GE Corporate, and I led employee communications for a time there. We ran a contest across all of GE, across all 300,000 employees in GE, to ask who had the best job at GE. And those of us sitting at corporate were sure that the person who would win would work in the healthcare business, because they were saving people's lives. They were building the MRI machines. They were working on this technology that would be able to go out and be administered around the world and carried in a bag, et cetera. And the person who won, so Synchrony spun out of GE about 10 years ago. We IPO'd out of GE. The person who won was a call center collections representative from Synchrony. I mean, we're sitting at GE Corporate, we are just in shock. We're like, how did this happen? And the employees had to vote. So they had to write a story, submit it. We selected 10, and then employees voted. But this call center representative was just so passionate about how she was helping people improve their lives. And the way that she talked about it, and the way that she talked about how day in and day out she was on the phone helping people who were in trouble with credit. Now, that's not all of our call center reps, thankfully, but she was talking about how she was able to help people improve their lives, move them out of the debt that was debilitating them, get them to a place where they were able to use credit wisely and move on with their lives and build a better life. So it was just a funny kind of tie back that we never thought, that we were sure somebody from healthcare would win this. But so those call center reps, all day long, they're just taking calls. 8 hours. They just call. They hang up from one. Of course, they get measured on the time, et cetera. And what we heard from them was their mental health was really suffering, and especially in times of crisis, right? It's harder when people are upset with you, when you have declined their credit card, when you have moved them into collections, when their credit card doesn't work. As you can imagine, people are upset at their credit card companies quite a lot. So they said, we need some kind of break. And just going and taking lunch wasn't enough, right? What do you all do when you're at lunch? You probably scroll on your phone or you talk to somebody else. So we partnered with Arianna Huffington and Thrive Global and created a program based on what we were hearing from our employees. And it's just this, it sounds so simple, but they have one of their offerings is called a Thrive Reset. And we were able to push it to our call center reps right there on their screens. And in between calls, they get a 60-second Thrive Reset. And it might be breathing exercises, it might be stretching exercises, it might just be a pretty picture of a beach and some nice music in the background. And they can actually customize it, pictures of their family, whatever it is that makes them feel good. And 92% of our employees said it made them more effective and to do their job better. And 78% of them said, I'd rather have that than to just take a break, than to just hang up and be left to my own devices to figure out how to de-stress. So we piloted it actually with our call center employees, and now we're expanding it to the rest of our employee base as well because it was so successful. So that's just one small thing, but again, where we were listening to our employees and what their issues were. Another way, we have a lot of employee resource groups. Almost 12,000 of our 20,000 employees belong to our 8 employee resource groups. And again, during COVID, we learned a lot. There was a lot of mental wellness issues. And our employees said, it's great, we have these health coaches, we called them, and wellness coaches. And you could talk to them about anything, but as George Floyd happened and racial reckoning happened, our employees said, these wellness coaches don't look and feel like me. So we ended up hiring a variety of diverse wellness coaches. And even just back in the fall, as Israel and Gaza happened, we added a Jewish wellness coach. We added a Muslim wellness coach. And so it's just, again, some of them aren't big things, but they make a huge difference in how people are interacting at work. And I think the carry through for us, right, especially as I mentioned, being majority women employees, we know how important that is. Many of you know how important it is that if you're in a good place, your family's going to be in a good place. And you can't deliver for your family if you're coming home from work just completely spent and miserable. So those are just a couple of the things. I would say the one other one that we focus a lot on, and when we're here in DC, we do a lot of work with Moms First, because childcare is also just another incredibly huge and important and difficult topic. So we put a lot of our efforts there as well.
Thank you so much, Sue. I think, what I really love about the work that all three of you are doing is that it really highlights the impact that these initiatives and investments in women's health and wellness and mental health have beyond just kind of the immediate impacts on their well-being, that impacts their communities as a whole, whether it's setting kids up for success in the long term, whether it's driving communities in lower and middle income countries, and then you talked about how it improved productivity as well. And so this really drives at a macro level the success of countries, communities, and the world. So I think those were all just really great examples of the importance of investing in women and girls and health and wellness specifically. And so building off of what you just were talking about, Sue, I wanted to focus a little bit more on mental health and well-being. And so this question is actually for all of our panelists. So in each of your different areas of focus, where are you seeing the continued need for improved access to mental health services? You mentioned a lot of this already, Sue. How are your programs supporting the social and emotional well-being of women and girls? And maybe we'll start with Lisa again.
We really focus in the area of social emotional. The CDC's done incredible research that shows that when children and girls are physically active, they are more attentive in class, they have higher energy levels, there's less depression, there's more enthusiasm because they're in a social environment. So I credit the CDC for really focusing on this. And something else that occurred to me, I love this quote from the U.S. Surgeon General. We're in Washington, I'm allowed to quote. But it said, if we seize this moment, step up for our children and their families in their own moment in need, and lead with inclusion, kindness, and respect, we can lay the foundation for a healthier, more resilient, and more fulfilled nation. And that, to me, talks about teamwork, listening, and working together. And as we look at girls, we can all help make a difference in their social emotional well-being, because times are tough. And each of us can help in our own way. And Sue, I think about what you're doing for the employees. Those employees are parents of children, and we know through our research that support at home is critical to their social emotional wellness. So they get the care in school as well as at home and from their communities.
So much. I think I love that quote because it's really getting back to basics, but we all need that reminder more than ever, it seems. And Pam, over to you.
Yeah, so we're in a part of the world that the challenges are there, but not all of the resources that we see here. And so when I talk about how women are faced with medical decisions and maybe have so many obstacles, they can't actually take that right care. I was at a hospital in Ghana on a medical mission, and a woman she knew she had a pregnancy and her baby was in distress. And interestingly enough, she worked in healthcare. But the level 4 trauma center that she needed to be at was 4 hours away, and she just didn't have the resources. And she delivered that baby, who ultimately did not survive, and it affected the mental health of the entire hospital, this small community. So they wind up really relying heavily on community support. They did not have their mental health capability. They had no professionals, but they did have groups that came together, and they recognized the importance. And this is probably an area that we could use more help and partnership, because her health EQ is not really on the ground. We rely on our partners to provide that, but we see this happening, and we help in any way we can during our time there. But to have a sustainable solution in these countries, we really do need partners that are willing to help support that. And it's a really big challenge, and it affects the family and the community. I mean, that's the one thing that is just really incredible about taking care of women and the impact it really does have on entire communities.
Thank you, Pam. We've come a long way in this country in terms of how we view mental health and the importance of it. And in many cases, in other countries, we have additional barriers we have to overcome. And then Sue, over to you. Any additional thoughts on that topic?
Just quickly, right? Because I look across this room and I see a variety of generations and people, but as leaders, right, as managers, it's important for us, and this is something we're working on at Synchrony as well. We have to make sure there's still not that stigma about accessing the mental health resources. And so we are constantly putting ourselves out there and telling stories of how we're accessing them. I remember our head of HR, when we first started launching some of the wellness coaches, I think people thought, well, that's heavy mental health. And we wanted people to use it for everything. And he used this story of how his mother had just passed away, and his father was living alone. And he said, I called the wellness coach and said, what kinds of ideas can I give my dad to be more active, to eat better, to do something, to get out of the house? And so we try to tell those stories about how that access works and how you can use these coaches for so many things, because if DJ, our head of HR, spent all day worrying about his father, then he's not going to do his job well. And that goes for all of us, right? So it's, heal thyself first, but also tell people how you're healing yourself so that they know to access it. Because also, and a few of my team members are here, they certainly know when I'm not in a good place. So as managers, as leaders, we also have to take care of ourselves, make sure that our teams are comfortable accessing the resources that we're giving them. And then make sure that we're sharing that across the company.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned it's not just healing yourself, but telling people about it, and that helps address some of the stigma around mental health and helps normalize, seeking that assistance.
And resiliency is, you just mentioned it among girls. I mean, it is so important for those of us who are, juggling our lives at this point in time. We were joking earlier. I said, someone recently asked me when I'm at my personal best. They said, is it when you get good sleep? Is it when you exercise? Is it when you eat well? And I said, well, I can't answer that question because I don't do any of those things. But it was a good eye-opening moment to remind myself that those are also important, and how you guys are spreading that around the world. But we all have to learn to move more and access the resources we have.
Absolutely. So I want to shift to talk about sort of the gaps in the space. And so what stands out to all of you as gaps in the field of women's health and wellness? Areas where solutions and innovations are still needed and could possibly be fostered on the stage or in the room today. And so maybe for this one, why don't we start with Pam?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Yep.
So I think that we all know that medical research has not included women for decades. We are very, very far behind in getting to personalized medicine in areas that are not very specific, like breast cancer, right? If it's women's included in that, but I think the one that's most common is cardiology. And just in the last probably 12 years, you've got women finally coming into research because there is recognition that the way women present in disease states is fundamentally different than the way that research has been conducted, right? Excluding women. And so I am very encouraged about bringing women not only into the research and starting at every level with just the education, nutrition, and the highlight of women, that it is forthcoming. I spoke at a women's innovation conference 2 years ago, and it was very exciting to see a room bigger than this, actually, all with companies, founders, focused on women's health. And one of the primary discussions that came out as being the #1 need, which surprised me, was incontinence for women. And this is driven by the baby boomer population is living longer than any population before that, and that there really had been no research, including women, so now we have Band-Aids that are only Band-Aids versus actually meaningful solutions that can cure, prevent. And so what was incredibly exciting was it was the #1 topic. It was both men and women talking about it. We need men working on behalf of women as well. And we have a long way to go, but we are making tremendous progress. And I believe that with the advent of AI, I am a fan, if you can't tell, AI in healthcare is really going to help us close those gaps, because there is, when you have artificial intelligence, your gender diversity matters in your data, but the AI doesn't see gender. So that's really good for all of us. We just need to do it faster, and we need to close those gaps in every ology, and the opportunities in front of us for sure.
Sue, we'll go to you next on the gaps question.
Yeah, I think the folks doing the more nonprofit Save the World work probably have better ideas. But I'd say, again, childcare is a huge one for us. And I think it continues to be difficult to solve in this country due to the cost and then the availability of working and working hours. So we we switched during COVID to just extreme flexibility, I would call it. So you can work fully remote, you can work in an office, you can work a few days in an office, you can work a few days from home. So we have given our employees a tremendous amount of flexibility, which has really allowed us to increase recruiting, especially again around working mothers. The bulk of them in our call centers do work from home. And so that flexibility that they have is important. The other thing that we did two quick things I'll try to mention quickly. We did during COVID. We put in place emergency childcare, and we allowed for a family member to be paid under that childcare provision. Because what we also found was we have multi-generational families, especially during COVID. People were saying, well, my mother is taking care of my children. Am I allowed to use that stipend to help support her? And we did. We allowed family members to be paid as childcare workers. And people just, of course, loved that benefit because helping the family, helping the community, taking that stress off. And the other one we did a summer camp during COVID. We were hearing from our employees, we don't know what we're going to do with our kids when online school ends. And that ranged from a 4-year-old to a 16-year-old. So we actually engaged the teenagers, the high schoolers, to teach an online summer camp for our the younger children of our employees. So the older kids were mentored by people in synchrony, by a variety of folks who volunteered to do that, to help the older kids, the high schoolers, learn how to teach. They got to put it on their resumes. I was a counselor at an online summer camp, and then we were able to create all kinds of programming for our younger employees. So again, childcare is a big one, and trying to figure out how to get people the time that they need so that they both can work and raise their family.
And for me, the gaps are a number of the different issues Pam, Sue have talked about, and myself regarding children. And I think it's how we fill the gaps, right? So everyone in this room is a problem solver. So how do we harness the energy and the ideas and each bring our own touch point to fill the gaps for women, children in general, and families with innovative solutions and things that just fill the gap in women's health, hunger, physical activity for girls and women.
Perfect, thank you. And this next question, and I'm keeping an eye on our time here, but the next question gets really to the Chamber Foundation's mantra of going farther together. And so, while you each have your distinct areas that we've talked about today, there's also a lot of connectivity given the theme of women and girls and health and wellness. And so in the conversation so far, what are some of those points of connectivity between your areas of work, and how can we use this opportunity here today to move the conversation forward? And I'll ask that maybe folks take maybe a minute to answer this question. Sue, we'll start with you for this one.
Look, the corporations are the ones who help support these organizations. And so, of course, our foundation, we have a signature program called Education as an Equalizer that reaches across skills training, getting people into college, keeping them in college, high school education, financial education. So I think using your corporate funds, your foundation funds in the right way. We also do venture capital investments. We committed $45 million to women and minority-owned businesses. So there are so many ways that corporations can work both within their own workforce, but also through their charitable foundations, through their venture investments, even to just who you partner with on a daily basis to help all of this together.
Pam?
I would just add to that that it's really the connection between funding. We need investment. We need investment in women's health, investment in the foundations working towards that. We need strategic partners with industry to help which is wonderful to hear, Sue, about your $45 million investment. It's exactly those types of things. And we need that partnership along with the enabling legislation to enable us to actually get and deliver there. So everybody in this room is focused on all of that. So I think we can do more by working together more.
Our time's ticking, so I would say we need passionate commitment to purpose.
I love that. and so for the final question, maybe a sentence or two, what's the one thing that you would like our audience to take away from this discussion today? And so for this one, Sue, we'll start with you.
Start with listening, staying with the theme, listening to your employees. And we did a lot of testing and learning. So we'll roll something out and see if it works. If it works, we expand it. If it doesn't, we try to change it. But I think listening to what their needs are and then how you can help them be creative in it is my piece of advice.
I would say that if you invest in women, the family benefits, the community benefits, everybody rises together.
And no one of us can do it alone. What you heard here today is a lot of teamwork, a lot of support from corporate-private partnerships, teaching moments that go to our employees and the community into schools. So just remember that it takes teamwork to make these dreams work.
Thank you so much, Lisa, Pam, and Sue, for such an illuminating discussion. I think there were a lot of really great takeaways. Thank you to our audience, and please enjoy the rest of the day.
We will now transition to the breakout sessions for the 2024 International Women's Day Forum. If you are attending the session called Safety and Security Outcomes for Women and Children, please go to the Lee Anderson room. If you are attending the Childcare Solutions panel, you will remain in this room. The breakout sessions will begin in 5 minutes.
places to go.
And I apologize. Hi, how is everyone doing? We'll go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. Welcome. This session is called Piecing Together Childcare Solutions. I'm Reed Pickert. I am an editor and our deputy team leader of Federal Reserve coverage at Bloomberg News. But more importantly for this conversation, I have, over the last several years, written a lot of stories focused on the childcare space and women in the workforce, particularly mothers. As a result, I am particularly excited to be facilitating this conversation today. We've got Molly Day of Moms First, Jessica Chang of Upwards, and Sherry Eaton of Chobani here with us today. We'll do full panelist introductions in a moment, but before we do, I'd just like to set the stage of the economic importance of this issue, as well as the challenges the sector is facing. So, Treasury Secretary Yellen put it simply when she said, the childcare sector is a textbook example of a broken market. On one side, you have parents who simply can't pay anymore. There was a Bank of America Institute analysis recently that showed childcare costs are 32% higher now than they were in 2019. And that's on top of the widespread inflation that we've seen over the last couple years, where we've seen, grocery prices up some 25% since early 2020, and rent up 22%, and car insurance around 39%. But then on the other side, we have childcare providers that are struggling to attract, retain, and pay their workers despite those high prices. And a recent survey by the National Association for the Education of Young Children found that over half of providers are experiencing a staffing shortage. So not only is that leading to wait lists, it's also leading to under-enrollment compared to capacity. The American Rescue Plan provided a Band-Aid for these businesses, offering some $24 billion in aid, but those funds expired at the end of September. So where does that leave us? As Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo said last year, the lack of affordable, accessible, and flexible childcare is a huge drag on our economy. In the US, an estimated $237 billion with a B a year vanishes from women paring back their workloads to care for kids. So while the worst of the pandemic pandemic era scramble for workers has passed, the US is facing a structural shortage of workers. And for parents to be in the workforce, it's essential for them to have access to affordable care. So that brings me to what employers are doing. And we're seeing some really innovative solutions in this space, which is something I'm particularly excited to talk about today. Our speakers will be introducing themselves shortly, but just so you know, their full bios are on the website that you can access with the QR codes on your tables. So Sherry, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm very honored to be here today. Thank you, Reed. Sherry Eaton, Chief People Officer at Chobani. I joined the organization about 15 months ago. I have been incredibly inspired by the ladies to my right, Molly from Moms First, in terms of the awareness and just momentum and a movement that they've been creating, and Jessica from Upwards, which is, they're our business partners in providing childcare solutions to our employees. When I joined Chobani 15 months ago, I knew I was joining this people-first organization that had a proven track record of taking care of their people. What I didn't realize, and a lot of what you mentioned, Reed, is just the childcare accessibility and the lack of affordable childcare, particularly in the two largest markets that we have in upstate New York and in Idaho. They're just childcare deserts. And so we really had to start thinking about how do we address and solve this problem, because childcare isn't just a family problem, it's a business problem, right? We need to make sure that our employees have the ability to feel supported and come to work every day as their whole self. So it was a big business challenge for us to tackle out of the gate.
Thanks, Reed, and thanks to the Chamber for having us here. I'm very excited to be on a panel with friends and colleagues in this work. And my background, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Moms First. We are a national nonprofit that is transforming our workplaces, our communities, and our culture so that all moms can thrive. Our founder, Reshma Saujani, she started Moms First in the peak of the pandemic. And if you can take yourselves back there with me for a moment, that was a moment when we saw 30 years of women's economic progress erased overnight. We had 30 million women forced out of the workforce. So it was a moment that was a real call to action to our country to do something. Now, we know, though, that that care crisis did not start with the onset of the pandemic. It was not going to end as we came out of the pandemic, and that is fundamentally because America runs on a broken infrastructure of care. We use moms as our care infrastructure. Just a few stats to again set the context for this. So the US is the only industrialized country in the world without paid leave. We also have 40% of parents with young kids who are going into debt because of rising childcare costs. And as one of the wealthiest countries in the whole world, we are next to dead last in our spend on childcare. So we are fundamentally behind, and it's putting our economy and our families and their futures at risk. And so what Moms First does, we are here, we are in this fight, and we are working to address the structural changes that are holding moms back, and that means paid leave and affordable childcare. Why I'm here today is that the work we do to really go about changing these issues is to mobilize a grassroots of over 1 million moms and supporters to take action and create change in their workplaces and communities. We also try to shift the culture around investing in moms, seeing why they're worthy of investment. And then the last piece is we work with the private sector, because the private sector can get things done. They're leaders in innovation, and we think they're critical partners in addressing our childcare crisis in this country.
Hi, I'm Jessica Chang. I am actually CEO and co-founder of Upwards. We're a data-driven solution, aka tech company, that really harmonizes the 4 key stakeholders in the childcare issue. You have parents who need to find care, who need to be able to afford and access care, and who need to be able to manage that care experience, to childcare providers who generally don't have any support at all, but really creating a business-in-a-box solution that lets them manage their business and get paid what they deserve. To your third key stakeholder, employers, the private sector, where really, for you guys, it's really about retaining and recruiting, but really creating a childcare benefit program that actually works for all of your employees, from those that are hourly workers to those that work non-traditional hours. To government entities who want to be able to address childcare, but don't have the data to be able to do so. And a lot of the processes currently are inefficient. So how do we help them get more dollars efficiently to the families that need it? I'll probably be sharing a lot more, but that's what we do in a nutshell.
So actually, Jessica, I'm going to stick with you for a second. So, you were talking about this unique position that you're in, where you have insight into what providers are facing, but also you do this work to connect employers with providers and their employees. Can you talk a bit about the landscape of how things have changed over the last few years for providers, as well as how views among employers might have changed over the last few years about childcare?
Yeah. I'm going to actually tell you guys a story because last week I had a chance to really talk to a lot of our providers because, we've been doing this for a number of years and we really wanted to understand what's happened since pre-COVID to COVID to post-COVID. So I'm going to tell you guys a story about Natalie. So Natalie Lamb decided that she was going to start her own home daycare a year ago. She was a preschool teacher, made less than $20,000 a year for her family. So her and her husband decided that, hey, we're going to start a home daycare. For the first 6 months, they had no families. They were about to quit. They didn't want to do this anymore. They love children, but if you don't make any money, you can't sustain to be a childcare provider. Then she found us. We ended up actually helping to fill her 10 spots within a month. And we were able to subsidize all of the childcare costs for all of the families in her daycare. What was surprising to us, and this is actually true for most daycares out there, is her neighbors had no clue that she opened a daycare in the area. No clue. But even if they did have a clue, none of them could actually afford it. So by actually being able to combine both the employer side to it and the government side to it, now Natalie has a sustainable home daycare business. She can now support her own family. But on top of it, she now can support 10 other families who now have the opportunity to go to work, to stay at work, and know that their children are being taken care of. That's a great, all in all, encompassing situation. But Natalie is actually the anomaly. During the pandemic, majority of providers had to say, do I want to risk my life to make $20,000 a year? I love children, but now the added component of I might die is a factor. So a lot of providers did leave the industry during that period of time. And as more providers left, our supply has decreased even further. We were in critical condition, but now we're in crisis condition. Now, what does that mean for parents? Well, guess what? Your accessibility has gone down. Your affordability, well, let's just throw that out the window. The average parent in a large city pays $2,500 to $2,800 a month for one child. Across the US now, this is on average in the US, the cost of childcare is actually more expensive than the cost of public college. So how do we do this? On top of that, guess what? Most women are the caregivers in the family. So when the cost of childcare is more than what you make, who sacrifices? The female. And you stay at home, which then leaves your household with only one income, which makes it harder for you as a family to even be able to survive. Now that has a trickle-down effect for employers. It makes it hard to retain and recruit. But one of the biggest things that we saw post-pandemic was that if you couldn't actually recruit or retain all of your employees, not just your top talent, but everyone that was working for you, the grocery store clerk to the healthcare worker, your grocery chain would not make money. You don't have anyone stocking your shelves, you don't make money. If you don't have any healthcare workers, you can't serve. Your capacity for the hospital actually goes down. So no longer was this a social issue, it now became a business issue for most employers. And if people don't go to work, government doesn't make taxes, government suffers too. So all of that actually starts, if you put all the pieces together, you really have to think about all these key stakeholders to create a solution that actually works. But if you can, and you have the data that drives it, now, in turn, in practice, you can actually have a stronger, more inclusive economy that actually has the potential to really create something that can work for the workforce.
To follow up on that, so we saw these severe kind of workforce shortages that businesses were feeling in 2021 and 2022. And we saw companies kind of across the board expand a lot of benefits in an effort to attract and retain employees. Since then, there are still some the labor market is still quite strong, but we have seen this incredible boost in workforce participation among women ages 25 to 54, which has been a great thing. Jessica, just to stay with you on that, what is the appetite like right now for employers seeking to provide these benefits? Are people as open to doing it now as they were, say, a year or two ago?
Actually, surprisingly, yes. And that's kind of the momentum that we're seeing. Is now, before when we used to talk about childcare, it was always like, let's talk about it as a fringe benefit, something nice to have. But now we're seeing the terminology of like, okay, let's talk about it as a benefit. Well, what else do we refer as a benefit? Healthcare. And everyone has healthcare now, thankfully. But that is kind of the biggest part to it, is we've seen the shift where people are thinking about childcare as a benefit, and they're thinking about it as a long-term solution. So not a, let's check the box, let's see how it works for a year, and now it's more of a, okay, this is gonna be a 3 to 5 year process. We wanna understand what truly is needed for our current employees, and how do we continue to improve on it so that over time, we've actually solved the real issue and not put a Band-Aid on it.
And sticking on the employer thought, Molly, I'd love to come to you. I mean, Moms First has done some amazing work in terms of advocating for working moms. What does the work look like on y'all's end in terms of working with employers?
Great. Well, I'll just start by saying, at Moms First, fundamentally, we believe and we're working on bipartisan, common sense policy solutions on paid leave and childcare. And we are too impatient to wait on Congress to get things done. And that's because we hear from our moms in our community every single day about the rising costs and the challenges they feel. And we hear from our business partners about the impact to them and their business. So we work with the private sector to educate our businesses about the value of childcare. I love the word momentum that Jessica said. We're starting to feel a new momentum around these issues of bringing them from the margins to the mainstream. And employers are reaching out to meet with us to really learn about, well, what can I do? So we provide workshops. We help set you up as a company to run a survey to understand what your employees actually need. So we do that type of work. We also, though, really work to elevate care as an economic imperative. We are here, on the cusp of Women's History Month, International Women's Day. We should center women and our work, and too often it has been an issue off to the side. When we frame care as a business imperative, an economic imperative, and when we get our partners who are our businesses to shout that from the mountaintops, we think that helps drive and change the culture to bring more businesses in and more partners in to solve this crisis that we have. So an example, this past year, we ran a campaign with the SCIM called Show Us Your Childcare, getting companies from MasterCard to Sephora to PayPal to come in and share publicly the benefits that they provide their employees to create a race to the top. And what we're also trying to do is to make the case with data. So, later this month, we're going to be coming forward with a study with our research partner, Boston Consulting Group, that quantifies the ROI of investing in childcare. So you can unequivocally make the case that this is a central benefit that you provide that has real returns to your business. And we think this is an important way to bring everyone along to address this broader crisis.
Sherry, I'd love to come to you after that. I mean, you're obviously coming from a completely different direction, being from Chobani. What are some of the ways that Chobani is supporting parents?
Well, we were super proud to be part of the Show Us Your Childcare initiative, because at Chobani, our philosophy is we have to help our women and families in totality, right? When we think about all of the pieces to the puzzle to enabling people to be at their best every day. So, last year, while Chobani's always been a leader in wages, we raised our starting wage to $20 per hour, which is market leading. And we wanted to make sure that we were really taking care of our employees as we started to see, inflationary pressures around everything that you mentioned earlier. Second, we partnered with Jessica's team at Upwards, and so we knew that there was a business imperative to provide childcare solutions to our employees. Working with Jessica's team provides our employees with a network of providers, which we're continuing to work on growing within, especially the markets that I mentioned earlier that are really tough to find childcare, and also provides really flexible solutions for our employees. So our employees span from your manufacturing employee, right, that may work an overnight shift, to our corporate employees, to our dispersed commercial sales employees throughout the U.S. And so we couldn't have a one-size-fits-all solution for our employees. We really had to have flexible options. So there's a stipend component of this offering that can be used for childcare or elder care, and then there's the backup credit units that you can use within the network. So we were super excited about that. In addition, we offer 12 weeks of paid parental leave. That's been something that our founder has been very passionate about since day one. We really took a step back and also looked at our family forming benefits this year. In order to become a family, right, you have to have the opportunity in which to do so. And so everything from fertility, adoption, surrogacy, freezing eggs, we really took a stand in expanding those benefits for our employees this year. And I guess it would be, I'd have to say this, is that, we're so about community at Chobani, right? Our whole goal is to provide nutritious food and impact our communities and do good in the world. And so we have this wonderful parent and caregivers ERG, which just kind of brings it all together and provides a safe space for our parents to talk about, but also raise issues, right, up to me or whoever in terms of things that they're looking for that we may be not overlooking, which I think is super critical and important to get the voice of the employee. Lastly, I'll just mention this little personal story here too. Mental health is super critical. We all know this. We've heard it. We're experiencing, a mental care crisis in our world today, particularly coming out of the pandemic. When you think about women, having babies, they don't tell you everything that happens after that. And I remember this one moment. I'm a mom of 20-plus-year-olds, but I remember in 2000 going to that first visit with the baby. And we didn't talk about postpartum depression back then very much, but I remember the doctor saying to me, "And how are you doing, Sherry?" Tears, crying, broke down. I didn't realize how I was, doing in relation to, having a brand new baby. So we've expanded all of our mental health benefits this year too, to include, virtual care and on-site care. And I think it's an important part of the whole puzzle and the whole package and how we help our families at Chobani.
Absolutely, and thank you for sharing that. So to talk about a little bit more into that, what kind of returns have you seen in terms of what you're hearing from your employees? Has it been, have you guys seen it being easier to hire, or notable changes in retention, or just overall employee satisfaction from, having this whole suite of benefits?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, again, it's the suite, right, that does it, and childcare is a big missing piece that we were able to implement last year. Yes, I mean, from a what are employees saying standpoint, we've got some really great numbers of folks that have actually joined the platform, so we're excited about the participation rate. I think what was most special is that this request came from a series of listening sessions that I did and my team did right as I came into the organization, and so we were able to act and implement their feedback, which that's the best, right? So they know we listened to them and we heard them. And then, yet, sure, retention, engagement has been great this year. Business results. I mean, we've had just one of our best years that we've had as an organization this year, and of course, you have to ask yourself, hey, it's all interrelated, isn't it? If you're treating your people well and you're able to enable them to come to work every day in a positive space, you're going to see great business results as well.
Absolutely. And Molly and Jessica, I'd love to bring you guys into this conversation. What are some of the ways that you're seeing employers, support parents, whether it's similar or completely different?
Yeah, well, I'll just jump in. First of all, it just makes me so happy to hear about the impact and your ability to speak to the listening to employees and then seeing that feedback loop close of the real benefits. At the end of the day, the bottom line, right? Happy employees equal better profitability. So and I think we hear that with many of our other partners. So retail, and I'll call that out as one of the industries that disproportionately employs women. One of our partners is fast retailing. Think Uniqlo, Helmut Lang, Theory. They offer a very generous stipend of $1,000 a month, actually, to their employees, down to store managers. So these are truly folks on the front line who oftentimes get left behind when companies think about the benefits to provide. And those benefits, they've actually been able to see significant increases in retention, decreases in absenteeism, so you think about the productivity of your workers. And when we listen to some of the stories, I'll just step back and say we surveyed a national sample of moms this last summer, and the majority of moms, after having a baby, consider stepping back from the workforce, if not leaving entirely. There are stories from fast retailing of their employees who had that exact moment. A mom who found out she was going to have twins. She was a store manager. She's like, how am I going to pay for this? Because of fast retailing's generous benefit, as well as their culture of care, she decided to stay, and she's now one of the employees on their team that's really excelled and grown her career. So for her, it wasn't just a job, it was a career path, and that's how you recruit and retain the best talent, in particular women. So one example.
So from our side of it, yes, subsidizing the cost of childcare makes sense. We've deployed over $3 million since we started our stipend program. And the things that we've seen are from the basics of it of, hey, can we assist them in finding childcare, right? That's as simple as it is, but just by assisting parents or your employees in finding childcare, you're saving, or for them, 20 hours. Because finding childcare is a hard task. And let's not talk about, hey, emergency time periods, you also have to find childcare during those periods of times. So it's a consistent basis of trying to puzzle piece that together. So having a company do that for you and knowing that you're going to get the quality providers that they've vetted tens and thousands of times, that's a saving grace for a lot of families. On top of that, there are subsidizing childcare. But also, not just employer subsidizing, but combining that with government subsidy programs too, which is a win-win because for a lot of employers, it is really expensive to subsidize, right? We all know that. If 50% of your employees are hourly workers who can't afford any cost of childcare, subsidizing that is really expensive. But if you can combine that with actual government programs, then that subsidy starts to actually make sense. Both employer, private, and public sector are taking responsibility. The other programs that we've done have also been about how do we create access. So when we know that there are childcare deserts in places that hey, we've done it, there's 2 childcare providers in the whole area of 50 miles. Well, what are you gonna do, right? Well, we can create childcare, licensed childcare centers and care in these areas because we understand there is not enough providers. But if we can show these providers that they can make a sustainable wage, you're actually inviting more caregivers to come and say, hey, I'll do this. So there is a lot of different solutions in the market. But what's really important and what employers always ask us, like, what does that actually mean? If I do all of these things and I invest in them, what's the return on for us? Well, we've shown a 30% decrease in absenteeism and a 5x reduction in turnover. Those are real dollars back to the employers. And we found that by actually implementing a childcare benefit program, you could implement a subsidy for 4 years, and it's actually cheaper than actually having to replace that employee that you lost. So those are real numbers that can showcase why investing in childcare makes sense.
And I want to save some time for audience questions, but one last question from me. Do you guys have any advice for business owners who are looking to support parents more, whether it's something small or something big? Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I mean, for me, being in the business sector, networking is huge. Even at the last Moms First event that we had, getting the opportunity to meet professionals that are grappling with the same questions that you are sometimes really generates a lot of insights. You'll find some interesting, solutions that are out there, especially if you're talking to like-minded individuals that have similar populations. So networking is, in my opinion, is always great. And then it's the listening aspect. I know I mentioned it earlier. You want to know what you're trying to solve for, right? You have to know what the problem is before you put a solution in place. And so going and listening and understanding exactly what the challenges are to your employees, either coming to work or being able to be engaged at work, is just super critical so that you can find the right solution for them.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that and just say, I mentioned the survey we did this last summer. 3/4 of women we survey, this is a nationally representative sample, said their employer is not doing enough to support them at work. So women are watching, and they're looking to you as an employer to do something. And I think, interestingly, I think it can start small. So we ran a campaign this last month asking companies to show their motherhood, or people to show their motherhood or parenthood at work. And just as an employee, seeing your boss recognize that, no, we can't have that standing 8 a.m. call every Monday morning because that's at drop-off time, and holding on your calendar, that's meaningful to employees. So I think it starts there. It starts with the listening to design the solutions you need. And then I'd just say, if you're looking for a place to get started, come join our National Business Coalition. You can spend time with these wonderful, wonderful leaders and get connected to a community and a set of resources that help you very practically take the first few steps. You do not have to build the Cadillac on-site childcare center to do something. In fact, if you listen and engage your employees, you'll probably find a lot of low-hanging fruit solutions and ways to get going that are going to help your business and help your people. So.
There's what I'll definitely say. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution. So what is applicable to your employees might not be applicable to another company's employees. So running the surveys to find what is happening is really important. And maybe some of my peers will kill me by saying this, but get educated. Let us help you get educated. Use us for feasibility studies because we understand childcare, right? And we understand what parents are actually saying versus what they'll put on a survey. So these are free services, so use us, use all my peers in the industry, and we can actually help you, at least guide you in the right direction and saying, maybe think about these couple of things, and they generally will work for your budget.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, if anyone has any questions, if you'll raise your hand, and one of our team members will come and bring you a mic. If you could just, whenever the mic comes around, if you could just introduce yourself and the organization that you're with as well. And just to repeat the question, in case anyone couldn't hear, it was, what are y'all doing in terms of representing parents who have children with disabilities, and what does that look like?
Well, maybe I would just start and appreciate the question, because I think moms oftentimes get treated as a monolith, and when you treat something like a monolith, right, you assume a same set of challenges. And actually, while we may all chuckle and remember that hard moment after giving birth, it looks very different for women in different socioeconomic situations, women who have different caregiving needs for children with disabilities. And so I think that's part of the work we try to do at Moms First, is tell stories of the diversity of the experience of motherhood. And then I'd say very specifically to the experiences of mothers who have children with disabilities. I think the caregiving needs that we spoke to today, I think we've experienced and heard from our community are only magnified, right? And so I think this is an important place for employers to come back to the listening. We've said that so many times, but unless you're asking your employees about the types of caregiving needs they have at home, you may assume that backup care days are sufficient when actually the needs for a family grappling with figuring out and coordinating all the needs around a child with disabilities are much greater. And I think something I maybe just leave with too is 70% of employees in this country today have caregiving responsibilities. That's not women, that's of everyone, right? So I think we really need to listen and design around the experiences of our employees.
So just to answer that question that you had, so this actually hits me probably a lot as well because my brother has autism. So I've seen the struggles that my parents had to face, and especially my mom, who quit her job to actually really take care of my brother. One of the things, one of our core values in our company is about customer centricity. So we've heard, and a lot of times because our network is composed of small childcare providers, those small childcare providers are usually the caregivers for families who have children with disabilities. So as part of that, we made it accessible for families to search for providers that have ABA therapy as a background and search it in a way that is easy for them. They can also search in their own language. We actually support 72 different languages on our platform because we know there's a lot of families that English is not their first language, and there's a lot of providers that English isn't their first language as well. And that's how we kind of really make sure that we're inclusive of everyone, because childcare is very different for each parent.
It's such a great question. It really gets your wheels turning, right? And I'm sure there's more that we could be doing. Our work is never done in this space, and so I think that it's like I'm going to take that back. But working with Upwards, I know that we have the ability, right, to have those experiences for our families, and that's what I love about the stipend. We give $1,200 annually to our employees to be able to use however they want. They want their grandmother to scribble on a napkin, it's fine, So however they choose to use that. But I agree. I think there's a whole other universe that we have to think about in terms of special care and disabilities. And I appreciate you raising the question. Part of the mental health resources I was talking about earlier are a broader suite of employee assistant programs, which do help families and parents in terms of finding the right care and finding the right solutions and medical solutions and doctors and et cetera. But I'm sure there's more that we could do. So thank you.
Thank you for your question. Go ahead.
My name is Lydia Laferla. I am chair of the Women in Leadership Committee with the French-American Chamber of Commerce, but I also launched my own business back in 1993. I was working for the U.S. Agency for International Development and traveling internationally. My husband is an economist with the International Monetary Fund, also traveling internationally, and I wanted to start a family. So part of my question relates to childcare, and in my view, maternity and paternity leave are components of the childcare puzzle that need to be solved. My solution back in 1993 was to resign from USAID because I didn't have sufficient maternity leave, and I needed the flexibility even after the first 3 months to be able to care for my child. My daughter is right here. and two other children that came after her. So with an international career and a couple, my husband and I with both international careers, it was a difficult puzzle to solve. What are you all doing to lobby corporations or in the space that you are in so that women can take that time off or husbands can take that time off for that maternity leave?
Well, I'll jump in and say, a little over a year ago, Moms First founded the National Business Coalition for Childcare, and we have been laser focused on childcare as an issue. And what was interesting as we started working with companies, and why we were focused on childcare is we felt like it hadn't gotten as much attention in the private sector as paid leave policies. There'd been a little bit more traction on paid leave policies, although still it's about 27% of the US workforce has any type of paid leave from their employer. So it's pretty bad. But we focused on childcare, but I think as we talk to our companies experience these policies in a similar way to people. There's not a paid leave period and a childcare period. It's an evolution that you move through. It's not two siloed life experiences. And I think when you actually get down to brass tacks, the first 6 months of childcare are the most expensive. Infant care the costs are astronomical because you need to have a very low ratio of caregiver to child. Anybody here who's had a newborn understands. My husband and I felt overwhelmed when it was 2-on-1 when our first child was born. So as we think about, so I think our businesses have been a big driver for us to say, how are we not only working with our business partners on expansion of their childcare policies, but also expansion of their paid leave policies with a specific eye towards gender neutral paid leave. Because we know if you have a great policy, mom can stay home for 6 months, but you have a heterosexual couple and dad takes 2 weeks and goes back, that sets off a number of imbalances in pay and what shows up in the workforce. So I think we've started to shift on that direction. And also too, as we think about public policy, businesses, our experience has been once businesses start providing these care policies to their employees, they understand the value. And they have become tremendous advocates for, again, bipartisan common sense solutions. I mean, it sounds like you've done a lot of international travel. I was abroad in January, and every person I spoke to from every other country around this world was appalled at how far behind the US is on these issues. So I think the more we can bring the private sector on, the more we have another powerful set of voices and messengers to help move our public policy along more quickly to really respond to what we see across this country. It's overwhelmingly 85% plus of Americans across political parties want to see investment in paid leave policy and childcare. So let's have this not be a partisan issue.
So we have time for one more question, probably. Go ahead. So just to repeat the question for those who couldn't hear, it's, how do you work with elected officials in your state to make sure that corporations are providing support?
Yes, absolutely a two-pronged approach, and I think we just believe that the childcare crisis is so large, it needs everyone to solve it, right? We came back, this is a broken marketplace. We need families paying in, we need companies paying in, we need government paying in. So I think our approach has been to bring business leaders and government officials to the table to have conversation about where are the gaps in understanding and also maybe where we're missing each other on message. Actually, think about this past summer, we convened business leaders, both Jessica and Sherry were there with Secretary Raimondo and had a very frank conversation. Her real call to action was around the opportunity for businesses to lead on innovation and also on the data case. So that's part of why we've come together to then respond and say, okay, here's the ROI. So we can start to put this in economic terms, which matter to executive branches when they think about the vitality of their state economy, and that matters to the businesses that are there. They're in this together, and so I think we've looked at that. And they're also, Jessica might be able to speak to this a little bit, but some interesting and innovative models across both red and blue states of looking at something called a tri-share model where everyone has the ability to pay in. So you're seeing governors start to take risks and put capital behind pilots, and that's really important. We want to create some opportunities to learn together and figure out how to make great policy because we haven't solved it yet, right? That's why we need everyone at the table.
So I was just going to add, we actually actively work with a number of states, cities, and counties, and the best things that we've done is taken all the data of working with other government entities, put it into a case study with a ton of testimonials from their community, and we provide that to them. We showcase that it's worked, that there's increased efficiencies. Using the same dollars, we can serve more families. A lot of times what we hear, and this is where the biggest struggle is, like, who comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? Employers are like, I don't want to do this. Why don't you go first? And government entities are like, well, why don't you do first? We'll add on. So no one wants to be first. And that's where we kind of come in and go like, okay, well, we will drive you guys all to the center, but we're going to generate a ton of case studies for you. And we're going to show you how it works. And you're going to hear from your community. We're not going to talk. The community is, where families are saying, this helps us. We will stay here. We will work here. We will contribute tax dollars here. Where providers are staying and thriving. And for every provider that we help to thrive, there goes 10 more jobs. So that's the kind of components that we have been really driving to showcase that it works, because we're not saying it, the community is.
So I'm going to end us there. Thank you all so much for coming to this panel, and if you'll join me in thanking our wonderful panelists today. Great. I believe we're in the main rooms, so no place to. You don't need to leave if you don't want to. But have you answer any questions that you might have afterward as well. Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go far. Our general session will resume in this space in just 3 or 4 minutes.
So far from where I started. am woman. All life starts with me. I am a lifetime of putting others first, but often I come last. My health has been understudied, underdiagnosed, and underrepresented. Until now, I am research. I am numbers too big to ignore. My body is nothing like a man's. It responds differently to pain, stress, and medications, to symptoms and disease. I am research. When I am healthy, the world is healthy. When I am studied, everyone benefits. I am changing the status quo. Understand my differences. See me for who I am. All my beauty and complexity. All my strength and fragility. All my courage and confidence. I am today's breakthroughs and tomorrow's cures. I am progress and innovation. I am hope. I am research.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the big room. I'm Mark DeCourcy, the Senior Vice President here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And this is my 10th International Women's Day for the Foundation. Even though we've been at it for 14, there's a few of us who've been around for almost all of them. So we're so glad that you're here today. We've got a really important discussion happening around women-centric healthcare. And I've got a great panel, and I want to introduce them to you. All the way down the end of the row here is Michael Anikin. He is the CEO of the McGee Women's Research Institute in Pittsburgh. Next to him is Tamika Felder. She's the founder and CEO of Survivor, and that is spelled CERVIVOR.org. Look it up. And also, here I have Stephanie Sassman, she leads women's health portfolio at Genentech. So, please give them a good round of applause and welcome. So, Stephanie, we're going to start with you. Ready? Okay. So we saw the video, right? And the video is really compelling. It talks about women's healthcare being understudied, right? Underdiagnosed, underrepresented. What does that mean to Genentech?
Yeah, well, no, thank you. And for too long, women have really lived in a world where the healthcare system and where the research has really been designed by and for men, and really pretty much white men. And so, as a company, when we look at these gaps, what we see is women not getting advancements on the medical side, not getting diagnoses, right? Women have a 50% likelihood of getting misdiagnosed with a heart attack, 30% with a stroke. I mean, these are serious, life-threatening conditions that because women experience these symptoms differently, they are misdiagnosed. And that has real-life consequences on women that we know and love. And it also has real consequences on our economy. And so it's very important that we recognize those differences and that we also recognize, and I love the video because research does need to be inclusive of women, but if we think about it, it was actually only about 30 years ago that women being included in later stage trials, in early stage trials, when we define our dose, when we understand our safety profile, wasn't even permitted. And so in many ways, women's health is like a millennial, right? Like we still have so many medicines that we rely on every day. We do not understand the effects of those medicines in women. Women were not included equally in trials. When we think about the research with women, it's even more setback than our clinical trials, because when we look at the genetics data, every cell in our body has a sex, but yet our genetics data is largely male. Our cell lines that we use to make discoveries off of are largely male, white male. And so there's only 2 validated cell lines that are from women and over 700 from men. And so it means we're missing a lot of the basic building blocks. And so then, you no wonder, like, when we have 80% of autoimmune disease in women, almost 70% of Alzheimer's in women, we don't understand why, and it's because we have to do the work. We have to do the research. And so it's really important that we come together on this and that we understand it, because it has implications, obviously, for the people that we love, for the women that we love, but it also has implications for employers, and it has significant implications for our economy. And there was just a report released last month through McKinsey and the World Economic Forum, and they calculated that the women's health gap is costing our economy $1 trillion every year. And that's 1.67% of the global economy is being set back because of women's health. And so not only is it the right thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do. It's a best buy investment. Every dollar invested in women's health is a $3 return to the economy. And so it just makes sense that we would be in this and work on advancing it.
Thank you. And Michael, I mean, as the largest women's research institute in the country, and you lead it, what does that mean to you and McGee?
Well, I think it's important to understand the macro numbers at play here. Women make up 51% of the population. They give birth to 100% of our future. Yet, when the NIH invests research dollars into healthcare, only 13 cents on every dollar goes into women's health. And when you look at what usually makes up the gap between what the government invests and underwrites for healthcare and how we end up getting results, it's philanthropy. So when you look at philanthropic dollars going into women's health, less than 2% of all philanthropic dollars goes into women's causes. So these are some significant gaps in our investment strategy. We're not going to have healthier futures if we don't have healthier women, and we're not going to have healthier women if we don't fix our investment strategy from the very beginning.
So Genentech and McGee have a great relationship, and you're working together on this women-centric care. Tell us more about that and how it's working. How did it start?
Well, it started because fortunately, I got an introduction to Michael through a very clever person that works at our company that's in the audience right now, Ellen. And Ellen said—
Wait, where is she?
She's right over there in the center. She's fantastic. And so Ellen said, if you're going to be working on women's health, did you know that the largest women's health research institute in the US, probably the world, is in Pittsburgh? And I said, I did not. And so we got the chance to meet Michael and others for his team, and I think part of the magic was that we just kept talking. We just kept talking to each other, because I think sometimes exactly how things are going to work, you don't know in the beginning, but we talked about our shared passion for addressing these gaps. I learned quite a lot from Michael and his team about what was going on at McGee Women's Research Institute and at the UPMC and at their Hillman Cancer Center. And I was really blown away at the examples of the women-centric approaches that they were taking, and about the fact that you're an integrated healthcare system, so you can also look at the economic benefit that that brings and really truly look at healthcare as an investment and not a cost, which is how we all should. But I think a lot of it just happened because we started talking. Yeah.
Well, Tamika, you're part of this, right? And you have these great relationships with both these organizations. But before we get to that, you've got a really personal story.
Yes.
And I'd love to have you share that with our audience.
I am sitting here today and I'm thinking about when I arrived from South Carolina as a college graduate, a young woman starting, my broadcast journalism career. And life was good, but this was the early 2000s, late 90s, and at a time when young adults did not stay on their parents' health insurance. And so I bounced around different jobs, freelance consulting, and it wasn't a big deal. I'm like, I'm 25, what do I care about health insurance if the job offers benefits or not? Now I do care what that employer is offering, the breakdown of those benefits, co-pays, every single thing I want to know at all. And what changed that was in 2001 at age 25, I was diagnosed with cervical cancer. And I was very familiar with a lot of the cancers that you hear about. You may be familiar with breast cancer now, cervical cancer, because you hear about the human papillomavirus, HPV, and different things like that. But in 2001, this journalist who was in the know for so many things, who worked on health shows, had never heard of it. And so when I was finally seen, and I just thought, I have insurance now, things are going to be fine. It always wasn't. And at 25, I had a radical hysterectomy, followed by chemotherapy and radiation therapy, and my life was forever changed. I literally went from this energetic person to this person that it just took everything inside of me to get up every single day. And while I had compassionate people around me and I was treated at a world-class health center, I also had to deal with an employer who did not want to give me the full time that I requested off for my hysterectomy. And I also had to deal with, how do I talk about this cancer to my fellow employees and my boss? You know, now there's an organization like Cancer and Careers. There are a lot of literature. There are a lot of navigators who help you with this. But in 2001, there wasn't. And so I have to tell you, even though my fertility was taken away from me, my story does have a happy ending, one that I'm here and I'm a long-term cervical cancer survivor. My survivorship is old enough to legally drink, 21 years. But also, a year ago, I became a mom through donated adopted embryo from a fellow cancer survivor. And I get to experience at a later stage in life being a mom. And for me, what is really important is what we've already started talking about. We all have to talk. We all have to communicate. And the way that things get better and the way that we make sure that cancers like cervical cancer are talked about is that we keep talking about it because we can do something about it. And partnerships matter. Patient collaboration matters. If you are doing work and you're just really not including patients, you are really missing out, because patients tell the story. And behind every single thing that you do, there's a patient, there's a life, a full life connected to all the work that is being done. So I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy that you all included patients. I'm happy that you all understand that women have to be pushed and supported in a way that we are not dealing with all of these diseases and different outcomes where people are unfortunately dying when they don't have to.
Thank you for that. And I have to ask, if we had better women-centric care when you're in your 20s, how much of a difference would that have made?
I think it would have made a tremendous difference. I also think that when I think about all of the ways that I fell through the cracks, right? Not only when I started my professional career, but when I first started getting a well woman exam, right? There's information, there's education. I remember, you know, in our school, there was a little talk that we were given. My mom was very diligent about never miss any appointments, but there are so many things that I think we need to prepare young women for as they start getting screened, as they start putting feet in the stirrups, that there's an understanding about it. There is this not making it such an uncomfortable conversation. We have a lot of conversations around women's health care that make people uncomfortable, and it shouldn't be, because it's a part of everyday life. But I do know that it would have made a difference. What I can't do is go backwards. All I can do is go forward and make sure that the outcomes are better for the people that come behind me, especially people of color.
Well, going forward, we have a room full of companies and nonprofits, people from government, and partnerships matter.
Yes.
And this is a partnership between all three of your organizations that works. And you have other corporate partners too, Tamika, right?
Yes.
Like, what are you looking for in that type of partner? And I guess this is really a question for you and for Michael, because McGee's got partnerships as well with companies.
Well, one, I'm looking for a partnership that gets it, right? They already understand that women-centric care is important. They understand that partnership and collaboration of the partnership. So not just a partnership in name, because there are partnerships, we can all be honest about that are visual partnerships in name, but we also need the feet on the ground. We need the work to be done. We need the people out there seeing and talking to people. So partnerships that are meaningful, or what I like to say in the work that I'm doing, partners in purpose. And so when I'm looking for a partner, I'm looking for, one, a partner that can support us financially, but also a partner that comes to the table with ideas and brainstorming. We talked about this before, that I love getting together and just saying, you know, what's the latest happening in the world, and how can we maybe not fix it all, but how can we fill in the gaps? And working with partners that have a great, you know, reach of people, a vast knowledge, it takes everyone. And if you are the person that thinks that you can get it done, we can't work in a silo like that. I love that there are so many different people here today, and I'm gonna network with as many of you as possible, so don't run from me when I come for you when we're out there. But it really is truly important, and it's the root, I believe, at how we do things better. Because if you're not talking and listening to community, if you're not talking to the people who are out there doing the work, and you can amplify and make that work more visible, then you're just gonna stay having the same conversations over and over again, and there needs to be action behind it.
I couldn't agree more. I think the understanding that, you know, corporations can do so much, and I'm a big believer that private markets move very efficiently and very effectively. And so you all are in the private markets, and you can mobilize a workforce to campaign for something. You can mobilize a consumer base to open up channel access, right? You can mobilize fundraising teams to make sure that we're making that investment so that we get that return. And I think if we think about all those things that we need from our partners, those are what we need. But to your point, partners with purpose, right? We need to lock arms, and we need to understand that, you know, just one-time fundraiser isn't going to do the same thing as an understanding of how to open that channel access, how to have the conversation, how to continue to create awareness in groups that maybe don't get to hear the story the right way, right? And so understand what you bring to the table is extremely valuable to organizations like ours, and we're more than happy to partner with you to make a difference in the lives of women, not only here in the United States, but around the globe.
Yes, very, very important.
So we talked about organizational partnerships, but Michael, I want to go to you on individual partnerships and collaboration just for a sec. You and I are the first men on this stage today, and we've got a few dozen men in the audience, not nearly enough. How important is allyship in this?
Well, you know, so allyship's critically important. You know, first and foremost, we talked about this last night a little bit at dinner. Humanity, right? We are all human. We need to care about one another. I gave you a statistic that women give birth to 100% of our future. How do we expect to have healthier communities moving forward without creating a healthier now for the women in our lives? So allyship it goes beyond the altruistic reason for being an ally, but if we truly care about the future populations, we need to better understand how to solve for some of these what I would call sex-specific challenges that we have. You know, sex as a variable, as a biologic variable, makes all kind of sense in all kind of ways. When it's not utilized, women are actually 64% more likely to have poor outcomes compared to men. So that tells you right there that we need to start looking at this as men and women. If the future of healthcare is going to be patient-centric, then we need to have the patient at the center of that conversation.
Thank you. Stephanie.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, and we were talking about this, but like for too long, women's health has been thought of as this bikini medicine, right? And we know that actually every cell in our body has a sex. And so we can have differences in autoimmune disease. We can have differences in our brain health, right? There's different rates of Alzheimer's. There's different risk factors associated. Lung cancer, the #1 cancer killer of women, right? And a rise of women who are never smokers getting lung cancer. They will not be eligible for screening, and they will not understand about the risk. And so there's a need to really take action. Deloitte did a report this past fall just looking at women and men with employer-sponsored health insurance. And they found that even when women have employer-sponsored health insurance, they pay $15 billion more out of pocket in this country between the ages of 18 and 64. And so we need, as employers, to also step up. And we've been doing this internal retrospective look ourselves, really looking at, and luckily we have a fabulous benefits team that is willing to talk about these things. And we recently, within the last year, it'll be a year anniversary on March the 1st, launched menopause benefits. And menopause gets thought of as just hot flashes, and there's actually way more, right?
It's way more.
There's with these menopause benefits, women now have access to over 30 different specialists. And I was like, can I even name 30 specialists? It's a lot. There's lots of different things that go on with menopause. That's also when the rise in cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's potential risk, right? And so we need to understand this, but as employers, there's action that can be taken. And by the way, there's a huge benefit of taking action, because then you retain women, and you're able to really, have these women that add so much value because they've been in the workforce and they know what they're doing. You're able to keep them active and healthy for longer. And it's like a win for the economy. It's a win for employers. It's a win for women. I think
it's offering the benefits, right? But it's also allotting for time for people to utilize the benefits, because that is one of the biggest issues that we hear from our public-facing community is if they even have the benefits, how do they get time off? And how do they do it needing childcare? How do they do it needing these other things? So there's a whole ripple of conversation where first employers step up, allow the benefits, but also making sure that there's a cohesive working environment where people can utilize those benefits.
That's right.
So Michael, as a research institute, what does the future look like?
Well, first of all, I'd like to think that the future is bright because I'm an optimist. And what we're seeing right now in the way of innovation and the pace of innovation accelerating, I think we're seeing things happen in 2 years that used to take 10. With AI, I think we're able to look at clinical trials that used to take 400 women and do them in 40 women. And so it's important that we understand that we're just at scratching the surface at what could be done. But we need more investment to do that. So keep investing, keep your eye on the prize, keep understanding that we're evolving as a healthcare system, and we're getting better every day, but we can't do that without continual input and feedback. So keep in the conversation.
And from Genentech's standpoint, what does the future look like?
Yeah, I think it looks like personalized healthcare that Michael was talking about, but by personalized healthcare, that means truly embracing and understanding diversity, whether that's sex, whether that's gender, whether that's race or ethnicity. As we truly understand that, and as we develop our medicines, but also our diagnostics with that knowledge, we can be able to get the right medicine and the right diagnostic to the right patient at the right time.
And I cannot believe we're almost out of time on this, but Tamika, I'm going to give you the last word, and she's going to find all of you, but trust me, she found me backstage. But Tamika, how can they help you? How can they help others like you?
Number one, we have to have a world without cervical cancer because we can. That's number one. Thank you. Thank you. Number two, do not leave here today and not share this information with colleagues, with anyone that needs it, but also take some type of action. And when you take that action, share it. Make a commitment. Genentech, love them. They're great partners. find out who you can talk to if you want to be able to offer those type of benefits. Reach out to the panelists, reach out to the other people here, but do not leave here today leaving all of this information here. We're here today so that we can do something about it.
So just to remind everyone, it's Survivor, CERVIVOR.org. I know a lot of you have your phones out, so look that up now, right? And bookmark that site. But also Michael's site at McGee Women's Research Institute in Pittsburgh. Both organizations, you can get involved, you can sign up for updates, you can follow them on social media, and because I am who I am, you can give them money, right? So, so please do that too. All right, how about a big round of applause for our panel?
During the Marawi siege, 350,000 people were displaced.
Many health facilities were destroyed, and therefore the health services to the people were disrupted.
In the middle of 2019, CARE and Abbott partnered with our office to address the growing concern for non-communicable diseases.
Nabid no ba mala kami, kalalad namin ni Yugo kito. As I've said last na, so di piki examine, na sakya kumbinsa meron, sakya pa kao maabot, tapos
Good morning, everyone. The importance of global emergency preparedness and resilience has become more pronounced than ever. Whether it be natural disasters, pandemics, or geopolitical tensions, our world faces an array of threats that demand collective and strategic readiness. When it comes to health in an emergency, community and frontline workers, 70% of whom are women, are the backbone of the emergency response efforts. Their skills, commitment, and ability to work under pressure are critical for minimizing the impact of crises and safeguarding public health on a global scale. Acknowledging and supporting their efforts is vital to the building of resilient healthcare systems that can effectively respond to the challenges posed by emergencies, as well as the everyday needs of people globally. Our two panelists are going to talk about these topics and share learnings and proof points from efforts around the world to empower women working at the front lines, including a unique program that you just saw now in that brief introductory video. So with that, I first would like to thank our sponsor, Abbott, our lunch sponsor, and their wonderful partner, CARE. I would like to introduce our speakers today. Catherine McKenzie is Divisional Vice President of Global Citizenship and Sustainability at Abbott, where she leads a team working to shape the future of healthcare and helping people live better and healthier. She also serves as Vice President of the Abbott Fund, the company's philanthropic foundation, which partners with others to expand healthcare, access to healthcare, strengthen communities worldwide, and promote science and health education. Ritu Sharma is the Vice President for U.S. Programs and Policy Advocacy at CARE. She guides the organization's advocacy towards the U.S. government, international institutions, and across 42 national governments. CARE is launching a programmatic and policy initiative called She Heals the World, for community and frontline workers to get resources needed to be empowered agents of change in their communities. Ritu is the founder of Women Thrive Worldwide and the author of Teach a Woman to Fish, Overcoming Poverty Around the Globe. Please welcome our speakers. And with that, I would love to begin today's discussion. So, what are community and frontline health workers, and why are they so important? And what role do they play in an emergency and more broadly in healthcare? Ritu, I'd love to begin with you.
Great. Thanks so much. And first, happy, healthy International Women's Day. I know it's not for another 8 days, but the celebrations are already starting. So what are community and frontline healthcare workers? They are the people who care for you. They are the doctors, the nurses, the health educators, the volunteers that bring us the healthcare that we need. And in most countries around the world, they are literally the only healthcare professional millions, actually billions of people will ever see. They are 70% women, and especially when we look at the volunteer health workforce, that is predominantly women who are working for free, which we kind of have a tendency to do that, don't we? So at CARE, we're launching a new initiative called She Heals the World. And the point of it is to help support and make visible all of these millions of women who are doing incredible work to keep communities healthy. They are not recognized. They are often unpaid or underpaid. They lack health care themselves. They don't have transportation benefits to even do the work that they do. So we have begun really seeing this workforce as an invisible army that is actually taking care of the health needs of billions of people. And it's time to make them visible. It's time to protect them. It's time to pay them. It's time to promote them. And it's time to prioritize them. So I'll stop there and we'll talk more about it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ritu, for highlighting the work of community and frontline health workers. Now, Catherine, I'll turn to you to bring this to life a bit. Can you paint the picture for us about the CARE Abbott program that supported community health volunteers in the Philippines?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Well, global crises and challenges are on everyone's mind right now, as has already been highlighted this morning. And I think we're all looking at the impact on families and communities and how we can help. This was top of mind for Abbott back in 2018, and we've been working for many years on supporting the immediate needs in humanitarian settings, right? Things like water, shelter, food, urgent medical needs. But one of the things we know in crisis settings is, while the focus is naturally on trauma and infectious disease, is that non-communicable diseases like diabetes, heart disease are often neglected. The other thing that is often overlooked, has been well highlighted this morning, is the outsized impact of those crises on women, but also the untapped potential of women to lead and deliver change. So that is why in 2018, Abbott reached out to CARE, and we created together the Future Well in Crisis in Marawi in the Philippines. And the focus of this was really to build a scalable and replicable model in a resource-limited environment to prevent and treat non-communicable diseases through counseling, building capacity, education, and screening. And this really built actually on the strengths of both CARE, so we know CARE empowering women, mobilizing communities, and capacity building, and Abbott's expertise in health technology and non-communicable diseases. A key focus here was really mobilizing the displaced population, especially women. And I think we sometimes think about a displaced population as a group of people waiting for help, rather than thinking about this pool of resources, right? Amongst that population, there are trained professionals, doctors, nurses, educators, and trusted individuals within that community. And then we also know that women really have this central role, this important role for health. They're the ones in charge of health for themselves and for their families. So taking these displaced women and really tapping into their connectiveness in the community and their drive and influence was crucial for this program to work. And so they created these NCD clubs, non-communicable disease clubs, where they were screening, they're monitoring health and heart indicators, and giving education on healthy habits. So let's talk about the results. Well, they were extremely positive, right? Firstly, people with diabetes and pre-diabetes had significant improvements in their blood glucose levels. By year 2 of the program, over 80% of the participants had reduced their risk of a cardiovascular event. And then importantly, I want to stress 2 things, is building this from the beginning, working with the government. And so in Marawi, we were working with local health authorities from the get-go. And actually what happened is these community health volunteers and workers shone a light on the need for diabetes services here in this city. And there was a 100% increase in people going to the local government health system, and it provided the data. And so now with this data, there was an increase in budget, not only for diabetes services, but also for the healthcare workers. And then the other thing I'll just emphasize was the impact on these women themselves and the perception of the community towards them. And so through this role, this increased influence, the responsibilities, it led to this increased opinion of the women and help reduce the gender inequity, even if there's more to do.
Thank you, Catherine. You just spoke about the increased influence of the community health workers and the impact that they had in terms of drawing attention to some of the illnesses that existed in the community, in this instance, diabetes, but also how that illustrated some of the concerns and challenges, health challenges that existed to the local government. And they listened. And yet, more community health workers are needed around the world. So why is there a shortage? And Ritu, how is CARE working to address that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And as all of us look back on the last 3 or 4 years, 4 years now, since COVID started, I think we're all really very aware of the toll that it took on healthcare workers in our country, the doctors and the nurses and the educators and the vaccinators who were working 24/7. Well, imagine the impact it had on community health workers all around the world who were not paid to begin with. So what we saw over COVID is a huge, huge drop in the number of community and frontline healthcare workers, both paid and unpaid. And now we have about an 18 million person gap in the healthcare workforce around the world. I think there's 2 sides. The silver lining to that gap is that this is an incredible economic opportunity for women. But that depends on these jobs being paid and being respected. So lots of reasons that they burn out. They don't have access to supervision or training. They don't get transportation benefits. They don't get health care themselves. So it's not, community health work is not somewhere where people see themselves staying. A young person may do it, they get some experience, they use that to level up and to try to springboard into the government health system. But for most people, that opportunity won't be there. One of the really fantastic things about this program in Marawi is that the community health workers fix the leaky pipe in the data between the community and the Ministry of Health. And what's so interesting in this case is that the national government actually has resources for community health, for control of NCDs. But they didn't have the data, so they didn't know the need in the community, and they weren't allocating resources there. And one of the long-term impacts of this program has been that a number of those community health workers were brought onto the roles of the national health system, and now they have some remuneration to do this community work that they're doing. And now the national government has done what we want national governments to do, which is take responsibility for the health care of their own citizens. And so this example is this just amazing microcosm of how the exponential kind of multiplier effect this kind of program can have, and the hope is to replicate it.
Has been replicated actually already very successfully in other disaster crisis situations in the Philippines.
Well, thank you, Ritu, and thank you, Catherine. As you all spoke, it's highlighted the importance of partnership. As you said, Ritu, this gap in the workforce represents an incredible economic opportunity for women. So with that, I want to ask you, Catherine, how can businesses and communities scale up what works to support frontline health workers?
Such an important question. We say that good health is the backbone of our world. We all see that in our own lives and our families, but it's what animates economies and societies. And the time to invest in that, in our public health system, to invest in healthcare workers is now. It's not when the next pandemic or the next emergency strikes. And the investment needs to come from multiple sources, from governments, from local communities who are building that infrastructure and really working towards those health outcomes, and then from companies and the private sector to use their resources and expertise in finding those innovative solutions to help improve healthcare. If you look at Abbott's 2030 sustainability plan, the central focus there is around innovating for access and affordability, building those considerations in from the get-go. And part of doing that and addressing health inequities is through partnership. And we have all seen and heard today so many great examples of how the incredible impact of investing in women and how that can have such an impact on healthcare. Because women have this unique understanding of the health needs and challenges for their own communities. So I'm going to give you a couple more examples in some different settings. In India, through a 5-year partnership with the Self-Employed Women's Association, SEVA, we've trained over 400 women in low-income communities to become healthcare workers. And this has led to all the things that you would want it to. So increased healthcare access, early detection of diseases, really thinking about outcomes, and then importantly, building in that resilience into the population. And then coming back to what Ritu was just talking about, this is also helping the women themselves build their own livelihoods as these healthcare workers, and they have become these trusted agents of change within their own communities. And this is happening right here in the US as well. So I wanted to also share an example from our Future Well Communities program in Stockton, California. So in Stockton, 60% of the population, 60 with my accent, 60% of the population have diabetes or pre-diabetes. And we have been working with the University of the Pacific to create 4 new educational programs with a subspecialization in diabetes care, and mobilizing the local healthcare workforce, but also health and social workers to be able to fight this epidemic where they live and work. And one of my most rewarding moments from this past year is meeting some of those healthcare workers who've taken the non-clinical certificate in diabetes care and who are now talking to their own family, friends, expanded network, and addressing what is often thought of as the inevitability of diabetes in Stockton. So in all of these programs, we have them going in several other communities as well. We're really focused on building a sustainable ecosystem. That's really important, connecting people with the health services, health care, and social services that they need. And I'm going to bring it back to the title of this panel, right? every day, women are on the front lines of healthcare, bringing real-life solutions to health challenges globally. We need to invest in women today so they can take care of health in the future. And it needs to be today because if we're going to withstand, if we're going to build the capacities for those next pandemics and be able to absorb shock, mitigate some of those emergencies, recover more swiftly, and have the functionality in place, not only in crisis settings, but in those everyday situations of health challenges around the world, women are going to be an essential part of the answer.
Thank you so much, Catherine, and thank you, Ritu, for offering your perspective on the work that CARE is doing to address the investments in frontline health workers. You know, throughout this conversation, both of you have highlighted some key components: the role of community health workers and frontline workers, the importance of partnerships, you know, as demonstrated by the work that you all are doing, and investments in the women and community members who are already living in the communities and doing the important work. You spoke about embedding innovative solutions that relate to access and affordability in your work, but also understanding that investing in women and health has long-term impact, once again, not just for their families and their communities, but for the larger country as well. And I love the examples that you provided in Marawa, Philippines, of course in India, and Stockton, California, so bringing it closer to home, and understanding that this work isn't just taking place far away, but we also have the importance of community health workers here as well in the US. So just wanted to thank both of you for joining me and for highlighting your important work. And I also want to thank all of you for being a part of this conversation. So thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Please proceed to the briefing center for lunch service and networking. Our program will resume in 30 minutes.
When we invest in women leaders and entrepreneurs, they empower their peers and colleagues, creating a powerful ripple effect. That's why ExxonMobil is one of the largest corporate investors in women. Programs we support have benefited hundreds of thousands of women in nearly 100 countries. We've helped foster entrepreneurship, expand women-owned suppliers, enhance technology skills, and increase access to education. Because when women move forward, the world moves with them.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Welcome, everybody. We're delighted to be here today on this celebration of International Women's Day. Very exciting. So it's wonderful to see everybody here. My name is Patsy Shudo-Dorr, and I run my own company called Change for Social Good as a consultant and an executive coach on inclusion and ESG. But my background is all in talent, inclusion, and ESG in a variety of investment banks and other organizations as well. So I'm delighted to be here. I've done some work with the Chamber before, and it's always a pleasure to be here. So we've got a great panel joining us today, and what we're going to be talking about really is reflecting on our careers as women leaders, and particularly with our fabulous panelists who are all working in primarily male-dominated industries. So we know there's a lot of research out there that shows that there's been an increase in representation of women across industry in leadership positions. However, we still have a lot of work to do. Currently only 10% of the Fortune 500 CEOs are women, as you may know. So what we want to do today is really focus on learning about the career experiences, the journeys of our panelists who all come from very interesting backgrounds and experiences, talk a little bit about mentorship, sponsorship, how to succeed in your career, hear about their successes, and also learn as a group. And we'll also have a bit of a discussion around what are your organizations doing to support women in leadership and underrepresented groups as well. So that is our plan for our session today. I'm delighted to be moderating and to be amongst such a great audience and panel as well. So let's go ahead and get started by having you each introduce yourselves.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Tara Clinton, and I am the Global Wells and Exploration Procurement Manager for ExxonMobil.
Hi, everybody. I am Lisa Marie Zopp. I am the Senior Vice President of Ballpark Operations for the Washington Nationals.
Good afternoon, everyone. Asha Verghese. I'm the president of the Caterpillar Foundation, the nonprofit organization of Caterpillar, Inc.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we've got a variety of very different roles and different industries. But what's really interesting is as we've had conversations prior to today's session, and I know in the planning of today's session, we've seen there's a lot of similarities in terms of your experiences, right? Growing your careers and your success stories to get where you are today. Can each of you just share with the whole group a bit about your journey and what were some of the strategies and particular moments that were most meaningful to your success? And maybe we can start with you, Asha.
Sure. Thank you, Patsy. And really excited to be here to talk about this specific topic on representation and inspiration, because I know my own personal leadership journey was very much fueled by having both of these elements in my life. So a bit of background of myself. Growing up, I straddled between two very different cultures, but yet very similar worlds. I was born in India, where I don't think you could have escaped to clearly see the consequence of poverty. And at the age of 12, my family immigrated to the United States, but not just to a thriving metropolis, but to a very small town of 400 people in rural Kentucky. So there itself, you could also see in a very developed country what the consequence of poverty and living in that would really look like. I say that because now in my current role, as I look back, one of the biggest reasons for why I was able to catapult myself out of that environment was because I had parents that really believed in the power of education. As an immigrant family, when we talked about our future dreams of careers, I basically got three options: to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. And I'm sure many of you here with similar backgrounds can relate to that. And I picked that engineering route, knowing that coming to corporate America, it allows for a stable employment opportunity. And I will say now that I am in corporate America and doing corporate philanthropy, that was actually a defining moment in my life, because what it allowed me to do was, being part of corporate America, I always had that representation of mentorship and sponsorship. And without that, I don't think I would be where I am today. So now, as the head of Caterpillar Foundation, I'm really proud of the fact that I can take some of those experiences, as well as the problem-solving skills of being an engineer, to really be able to build solutions where you're not just looking at what's the technical component, but the full ecosystem, especially for underserved populations and for women and girls. So that, to me, is something that I take from where I came from to what we're able to do as a company in the communities.
Wonderful to hear that. Sorry, you can hear me, right? Okay, good. Wonderful to hear your story. Thank you for sharing that, and what an interesting journey, and how you take that experience forward into your career. So thank you, Asha. And maybe, Tara, would you like to go?
Sure, absolutely. So as I kind of reflect and think back, for me, it's maybe not salient moments that I recognized at the time, but looking back, I can kind of see that journey. And in a lot of ways, it has been an evolution of what we would now think of as a work-life balance. I don't know that starting my career 20 plus years ago, straight out of engineering undergrad, I understood that concept or thought it was something I should worry about. But I would also say that I don't think by anyone's definition or standard, I had a very balanced work-life reality. I was very career-focused, took every opportunity I could, was willing to take risks, accepting going to hard-to-staff locations all around the world that others with more experience were not interested in. But those really propelled me in terms of experiences and opportunity and depth in a much shorter amount of time than I think many of my peers were able to experience, which I think put me on a path towards where I am today. As time evolved and life evolved, I met my husband, we had our daughter. The reality of work-life balance evolved too, because now it wasn't just what fulfilled me in that equation. I had other humans I needed to factor in terms of my time and where I put my priority. And I think that was a salient time and place as I was trying to figure out how can I be successful and still define myself as a very career-focused, oriented female, but yet I also wanted to be the partner and the mother to that life that I had built. And through very serious, in-depth conversations with my husband and with mentors and others, sort of realized that only I could define that, and I needed to figure out what that right space was. Thankfully, got an opportunity to, again, take a risk. And as a family, we said yes to moving internationally to a developing country that was emerging in the oil space, became an oil-producing country while we were there. And now that work-life balance equation, I can't afford to not be successful in both places. I have a growing organization I'm leading, and it's new, and I'm setting a culture for the next many decades. But I've also taken my family and moved them to this country away from support group and friends and family, and I can't let that not succeed as well. And so I think through that growth, I really kind of found my own way to succeed in both, and to believe in my ability to succeed in both, and that it wasn't necessarily about uniformity of time. It was about being present in that moment and being willing to be all in, but prioritizing both, and that it didn't have to be an end-sum game. I could truly be both and be embraced and successful in both.
Amazing, amazing story. It's such something that we all struggle with, right? The work-life balance or work-life integration, as you hear it's called more often now, or very often now, I should say. But it's really great to hear your story. And you've been with Caterpillar for many years.
I've been with ExxonMobil for 21.
ExxonMobil.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh my goodness.
All
I know
good,
exactly
but we'll
where she
take you
works,
there.
just so you all know. But you've been there for a long time.
I have.
So a lot of different chapters in this, within the same organization, which is
my
fantastic.
entire professional career has been with ExxonMobil.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And it's interesting, too. I think you don't always realize those defining moments when they happen, right? And always you reflect on them, and then they become real and part of who you are. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And again, I do know where she works. I just want to clarify that.
All good.
Lisa Marie, can you tell us about your journey?
Sure. So I've been with the Nationals for 11 years now, and my path to the seat I'm in now is not traditional because of my gender, but also because of my path. I came from an event planning background, so I joined the Nats and was helping with their event operations and felt like that was what I was going to be doing for a while. And then I realized there was a ceiling there, but I loved working for a professional sports team. So I look back at my career journey and realized that I was able to grow in a leadership position because I was always willing to take on something that wasn't in my scope of expertise. The first department that I took over that was outside event operations was venue services, which is technology on how we run our building. I am not technologically savvy whatsoever, but I knew that I could lead, and I knew that I could lead that group. So I kind of embraced that and said, okay, I'm not going to be able to sit in front of you and tell you how to use this technology better right away, but I know that I can advocate for you and advocate for what you need and be your leader. And so over the course of the last 11 years, my scope of responsibility has grown, and now I oversee the entire fan experience, from food service to facilities to the grounds crew. I am definitely not going to tell our head groundskeeper how to make that beautiful grass grow better, but what's kind of been my North Star is that I know that I can be a strong leader to the group even if I'm not someone who's an expert in their field.
That's wonderful. So I hear as a common theme a couple different things, one being that each of you have taken risks in the course of your career, right? Whether it's moving countries, moving locations, taking on new roles and responsibilities, and how important that is to really have that learning agility and those different experiences. So that's wonderful to hear. The other thing that I heard as a common theme is that each of you have had a lot of support along the way, and each of you mentioned at different points mentors. So I'd like to talk about that next. And I'd love to include the concept of mentors and sponsors, because I think we all know there's quite a significant difference between a mentor and a sponsor, where a mentor is a guide and a sponsor is more of an advocate, and sometimes they might be one and the same. But I'd love to hear each of your experiences in terms of those people in your lives and their characteristics that really impacted your careers, that were mentors and or sponsors. And maybe we can start with you.
Sure, absolutely. So absolutely huge advocate of mentoring, sponsorship. And I think, I've had several pivotal moments in time where that sounding board was able to help me navigate. Having folks who have been there before, who understand the dynamics of a corporate culture and the personalities that may be involved, but also who have gotten to know me over time, have truly been the most impactful and influential. I'll say that I am not necessarily the best networker. If I see somebody, I'm like, oh, I should get to know them. I can be a little awkward, and how's the weather, and nice shoes, and it's a little weird. And so I have had much more successful when I've been able to do that more organically and grassroots. I mean, I think it's important to understand if you're going to ask somebody to invest in you and you're going to invest time in them, that there's something to be gained from that. And so understanding their roles and where they're at in an organization is important. But I also think it's important to remember, if you're looking at the folks who are at a stage of career that you want to get to in 10, 20 years, funny enough, they will retire someday. And if you don't have sort of that plentitude of relationships and network of mentors, that you can kind of find yourself a bit isolated unexpectedly. And so I think for me, it was about looking at, where do I want to go? Who's at different stages of that journey, but also a trusted peer network. because I don't want to compete with my peers, and I don't want to compete with the young talent coming up. I want us to build up together and figure out who we can trust and support each other. And so as much as the mentorship and the sponsorship has been important, I think that broader network of knowing who I can trust and who has my back and vice versa has been significantly important.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, your peers as well. So a mentor or sponsor could be at any level, right?
Absolutely.
Any stage of their career, right?
Yep.
Great, thank you. How about Asha?
I'll say when I started my career, I'm a computer engineer by background, and I started in the manufacturing space, so you can imagine very male-dominated industries that I had to navigate. So I would say 100% if I didn't have the support of those mentors, sponsors, and allies. I don't think it would have helped kind of catapult my my leadership journey. But what I'll say is that when I started my career, as an immigrant, you're always trying to kind of say, I'm trying to fit in and not stand out. But it wasn't until I joined corporate America that I realized that you really need a support system that's going to really help you come out of your cultural biases, the norms, the social norms, and the stereotypes. I mean, we come with that whole package. So having somebody who is actually rooting for you is the biggest change that I've realized in a great mentorship relationship. And who's going to be talking about you when you're not in the room is what I realized from the sponsors and the allies that I have. And for those of you who are in the corporate space, there are employee resource groups that's available to you. So leveraging that to really be able to get comfortable and get out of your comfort zone as well. So that was absolutely essential in my journey. But then in now looking at, as we're looking at programs for STEM education or women's empowerment, what I realized is that no one told us this as we were growing up, that, hey, when you come into the workspace, these are the challenges that you're going to be faced with. I think the generation now is more connected to that, but I don't think when we were growing up, that was sort of part of it. So that's one of the things that we're really trying to instill as a foundation in our programs, to say, you really need to help build some of those networks so women and girls and just the workforce know what they're coming into as they enter that workforce. So the one thing I'd probably leave behind with this group, I'm sure many of you are mentors and sponsors and leaders in your workspace. What made the biggest difference for me was someone who was very intentional about who I am and what my potential could be. And that's the one thing I was reflecting as we were preparing for this also, is that I want to make sure I'm being that intentional with all of my mentees and the folks that I'm able to sponsor. So absolutely needed and necessary for a career growth.
That's such a powerful word, the word intentional, right? Just even thinking that through and absorbing that word and making sure that you include it in how you operate and work with others. That's wonderful. Thank you, Asha. And also for mentioning employee resource groups, which hopefully we'll have some more time to talk about in a moment as well. Lisa Marie, can you tell us?
Yeah, kind of echoing what they said, I think finding the person that you think needs that mentorship, also kind of awkward in the networking world, so over here. So when I was coming up within the Nationals, my supervisor at the time was always big about advocating for me when I wasn't in that room, always saying, okay, yes, like this is her background, but she can also do this, and here's why. And so now that I'm in the seat where I can be the mentor or the sponsor or whatever that person needs, I always try to look outside the bubble of how everyone sees them and take that personality trait as opposed to just that skill set and say, okay, I need to advocate for this person, man or woman, and say this person can help our organization in this way, and it's my job to make sure everyone else sees that.
I also like that you said man or woman. We are focusing on International Women's Day, but I think it's important to have those allies across both men and women as well. That's wonderful. It's great to hear. So what I'd like to do now is basically switch gears a bit and talk more about your organizations and what you're doing, the organization is doing specifically to support women, underrepresented groups, and your broader DEI strategy, if you will. And maybe we can start with you again, Tara.
Sure, no worries. Well, so I would say internally We also have the employee research groups, which are executive sponsored, providing networking, leadership talks, career development across just about every kind of demographic split, be that gender, race, religion, background, you name it, and just an opportunity for cohesion and building community, but also allyship. Externally, in 2005, we started our Women's Economic Opportunity Initiative, really recognizing that we are only successful when the communities and the countries in which we operate are prospering, and that women are such a huge driver in that space. And so, we need to figure out where we're going to put that investment. And so we started, commissioning some studies and doing some work to really help direct that funding in empirically proven ways. And the result of that was a roadmap for promotion of women's economic empowerment, and it helped us hone in on focusing on entrepreneurship, on promoting savings, utilization of technology that spurs economic growth, as well as supporting women in agriculture. And so those have been big focus areas. And since 2005, we've got about over $125 million that we've put into this space, reached women in over 100 different countries, and are one of the largest private sector donors in this space. And it's an important issue to us and something we definitely support.
And wonderful to hear the link between the communities as well, right? We need to have all of these partners working closely together to make a difference. It's great, thank you. Okay, so Asha, I'm going out of order here. We're mixing it up.
So Caterpillar Foundation, we actually refined, we're a 70+ year organization, but in 2020 we refined a strategy to really focus on community resilience. And one part of that is really around workforce of the 21st century. So we're a shared value philanthropy. Everything that we do, we try to bring the full DNA of the company into the community and in how we set up programs. So within the workforce pillar, we focus on both the skills gap of today and skills gap of tomorrow. And diversity and inclusion is a foundational lens through which we look at all of our programs in the community. So making sure that we are creating programs across 40+ countries that's really not just looking at the skills that are needed in order for someone to thrive in the workforce, but the full ecosystem that's necessary. So specifically talking about women and girls, for example, a program we have in Mexico that's called She is Digital. What we quickly learned in that program, it's in partnership with Junior Achievement and Inter-American Development Bank. What we learned is that it's not just important for someone to get that digital skill set. It's also important for them to be able to provide a support network, to provide them with interview skills, to provide them also with mentors from tech companies that can actually mentor them while they're getting the skills. So if the name of the game is really economic mobility and employability, how do you really design programs to where you're really pushing that diverse talent force to be able to be employable, and hence the community can rise as a result of that. So that's the approach that we've been taking across Caterpillar communities to say, how do you really build up that very strong network of a talent pipeline that can go on about more all in the current skills work, also but the future of work as well.
Wonderful. Also interesting if you think about, having been in talent for so many years now, even though I'm only 29, but the 30 years that I've been in talent, remember the days that those skills, interview skills, relationship skills were called soft skills, right? And it always bothered me that they were called soft skills. There's nothing soft about those skills. So it's really interesting, your approach, because you're focusing on the technical skills, but also the relationship skills, which
We're
are
calling
them
power skills now.
What are you calling them?
Power skills.
Power skills.
Yeah.
Love it. I'm going to take that on if you don't mind. But it's really, and it's a powerful way of calling them that, because there's nothing soft about them. Right? You need all of those skills to be successful. So great, thank you. Lisa Marie?
My world's very different from their world. So some of you may have actually seen firsthand how we kind of embrace it. But internally, when I kind of look at what I've done over my career at the Nats, there's like a lot of things I'm excited about. World Series Parade, like that's probably going to be my one seed for a while in terms of things I've accomplished. But launching our internal ERGs was a big undertaking. When I came back from having my eldest son, I was really lost. And so I created an unofficial ERG of all of the working moms at the time. And that waxed and waned. But when we officially launched our ERGs, a couple of years ago, which were funded, which were something that we were using company time for, it was such a big step in growing the Nationals culture. And beyond the internal employees, we have a lot. We want to make sure our consumers are also are feeling that inclusion as well. Whether that be our Ladies' Night or our Pride Night. We were the first MLB team to host a Pride Night. Ours is the largest. We have dozens and dozens of events that will make all of the communities in the DC area feel included. We want to play great baseball. We want people to have a great time at our ballpark, but most importantly, we want people to feel welcome. And so creating those types of events where people can come together in that support is something that's really important to our organization. And how we show that it's important is that we're creating them and inviting people to come.
That's amazing. And people feel welcome, they feel included, and therefore they're much more engaged, more than likely, right? That's great. Everybody on this panel has very cool jobs. I said that when we were talking earlier. I'm like, well, how fun, the baseball, I mean, all of these different industries. But so we know, for example, I'm sure most people in this room know, that having more women and diversity in leadership leads to higher engagement, higher productivity, and certainly profitability. And there's definitely a positive correlation with the bottom line. So I'm curious, when you think about your initiatives around DEI and women, et cetera, how do you measure? What are those KPIs that you have in place in your organizations to make sure that you're making the traction and the progress that you wish to? And maybe we can start with you, Asha.
I'll speak to the Caterpillar Foundation portfolio and how we think about it. So there's a saying at the foundation, we say, you can manage what you can't measure. So in everything we do, in all of our programs and creating that effectiveness, we absolutely have KPIs that are specific to each of the pillars, but also how it aggregates up to the overall impact that we're making in communities, because we publish that on an annual basis like every other corporation does. But what's interesting for us is looking beyond some of those individual programmatic KPIs to understand how we work in communities. How do we measure the partnerships that are being built, the ethos with which we're showing up and listening to communities, and the trust that's being built? And a lot of times those cannot be quantified, but being very cognizant and aware of knowing that as a funding entity, you want to ensure that the trust is built both ways. So how do you build measurements around effective investments that are being made that goes beyond the numbers? So that's another area that we're looking in. And to be very frank with you, Patsy, one of the things, I mean, we're in the space of making long-term impact in communities. It makes it very hard to be able to sometimes measure, are you truly making that systemic shift? So that's a journey, I will say, that we're all on, to be able to truly determine the success of our implementation. And that may even, surpass my time at the foundation. But I think with the introduction of AI and technology and digitization, we're definitely making a lot of progress. And I will give kudos to the Chamber Foundation platform that actually bringing folks together so we can all kind of look at the different pieces that we're contributing in communities and what's the bigger play here and how do we all come together. The last piece I'll say is on storytelling. And as an engineer, I'm very data focused, but one of the things that I learned in this journey is that when you're focused on communities, it's not just about the numbers, it is a balance of that human impact that you're making in communities. So how do you really balance that out to bring the human aspect of the impact that you're making in communities in addition to the KPIs is how we're looking at our overall portfolio.
Yeah, Love it. Storytelling is so powerful.
Absolutely.
And I love what you said too. I mean, this is a long-term journey, right? This takes years to get diversity, equity, and inclusion right in any organization, and certainly in society and our community. So it's a long-term commitment. There's no doubt about it. So thank you for sharing that. All right, so why don't Lisa Marie, we'll go back to you.
Sure. For measuring the results of our efforts, some of it's ticket sales, like, right? So if some of it is pretty easy because we're consumer facing, so we can tell pretty easily if what we're offering is something that demographic is looking for. I think on the internal side, it's adoption of the participation in the ERGs. It's retention rate. It's seeing our leadership group, how many people are getting promoted that are female. Is it because of our women's ERG that is helping create those mentoring relationships? So I think the externally internal are very different, because the internal can be more subjective, where externally it's pretty objective, that if people are attending our events and are attending those specialty events, we know that it's working and that there's a demand for it.
Oh, that's great. Absolutely. And it's also, I'm hearing the theme that it's important to be monitoring those KPIs both qualitatively and quantitatively, right? So there's the sentiment and the community and the connection that goes along with it as well. It's great.
People are always happy to give feedback on their experience at a public setting. Sure. And candidly, it's my job to listen to that. And some of that is watching. We have all sorts of ways to collect feedback from our fans, but hearing and truly listening. I feel like that's what we're all saying, is that we're listening to our employees, we're listening to whoever our end client is, just listening to what they need to feel included is a big part of what my responsibility is.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. Thank you. Tara?
All right, well, very similar. We have the mindset from an engineering philosophy. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And so definitely recognize that measuring things in this space is very challenging. It's not easy, but thankfully a lot of time and effort have been put into that space. And I think where we started was a little bit of, when do we know that a woman has been economically empowered? Because before I can gauge progress, I need to understand what have I achieved, an aspect of it. And so we engaged academics and industry analysts, the World Bank, and other international institutions to help us understand how can we navigate that space. And they helped us sort of land on a couple key core indicators. Some of those objectives, job creation, capacity building and training, savings and things of that nature, and some, again, more in the psychometric, right, in terms of decision-making ability, self-confidence, and things in that space. And so feel really good about a lot of progress made in that space, and we've kind of honed in on all of it. It may not be perfect, but it's definitely helping us have a barometer to gauge the impact that we're having where we're making investments in communities.
Great. I hear you. Absolutely. It can never be quite perfect. And this space is evolving so much, right? There's so much dialogue out there about DEI from a variety of different sources and the challenges that we face, but also the opportunities as well. So that's great. And I firmly believe in what gets measured, gets done, or gets managed. There's a couple ways of looking at it. So that's fantastic. So I have another question for you all, which is a bit more about future facing and more from your own perspectives. When you think about the future, and you think about women and girls, and we know this next generation I see with my own 18-year-old daughter, they are cut from a very different cloth just in terms of how they operate and think. More broadly, when you think about the future of women in leadership, what gives you hope? Maybe we can start with Asha.
I definitely am in a role and a position where I'm able to see the direct impact of the investments that we're making in women and girls across the board. So it's really exciting to see, and it's very hopeful to see the progress that we are collectively making in that space. Still more work to be done, but knowing that we're on panels now talking about collaboration and partnerships and multi-sectoral engagement, that gives me great hope to know that we're all moving in that direction to be able to build that up for women and girls. I'll just give you a quick example of what just a story that in one of our programs, which is a Girl Up program, and that brings girls together to build a network across the globe. I had an opportunity to meet with one of those girls who, they're in their teenage years, and she had just come to the United States, and maybe I saw a little bit of me in her, United States, and she realized that she needed to build a network of girls that are thinking like her and want to pursue a STEM career. So she proactively started a club as part of this network, and brought other girls together to be able to have that network and camaraderie. Now, I wouldn't know to do that in my time, growing up. So to see that type of drive and interconnectivity that we're seeing in the generation that's coming up, that gives me great hope to know that at least they know what to do in order to be able to navigate that. So that gives me great hope to know that the generation, that's coming behind us knows, and if we're able to build the right infrastructure for them, then that creates that pathway.
Well, that's very inspiring. And as this is representation and inspiration, that's wonderful to hear. It's great. Thank you, Asha. Tara?
Sure, absolutely. I think it's really helpful to maybe look at the progress that we've made. I've got friends who have retired from the oil patch, and they were very much defined by their gender, and they carried the weight of not only their own career success, but the opening or closing of doors for others who wanted to come behind them, depending on how they were operating in that space. And I'm so thankful for those early challengers and those rogue lone wolves willing to get out there and fight those fights and have the hard conversations, because I don't think I've had it that hard. Have I been in unfortunate situations? Have I had to have hard conversations? Sure, absolutely, but it's nowhere near what a generation or two removed was. And I think the same can be said as I look at our young incoming talent, and they cut across all kinds of diversity, not just gender, and the conversations around their talent and their capability and what they can do and their perspective. And so it's no longer becoming this defining aspect. It's really, what do you bring to the table? So when I think about my daughter and I'm talking to her about what do you want to be when you grow up, it's really about how does her unique experiences and life experiences, what does that bring to the table versus any of that being a limitation, which I just think is really exciting. Are we there yet? No. Do we have more hard conversations to have? Absolutely. But I think we've made great progress, and I think the battles that are being fought today are different and hopefully not as hard as those who came before us.
Absolutely. Thank goodness for those challengers, the early challengers.
Absolutely.
I was raised by a mother who drove a tank for the National Organization for Women in the 1970s across Houston, Texas. So I was destined to be focused on women in leadership for the rest of my life. She'd be 94 if she were alive today, and I put her in that category, right? Early days, really challenging the norm, and we're in such a different place now. To your point, we have a lot more to go, but we've moved the needle quite a bit. So that's great to hear. How about you, Lisa Marie?
When I interact with the next generation in the workforce, the thing that gives me the most hope is that there's this confidence in owning your emotions and owning your feelings. And it's okay for a more junior level female to articulate how they are feeling in a room full of men. And you talk about imposter syndrome. That was not a word you said out loud ever, and now people are screaming it from the rooftops. It's that everyone has kind of embraced emotion in a way that it's okay, and it's not this forbidden topic in the workplace. So for me, that gives me hope that we can talk about those feelings honestly, and we can be human in the workplace, and that's all okay. So that's what gives me hope.
Wonderful. And it's great to hear that. You're right. You can be more authentic and have more authentic conversations, or bringing your whole self to work, as they say. That's wonderful. Well, this is great. So in our last, I've got a clock right here, so I've got to watch it very carefully. We don't want to be removed from the stage, of course. But I'm sure we could talk for hours, because you all have such wonderful insights and experiences. But before we close out the session here in a minute or so, maybe you could just share one specific piece of advice to the audience based on your experience and focusing on women in leadership. Tara?
Sure, absolutely. For me, I would say, take the risk, say yes, and bet on yourself. right? Very rarely are we ready for that next opportunity that's going to stretch us. Somebody else sees it in us. Trust in them, prove them right. Don't worry about failing. Prove them right, prove yourself right, and bet on yourself.
Maureen? Don't be afraid to say I don't know, because people will trust that you do know what you're saying when you say it. So embrace that you're not going to know everything and have confidence in what you do know.
And I'd say I've realized that bringing your personal lens to the workplace, bringing your whole self, absolutely matters. So rather than keeping it separate, to bring your core values, your experiences, all of that in building the best solutions that's truly built on trust and inclusion.
Well, thank you all very, very much. I would echo all of the same. I think some of the themes we heard are about risk, we heard about mentorship and support and guidance and learning agility, learning from our experiences. So thank you all for sharing your wonderful stories and for being here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all here for this session that's called Women in STEM. My name is Kendra Gaither. I serve as president of the U.S. Africa Business Center here at the Chamber. And for me, this conversation is a personal one. I hail from Hampton, Virginia, which is the home of the Hidden Figures, and I studied at North Carolina A&T and worked at Carnegie Mellon University. So a conversation where we get to hear from formidable women in the STEM field, which is women who chose careers in science, technology, engineering, or math, is one that's both personal, but one that's really vital and integral for our nation. So I'm honored to be able to share a conversation with these formidable leaders. You'll be able to see their bios on the QR codes that are about the room, but I really want to make sure that we have a chance to hear from these leaders in their own words about their career paths and about their work in STEM. So I'm going to start furthest from me with Michelle, and I'm going to ask each of our panelists to just give a short introduction of themselves, their roles, and particularly as it relates to the session topic, Women in STEM. Michelle.
Thank you, Kendra. I'm Michelle Faison-Oldham. I'm the National Director for the Federal Civilian Sales Team at T-Mobile. I've been with T-Mobile about 3 years. My T-Mobile colleagues are sitting here in the front, so excited to be here today, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Tracy Canoyer, and I'm from the Travelers Insurance Companies, hailing from Hartford, Connecticut, and once again, we have the Travelers table here as well. I'm the Chief Information Officer as well as the Chief Operations Officer of the Bond and Specialty segment here at the Travelers. I've been there for a little more than 20 years, and living my best life being a woman in STEM.
Thank you.
That's a hard one to follow.
All of you are doing that for sure. Bronwyn.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn Morgan, and I am the CEO and founder of Zeo Air. Zeo is a drone manufacturer. Smart drones, we're brand new. And also I have another company called Airversity, which is focused on drone services, data analytics, as well as professional drone training. I am an FAA certified drone pilot and a drone pro and an FAA safety team rep.
Thank you. Susan.
Hello, I'm Susan Warner. I work at MasterCard for 13 years. I head up global community engagement for the company and founded a program called Girls for Tech.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing with us your diverse experience and how you come together to this topic. I'd really like to give a shout out at this time to T-Mobile and Travelers, the teams that are here, but those that are in the room, as they are, yes. They are two of our table sponsors, along with Kimberly Clark. So thank you all, and thank you for your partnership. So let's maybe start by painting a picture of what it's like today to be a woman working in STEM. And Bronwyn, I'm going to start with you because you just talked about being a two-time founder and an entrepreneur, leading companies. Can you tell us, has this always been your path? And maybe was it business ownership or tech companies that you really expected to be, sort of how you left your mark over time?
Yeah, no, I started in business. I really wanted to be a fighter pilot when I graduated from high school. Women could not fly fighters at that time, so I'm dating myself. And so I thought, well, I'll just go work at JPL and I will apply to NASA and become an astronaut. I did not do that. I wound up going into business, working for big companies like the Procter & Gamble Company and Coca-Cola, and spent a lot of my years in innovation and doing some work in R&D in addition to management from a sales, marketing, and general strategy perspective. So I had this bug that always kind of pulled me back to something related to science, technology, start working in and out of Silicon Valley in different capacities over about 20 years. And when drones came up as a civilian commercial opportunity, I was like, this is it, it's happening. And so I got my FAA certification as a drone pilot and used my business experience and innovation experience to create one of the companies, and then the other one came right behind, so I'm super excited about that.
Well, thank you for sharing that example. That's really a powerful story. And like you, I thought I was to be an astronaut, and look how you use your powers for good.
Exactly.
I want to bring Tracy and Michelle into the conversation because both have perspectives leading technology teams, and both of you are representing your company's tech capabilities both internally and externally. Is it fair to say that men still outnumber women in these realms? And if so, how do you think it's uniquely beneficial to have a woman at the helm of these positions?
Michelle, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. So to answer your first question, Kendra, yes, I definitely work in a male-dominated field. Telecom just historically has always been male-dominated, not necessarily a bad thing, but one of the things that I'm most proud of is when I first started at T-Mobile, my team was about 95% men, and today I'm happy to report that we're at about 50%, so there's parity, and that is something that I'm very focused on making sure that we continue to move that forward throughout the business, not just on my team, so to bring in diverse perspectives, all of those things.
I know we heard a lot of great statistics or sad statistics earlier today, so it is true that there are still very few women in STEM. And it doesn't just end with the C-suite, it actually starts right at the beginning. So if you think about today, how many women are actually graduating with degrees in STEM? How many women are in high school thinking about that, or junior high? So what is that pipeline? So really one of the things that I'm always focused on is not just what's happening at work and bringing some of the great women I have here today with me along for the ride, but how do I influence the next generation of women in the Hartford, Connecticut area to see what an amazing career in STEM can be.
That's right.
So a lot of work left to do.
And it's clear that you all have operated with intention because the numbers that you have and the impact that you have doesn't happen by accident. So thank you for sharing that story. And I think it's a perfect segue into Susan's work because Susan, you're leading the work of developing a program and programs that really help cultivate today's young girls and cultivate their interest in a STEM future, which it sounds like is going to be really key for the pipelines that your peers are building here on stage. You're nearing the 10th anniversary of a program called Girls for Tech that you referenced in your intro. First, congratulations. That's a monumental achievement. But could you share with us a little bit about how Girls for Tech came to be at MasterCard, and why is it important for you both personally and professionally?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you, I came from grew up in a very small town. Not a lot of STEM role models running around. A lot of farmers, a lot of fishermen, but very few STEM role models except my mom. She raised 5 kids on her own. She taught herself to be a bookkeeper. So she's definitely the M in STEM for me. She kept saying to me, math is going to be your friend. And I was like, you're crazy. Crazy, Mom. And I actually did better in math than English. But I self-selected myself out of that, and I I just didn't see a path. Like, what would math do for me? And in a small town, I didn't have someone to say, keep going. Like, all I saw was my amazing math teacher, Mr. Clark, and that was it. So to me, it's the role models, the mentors are so critical. So, fast forward, I ended up in communications. But the one thing about communications, you have to talk simply, you have to talk effectively and succinctly to tell your company story. And when I joined MasterCard, the CEO was Ajay Banga, who's now the head of the World Bank. And he kept saying, we're a technology company. And I kept talking to our employees, and they were cryptologists and algorithm experts and big data science experts. They ran the engineers of this amazing network across the globe. And I said to myself, if that's not STEM, I don't know what is. So I proposed an idea to the CEO and said, I think we can have a way to engage our employees as role models and mentors in their communities. And so he said to me, you know what? Do it. Make it better than you've done before, because I had created a STEM curriculum for another company. He said, make it global and make it for girls. And today, we've reached nearly 7 million, and as of tomorrow, 64 countries and territories in 10 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's worth clapping for. Wow.
Thanks.
7 million women,
girls.
64 countries. That's the power of impact. And I want to give your mom credit, because it sounds like we need to make that M in STEM,
That's
mom,
right.
and she was right.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I have no doubt that that's going to inspire a number of our change makers who are here in the audience, as all of your stories will. I hate to hit sort of a somber note, but I'd like to sort of talk about where women in STEM are today. Obviously, the pandemic caused a lot of women to leave the workforce, and this disruption undoubtedly has had an impact in the STEM field as well. I'd really like to bring all of you into the conversation. Maybe this time we'll start with you, Susan, and we'll go down the panel this way. But maybe could you tell us how you think STEM-related professions have been altered as a result of the pandemic and the disruption? And maybe not just to leave it in how it's altered, but maybe with some ideas. What do you think needs to change today and going forward as we live in the aftermath of the pandemic?
Well, I see it, with girls, and even 10 years ago, it was 1 in 20 girls pursuing STEM subjects versus 1 in 20 boys. Sadly, those numbers haven't changed significantly. We are seeing more girls in those STEM subjects, but we have to keep them in the workforce, but that's a whole other topic. So to me, it's sparking that interest. That's critical. But then we have to maintain that interest. So we've created, various curriculum, a 20-week coding program, boot camps on Python and Java, deeper dives into cyber and AI. These are hot skill areas. We have a fabulous curriculum with discovery education on blockchain, behavioral biometrics, cybersecurity. I think we have to keep the interest all the way through, through mentoring, through scholarships, and then get them into the workforce and see those beautiful role models that we have here, so that they see what they can be and they stay. So we're at a turning point, I hope.
I hope so too.
Me too.
Bronwyn?
Yeah, it's, especially for Black women and women of color are, an even smaller percentage of STEM, less than 10%.
Single digits.
And exactly. And, being a little girl, for me, I got my inspiration from my father, who would say, you can be anything you want. And, we would go out to the airport. This back in the day, we'd sit on the car and look at the planes, and he would tell me what each one of them was. And then I started looking at ships and trains, and I was like, I like this stuff. And, but not every child kind of has that, just that little bit of push when you're young. And when I looked at what happened during the pandemic and so many women leaving the workforce because of their responsibilities around care, it really was a light bulb that says we've got to put together the systems and the infrastructure for women to succeed. We cannot solve the problems on this planet with just half of the world solving it, whether that half of the world is based on income or the other half is based on gender. we've got to have everybody pulling together to move forward. So I think there's I'm very optimistic about the future, but it is tough when you walk into the room and you're the only person that looks like you, or maybe there's one other. So working to really change that, I started an organization called Black Women in STEAM. And it was about bringing together women across all these different disciplines of science and technology and doing things in the community to really raise the awareness and to get people involved in solving problems. So this is an exciting time to be in this space.
Thank you for that. Not just the important example, but the work that you're doing, but sort of calling us to the intersection here on February 28th as Black History Month is ending and we're going into Women's History Month, and really sort of bridging a gap with your work. Thank you for that, Bronwyn.
So those who know me know that I'm a glass half full person. So when I think about what the pandemic was able to do, a story that I remember was, it was late 2019. I serve on an industry board within the Greater Hartford school system, and I was working to recruit a wonderful valedictorian to enter what we call our EDGE program, which is an amazing scholarship program where we put people from underrepresented areas through college, 4 years, books, tuition, we put them up, and we also give them paid internships for 4 years with the hope that they will become travelers employees at the end. And I remember talking to this woman about applying for the program, and she said, my mom just passed, and one of the requirements I know that I will have to stay at college for 6 weeks for orientation for your program, Tracy, and guess what? I take care of my siblings, so I don't think I can apply for this program because I cannot leave my siblings. And I was so devastated, and Tara and I had talked about it. Then the pandemic happens, and the world changed, and guess what? This needing to be at the college for 6 weeks was gone. It could be virtual. So this wonderful woman applied for the program, went virtually into the program, is now going through the scholarship program, actually works with a colleague of mine, Jadwin Jenkins, and she's working on AI and Gen AI here at Travelers. And I just think to myself, if the pandemic didn't happen and there was no virtualization, maybe she wouldn't be where she is today. So I look at that as it changed the world a little bit and opened up the aperture of how we could get more people.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of the things that you've said. I mostly agree with the comment that was made earlier that starting early is so critical. So in schools, with education, I also think that seeing is believing, and that's part of the reason why I mentioned, my team earlier. When you see other women in technology roles, then you believe that you can actually become like them. And so I really strongly believe that. I think it's why it's so important to make sure that we have a very strong pipeline. And as you mentioned earlier, that you're not the only woman. For a lot of times you may be, but then in my mind, it's your responsibility to pull other women up so that you're not the only and you're setting the tone for the future.
For all the, I think I'm still here. Thank you for all the examples you just gave. What resonated with me was the talk about systems and infrastructure, building the pipeline, bringing other women along, making sure that you are, bringing mentoring and opening the aperture. I think that there's a lot of case for optimism in all of the examples that all of you gave. And I think it's going to take all of us to try and reverse some of the challenges that emerged. But I especially love the examples that showed how technology could be a disruptor in creating new pathways for women. And maybe I'd like to stay there, if I could, for this next round of questions, which I want to pose to all of you. We're going to start with you again, Susan. Tracy, we'll come to you to kick off a round. I think we've started a round with each of you. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the state of women in the tech field today. And again, really sort of looking towards the future. Susan, you shared that boys and girls have equal interest in science, tech, and math at a certain point in their younger school years. but then at some point, girl involvement wanes as they enter into middle school. Can you tell us a little bit about what can be done to keep girls involved in these fields and develop in their future careers? And I want to have all of you weigh in because it sounds like you're looking at these issues from similar vantage points within your spheres of influence. But Susan, could you kick us off? What could be done to keep girls involved in these fields?
Or Kendra's right. Third grade, boys and girls are testing the exact same way. And then fourth grade comes and fifth grade comes, and suddenly girls' interest starts to decline. Now, there's a number of reasons. There's a lot of articles and research on this. It could be lack of role models. It could be that their parents aren't comfortable. It could be that their teachers aren't comfortable with STEM subjects. It could be that they don't want to be one of two girls in a class. There's lots of reasons, but we know that if you do spark that interest and you maintain that interest, they will continue on if they see the role models. I think then it gets to the company. And, post-COVID, we had women leaving their STEM jobs. So we do all this work to get them there, but then ask, why are they leaving? Are they getting paid the same? Are they seeing the role models? Are they being treated equally? I think we still have that conversation to have, like, why are they leaving? And have that real open, honest dialogue to figure out how you can keep these women. To me, I know that if I have a table full of people with different experiences, different voices, we're going to automatically create a better product or service for our customers. That's just the truth. So we need that equal representation. It's critical.
Yeah, you're spot on. And I think for me, it is really about the curriculum. What are our kids really learning in school? From kindergarten all the way up. If private school, maybe they're getting a different quality of education than some public schools, but making sure that the kids have the resources. So are we really advocating not only for our school districts, even if your parents are not, but also for other school districts? Because there's a huge gap in terms of resources availability. And then the other part of this is, are the instructors or the teachers really well-rounded enough to teach all these new subjects? And if not, how do we interject that into the classroom? And then the third thing I think around girls specifically is, not only do we have to empower girls and let them see the role models, but it's also empowering boys in creating this kind of more gender-accepting culture. And maybe with younger children now, we can have a better influence on what previous generations have had when it comes to women in the workforce. Online, that's a whole other challenge that we've got to deal with in terms of bullying and what kids are looking at these days. But I really do think we have to empower all of them to understand the value that it's important for all of them to rise together in the STEM workforce.
Bronwyn, I absolutely love talking about everyone. And, I feel like the role of the ally is so important. And as I look across the room, we have a few allies, scattered about. But a lot of times, it's so important to have you at the table and being our supporter as well. Because a lot of times, we do feel that, we have an idea. We do put something on the table. Does our colleague, support what we're saying? Oh my gosh, Bronwyn, that was such a great idea. Or does our colleague actually say the same thing again? So I do want to say for those allies out there, please help all of us. And then I think we are fighting against, a stereotype. I was talking to Susan behind in the green room, and if you think about the computer person on TV, it's always the person in the basement hacking the government, or maybe I'm a big NCIS fan. It was Abby with all her, stuff on. And, guess what? There are, women in STEM that look just like you, me, and everyone else. So we're always fighting those stereotypes. So we have to show up and show women and girls what we can do, whether it be, coding Python and different algorithms, which is my favorite because I'm a data engineer, or it's a product owner getting ready to launch an amazing new product at at like a P&G company. So I think it's important.
I think so too. I just wanted to key off of something earlier. We were talking about education. I think also upskilling is a part of that as we're in our positions and you look at AI, right? Something completely new as technology evolves. And so I feel like the upskilling is really important from an employer perspective with your current workforce. Obviously, when we talk about children today or kids, I have a teenager. He seems to love technology because he's always on his phone. So I think this generation coming up, they do like technology for sure, because they are on their devices so much, but it's a matter of making it fun and interesting, and that's really how we're going to keep them interested in staying in a STEM field. So.
That's a great point. I'm also Team Abby, so I'm glad that Abby got a shout out here at NCIS. My family would be very happy to hear that, but I love the idea of making it interesting, you know, fighting stereotypes, showing examples, making sure we're addressing and advocating, you know, gaps in resources, looking at, you know, studying the why and making sure that we're creating spaces that are gender accepting. I think that that's a good call to action for all of us to be intentional about thinking, you know, about the recommendations that you all gave us. Want to switch it up a little bit. We're going to go into a bit of a lightning round. To just change up the pace of the conversation and maybe have you all give some quick reactions to a number of questions. And I'm going to go in order. We're going to switch it up. We're going to start with you for this round, Michelle, then Tracy, then Bronwyn, then Susan.
Okay.
But let's start just by asking, Michelle, let's kick it off with you. Who is your personal woman in STEM superhero?
Ooh, good question. You mentioned Hidden Figures earlier, so Katherine Johnson, for those that haven't seen the movie, it's all about her. You know, she was at NASA, she was brilliant as a mathematician, and so I would say her. And I have a second. At T-Mobile, we have our president of T-Mobile for Business. Her name's Cawley Field. She's been in the field for 20 plus years, and I think I can speak for our entire team here. We learn from her every day, and she is a true inspiration. So I would name those two.
I have two as well. Number one, Megan Smith. She was the first female chief technology officer under the Barack Obama organization. I was actually at the Grace Hopper conference many years ago where she actually announced her new title, and I thought she was like the coolest person ever. And along with you, second, our global chief technology and operations officer, Mojgan Lefebvre, what she does every single day, the fact that she is supporting me and my role as a female at the C-suite and this table of amazing women and allies is amazing. So Megan and Mojgan, you know, great for you both to be such great role models.
Also to here. Bessie Coleman was the first black female to earn her pilot's license. And she had to go to France to do that. But big fan of hers. And then more current day is Dr. Mae Jemison with my love for space. And I got to meet her. I was trying not to geek out. But she was talking, I was like, I have no idea what she's saying. But I'm just looking at her and got to have dinner with her. And it was just like, I was in seventh heaven, literally. So those two.
I would say Grace Hopper. She spoke at my graduation, college graduation, and I got to say a quick hello, and I told my mother, and she was like, Grace Hopper, great. Like, she knew about Grace Hopper before I did, and you know, to this day, my mom and Grace Hopper, I think they're somehow guiding me.
Yeah. That's nice.
I love that we stand on the shoulders of these giants in the world. Thank you for those inspiring women that you named. I'm going to actually come back to you, Michelle, and have you start us with what area of STEM you think is ripe for more female leadership and engagement right now.
Wow. I would say I definitely touched on this earlier with AI and some of the new emerging technologies. Also, just maybe more specific to telecommunications is satellite communications. So we have a partnership with SpaceX, and we're really focused on just learning more about satellite communications and all that that will bring for us. So the end of dead zones. And so I think that that's a world we all want to live in, but it's much easier said than done. And so I personally think that it would be really cool to see more and more women, in those fields for sure, because that really is the future. So AI, satellite communications, and security. I'll mention that one too, because I think cybersecurity just in general is so important, not even just from a technology company, but when you think about protecting your money, protecting a lot of things with your life, those three areas.
Yeah, for me, I would say let's keep getting our engineers out there, software engineers, data engineers, to the AI question. There's never been a time like now where software engineering, data science are coming together, especially with Gen AI. So I think having more women going into these types of roles in college and trying it out is going to be great. I absolutely think we are on the precipice of a big game changer, like the internet was, like the cloud was. Gen AI is going to be that for us, and we women should be out in front leading that way and doing it responsibly.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I think engineering is critical, and very much even the foundational, traditional ones, mechanical and civil, very, very important. And for me, of course, aerospace engineering. But in that space around tech, autonomous systems, which I'm in, which is also led a lot by artificial intelligence, but being able to see women who are designing the future of aerial mobility as well as ground-based mobility, autonomous robots. All of this is coming to bear right now. And I always say that, the future is now. It's all happening right now. So this is the time, and we know we need women in these spaces.
I would say cybersecurity, AI, data science are critical, but that's today. I think having that curious mindset, that growth mindset, the willingness to embrace new technologies is really critical, because 10 years from now, we're going to be talking about something bigger, smarter, faster, brighter. And our girls and our women have to just have that mindset to embrace it and lead it.
Absolutely.
I think that's great. Actually, it leads right into our next question. You've set us in a good place, Susan. But this time we're going to start off with Tracy. Tracy, if there's someone in the audience who's interested in a career move in STEM, what's a good resource or a first step for them?
There's so many resources, and what I would say is read a lot. Talk to folks that have an interest like you do. I'm very lucky. I have a WhatsApp group with 3 other men where we exchange a lot of the biggest news in tech and AI. So, gone are the days of having to go to the library or look at an encyclopedia. It's all at our fingertips. So find groups of people that have the same interest as you. And literally, we share articles every morning. So pretty much every morning I wake up to at least 4 or 5 articles because my friends don't like to sleep, although I do. And I think that's just a great way.
Yeah.
Bronwyn?
I agree. I think also joining as many webinars about topics that you don't know is so important. I had an interesting convergence the other day where I was watching a seminar about cybersecurity with a retired general, and I was like, I'm about to go give a talk on cybersecurity when I leave here, and drones. And I reached out to him, and we found out that we grew up not too far apart, totally different lives, and he is connected to some other initiatives that I'm working on. Literally directly connected. And I would not have known that unless I was, watching this webinar. That's so important. And just, create your own tabs in Google or whatever, so that you can get notifications of things that are of interest, even if it seems like it's heavy and hard. I didn't make this transition to this work that I'm doing until, after 50. So it's like there's no age that's a barrier anymore. We've got to actually get past ageism as well, because there's a lot of talent out there that we're missing out on.
I would say if you're focused on or thinking about reskilling, think about organizations. There's Flatiron in New York City. There's Launch Code in St. Louis. There's Perscolis. There's Year Up. There are so many companies that are focused on bringing women back to the office after time away. So a return to work, a relaunch program, and then the other thing, I'll give a shout out to my community colleges because we hire from them a lot. Those are great avenues for reskilling, and companies are looking for people that are coming out of them, with experience from your first life and now applying it to your second. I think that's really critical.
And Susan, I'll add to that also General Assembly and Udacity, where the fees are so low, and some classes you can take without any fee at all, just so that you can learn and understand what's going on, because if it's not your work every day, you will be impacted by this. So good to know early.
I agree. No, I agree with all of those. I think just educating yourself, taking the initiative to do that, networking, if you see a position that you are very interested in, then go for it. There's plenty of women in the room here that work at fantastic companies in the STEM space. So I'll be the first to say, call me if you're interested in working at T-Mobile.
Thank you for that, Michelle, because I wrote down that I was going to call out all of you as an amazing resource for those who are interested. So thank you for volunteering before you were voluntold, but I think we have the benefit of the wisdom of all of you on this panel, and I think that that's a great first step as well.
Yeah,
great resources.
Absolutely. And I'll just add, Kendra, too, if you're not interested in sales or what I do, in particular, I'm more than happy to help you navigate to get to where you want to be. So I think it's important that women stick together, so the offer's there.
Thank you. We're going to turn to you for this next question. What are you most proud of so far in your career?
I think that I had the bravery to break away from the traditional corporate path that I was on, and in a great role, good salary, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And to then go into a completely, a different field, even though I had a love for aviation and aerospace, but then to just step out there and decide to start new companies with a learning curve, that's like this. And I'm still learning every day, all day long. I've got 2 folks here in the audience that are advisors of mine and friends, and I learn so much from them. But it's so important to, for me, or at least it has been, to just take some risks, push back a little bit, because I don't like what I'm doing, this routine all the time. And you've got responsibilities for sure. You got to make sure you cover those. But for me, it was taking that risk to become a founder in a brand new space. Very proud of myself for that.
We are too.
That's right. That's right.
Susan, next to you, what are you most proud of?
You'd think I'd say creating this Girls for Tech program that has been named the world's largest STEM program for young girls, but I will tell you, it's more about the impact and seeing girls who've been a part of the program coming back. We've hired a few as interns and full-time hires. It wasn't destined to be a pipeline program, but we're hearing the stories. That, to me, motivates me, and it's wonderful.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Man, I would say, I'm proud of a lot of things that I've accomplished in my career. If I had to pick one, I would say it's very similar to what was said before, too. I've worked in corporate environments, startup environments. I've started my own business. I like to build things, which is similar to what we're doing now in our area at T-Mobile. So I would say that, just being fearless and not taking no for an answer. I'm usually the type of person, if someone says, no, you can't do that, it makes me want to do it more. So, and I'm pretty proud of that. So I'll say that.
Excellent. Tracy.
When I first started in my career, I didn't feel like I had any mentors, buddies, and I think, this was the late 80s, early 90s, so I feel that my role where I am today and what has led me to where I am, really reaching down and bringing every single person up that needs some confidence, just a little push, a little word of encouragement so that the new person who walks in or the new team you're on feels comfortable and knows they have a supporter behind them. Like, to me, when I think about what I went through, I think it's made me who I am today, to just make sure that I'm helping everyone that I can that wants to be helped to come along.
Fantastic. Two more quick lightning round questions for you, and we'll start with Susan this time. Susan, what do you want to do in your STEM-related career that you haven't yet had a chance to try?
Oh, 10 million in 75 countries.
Oh, that's it? Wow. I think that's around the corner.
It is.
Michelle?
I would say getting more well-versed or educated on AI. Obviously, that's new, so it's new for a lot of people. I've always been intrigued with space, and I mentioned that earlier, so that is an area for me that I'm very focused on. I think it's fascinating. We say it's the final frontier, but who knows? Maybe it's the beginning of something that we don't even know about. We're even more excited about. So I would say that. Yeah.
Wow, there's so many different things to answer that question. I would say, just continuing to, get my influence out there within, to me, community is what's most important. So I guess giving myself the okay to give myself more time to get out into the community. Finding that balance is really, really hard. And I think we as women, as mothers, I'm a mom, I'm a grandmother, I'm a daughter, and between all of that, trying to find the time to still make an impact and influence. So that's what I want to do.
Bronwyn.
Well, it's also space. I've got to get there. I have got to get there, whether it's Blue Origin or Virgin Galactic. Hope they're listening. I would just, the fact that William Shatner went was a big, I love that, big fan. I would love that, just to be able to say, I didn't go all the way, but I went far enough. Mm-hmm. So that would be great.
Oh, yeah.
I think we'll have some inter-panel networking around space.
Yes.
Tracy, I'm going to have you kick off this last lightning round question. What's one thing, whether big or small, that you're going to do this year towards moving towards achieving to your answer in that last round?
Well, I guess working with my daughter-in-law, in figuring out how I can make more time to get into the community, get involved, hopefully get some networking done here tonight. I know I met Fran, who asked a really great question from Connecticut, and how I can influence. So making the time.
Applying. For me, it's just, I know they take civilians up, so it's just like applying, and hopefully I'll get lucky.
The key first step.
Gotta try.
Exactly. Susan?
Well, all right, I'll tell you, my hotel room, there's a scale, which is a nice thought, and then also an awful thought, too. So I got on it and saw a number I haven't seen before. So what I will do is focus a little bit on me and making sure that I'm healthy enough to continue to
like
work.
that.
I like that.
You got to put that oxygen mask on first.
That's right. That's right.
That's true.
Michelle.
I love that. Yeah, focusing on myself, right? Me time. That's always important. But I'll take it back to the space piece. I think just becoming more educated on new technologies is really going to be critical. But also something that I'm personally passionate about as well. So that's a big area of focus this year, and we're well underway in that area. So I'm excited about what the future holds.
I'm excited too, and I feel like we have a panel of futurists here, so I'm excited about asking you all to pull out your crystal ball for this last question. So we were in the green room talking about the transition to Y2K, which is very much behind us, but there's another turn of the century that is coming, and I want to ask you to look to the year 2100, which doesn't even sound right to say. But I could ask you, and I'm going to start with you this time, Tracy, what is your hope for how our present day era of women in technology will be understood and studied by future generations? And if I were maybe to say that simply, what impact do you hope that we're making today for that future generation of women?
I was one of the ones who were there at midnight as 1999 moved into 2000, making sure the world didn't end. So I know that that is not going to happen when the clock strikes 2100. But I think what we're seeing today, here in Washington, D.C., women from all over the country, all over the world, making an impact, talking about how we can make things better, women's health, what we can do for education, women in STEM. I think we're doing things right now that I haven't seen in the past. Less than 100 years from now, we're just going to be a bunch of women on stage. No one's going to be talking about, do we need to get there? How do we get more women there? Because we are paving the path. We're setting it, and we're going to bring young girls and women with us, and we will just be the other 50% just like everyone else.
Yeah, I agree.
I like that future.
I love that, too.
Yeah. Bronwyn.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. Absolutely. I think maybe in those conversations we will be talking hopefully about diverse teams of people that are coming together to solve very specific problems and to advance technology in an area that can really help humanity. I really think and hope that we will be well beyond some of the struggles that we're going through now globally on economic level, geopolitics, but having women in leadership across everything, government, politics, science, engineering, traditional fields, but making sure that, and also in corporate and commercial operations and enterprise, seeing that, this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8% numbers are a thing of the past, and to your point, you're just seeing much more equality, both also in the pocketbook as well as in the boardroom or in the lab.
Well, first I'll be texting Bronwyn in space. And then I will be seeing 50-50 representation in tech roles, companies creating the best possible products and services that are revolutionary, change the world, and are inclusive for all.
I love that too. Just to build on what everybody has said, I think it would be wonderful to look back or have folks look back and say, this, because at that time it wouldn't be a thing, it would be unimaginable that we wouldn't have parity. And so just to have folks look back, kind of like we look back and say, man, we put a man on the moon. Maybe it's, man, we put a woman on the moon. Or just, can you imagine how hard it must have been for the women that paved the way to get us to where we are? I would love that type of environment where people are, praising the women of the past that paved the way, and they're grateful for all the strides that we've made. So, yeah.
That was really remarkable to hear from all of you what you vision the future to be. And recognizing that we're coming to time, I would offer my vision for 2021, which is that future generations will study the impact that you all are making. The call out about community, building the pipeline, being a vision for the future, setting ambitious goals for how we bring more women into the STEM field, how we achieve parity. I think that the strides that you all are making today are going to bring that 2100 into clear focus and into reality. So I want to invite our audience to thank this incredible panel for sharing with us their vision for the future. And we look forward to talking to you in space about that future that you create. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who are not here this morning, and I know a bunch of people came in during lunch, I'm Mark DeCourcy, the Senior Vice President here at the Chamber Foundation, and I am thrilled to have this discussion on the culture in the workplace and how it can empower women. I am joined by Shannon Fazaza. She is the head of analytics for Edward Jones. She also is a principal at the firm, and we've got lots to talk about. We really want to dig in. So, Shannon, welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
You've got probably customers and clients in the audience who are like, oh yeah, I know Edward Jones, but maybe not everyone knows Edward Jones. Could you briefly describe the firm?
Yeah, Edward Jones is a wealth management firm. We serve individual investors. We have about 8 million clients across North America, over 19,000 branch locations, actually located in every state and province in US and Canada, headquartered in St. Louis.
You have a lot of reach.
Yes,
reach.
Broad reach.
And you head analytics at the firm, and you've been in there for 17 plus years, and you're risen to the top of the ranks. But that rise has not always been smooth. It's not always been easy, particularly in a field like finance and tech. Can you describe for the audience a little bit about your journey?
Sure. Yeah, so I really started my career in accounting and finance, more technical SME roles, then progressed into data and analytics as that became a growing capability, truly over the last several years. And really when I started, over 20 years ago, more of an individual contributor type of role, then grew into leadership, and then was named a principal in 2020 at Edward Jones. Currently have responsibility for our artificial intelligence strategy and our enterprise-wide data and analytics capabilities.
And in that rise, right, there were certain people who helped you along the way, like you're highly qualified, highly skilled, but there were times that you had the wind at your back, and sometimes the wind was in your face. Can you describe a little bit some of those times and how maybe the firm itself was an asset for you?
Yeah, sure. So I would say, as I thought about this talk, I just was thinking about, what are the key moments in my journey that I thought the group could benefit from? And first, I would say, when I was getting into leadership, I was, my different leaders, different mentors were saying, hey, you should get into a leadership role. You could expand your contribution. You're a natural leader. And at the time, I had 3 young kids, and I was thinking, I'm afraid. I don't know if I can balance that. I don't know if I can balance a career and being a leader with having young children. And also, quite honestly, I had been a great individual contributor, and I was afraid of failing. And so I think the nervousness of failing and not being able to balance it with my family, I was I kept saying, I don't know if I can do leadership. And I had leaders at the time who eventually said, listen, how about we do a fail-safe agreement? We will let you step into this role, and if you hate it, if it's not working out, if you can't balance your family, you can go back to an individual contributor role, and it'll all be great. And that was just the confidence I needed to do it. So I went ahead and took a chance. Obviously, it worked out. And we've done that for so many people on my team as well. And honestly, could use it as an option for anybody, but I see it happening a lot with women who aren't willing to step into the next role, mostly out of fear and lack of confidence that it will work out for them. And so we try to create those fail-safe agreements. I've never seen it fail. Everybody is successful, and it's been wonderful. The second thing, kind of along that note of confidence, early on in my career particularly, I really struggled with speaking up in rooms, would oftentimes physically shrink back. And I would leave a meeting and be saying to someone, well, I was thinking about this question, or I was wondering about, I was thinking about saying this. And they would say what? Why didn't you just say that? And I'm I don't know. I was afraid. I didn't want to look stupid. And they're well, you really are leaving value on the table. You have a lot to add. And so I just promised myself that I was going to speak in every meeting I was in. And I vividly remember shaking and trembling as I would raise my hand to talk. Because I was I'm going to do it. I made myself this promise. And 90% of the time, it was affirmed. I would say something, and then someone would be like, that's a really good point, and it would move forward the meeting, and that would then build my confidence that I had value to add. 10% of the time, if it wasn't a good point, people just moved on. But it really built my confidence, and then I started like physically taking up space. That's another thing a mentor told me, spread out, put your things down, sit at the head of the table, to just force yourself to be more in the conversation and for people to look to you. And so I did that. That was another huge way of building confidence, and I coach women on that all the time, and I will have like accountability partners in meetings. And so I will say to women, I'm like, teams, I'm like, better start talking. Like, we talked about this. And just affirm them when they talk, right? I think that's really important for building confidence. And then lastly, in my journey, having 3 kids, and I play many roles. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a friend, I'm a sister. And understanding, you can't be all those things at once, the best. And I would say work-life balance is not something that's really existed for me at all moments of my life perfectly. It's like ebbing and flowing. But what I have found is there's moments that you have to recognize, in this role, I need to be 100% here, and I have to put boundaries around the rest. And that happened when my mom got sick, actually, like a couple years ago. She was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and I don't have a sibling around to help, and I had to lean into that and help care for her. Plus, I just was afraid, she's gonna pass on, and I can't be like, well, I'm glad I got that board meeting done. I have to be present with her and helping her and my dad through this. And so I went to my leader at the time, and I said, well, I'm going to be working really early in the morning and really late at night, because during the day I have to help my mom. There's something going on. And he was like, you're crazy. You need to take a step back at work. And I'm forcing you to do that. You need to lead by example to every other person in your organization and every other female that's balancing all these roles, that they need to feel safe to protect sacred times like this, or a child, a moment with your child or whatever. And so he gave me space, took workload off. We had an agreement that I would be somewhat part-time for a period of time to care for her. Went through that, and it was all handled beautifully, but it taught me a lot about creating boundaries and feeling okay, and actually feeling like I'm a better leader for doing that and modeling that.
Modeling it too, right?
Yeah.
And look, I think I look across the audience, right, and I see a lot of sandwich generation people out there, right? That you're taking care of kids, you're also taking care of parents. Mm-hmm. Show of hands, who can relate to Shannon's story, right? Right, that's a whole bunch. And thank you for having the confidence to be able to share that with everyone, and we also encourage you to be able to share it too in your firms, in your organizations, and whether they be companies or nonprofits or even in government. Can we talk about workplace culture for a minute? Because everything you just described really demonstrates a workplace culture that's inclusive and empowering for women. Mm-hmm. And Peter Drucker said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. I mean, you could have a great business plan, but if your culture stinks, you're not going to succeed. How did that culture kind of grow up in Edward Jones? I mean, over the years, you've seen it for 17 years, and how much impact has it had?
Yeah, huge. So my whole journey is founded on a very strong culture at Edward Jones. And our culture is founded in our purpose and our values. And Edward Jones' purpose is to make a positive impact on the lives of our clients and our colleagues, and together, community and society. The culture around that is one of collaboration, connection, partnership. And in that, we believe, Edward Jones should be a place of belonging for all, where everyone can thrive. And the conditions are in place for that to be true. So there's some really good programming that's available at the firm. We've got these DEI 365 events. It's a monthly event where everyone can go. We had Magic Johnson a couple months ago. Last month, we had a panel of Black African-American colleagues talking about their experiences and challenges. We've had an interfaith panel that I've attended. And so all of those, we go to, you learn something about someone else's experience that you didn't know before, and then you take that away and you apply that going forward in how you lead and how you show up in an organization. Courageous Conversations is another program where they have, you can sign up to attend these conversations. They're safe places to just unpack a topic together as a group of associates and leaders. There was one on hybrid workforce I attended. There's one on being a caregiver. Sometimes we have them about topics like the George Floyd murder. A variety of things can be covered, and those can be heated topics, but it's good to get together and unpack and just learn different people's perspectives and how people are thinking about those issues and navigating them. Again, it's building empathy that you take back to your job and you see someone or you see something differently than you did before. And then finally, we've got these business resource groups. We've got 12 of those. They're affinity groups, associate-led. I think we've got like 5,000 people in them in the organization right now. And those, are around topics like caregiving. There's one for LGBTQ. There's one for women. And, those groups hold events that, people in the group are passionate about, learning about the culture, learning about unique challenges, and just learning how to celebrate that group in the workplace and create conditions for success.
In those affinity groups, it seems to me what you're describing is they play a really critical role, but you don't have to be a member of one of them to participate in this culture of Edward Jones, of inclusivity and empowerment, right?
Right, because they teach curiosity and empathy, and that, I think for me too, I'll say with my team, we make these events part of our team's culture. It's up to the leaders to activate and create the culture in the group, right? And so for us, we will go to the marquee events and then have lunch afterwards. We openly talk about what we're learning from these types of things. And in analytics and data science, it's all about curiosity and empathy. And that's actually what you're building in those programs, which also translate to better business results for us because we're more curious about our work, we're more empathetic with users of analytics, we create better solutions for them.
So let's talk about analytics, because that means a lot of things to a lot of people. But for you, earlier this morning, we were describing certain people as rock stars. You're a rock star at this firm, and you head analytics in this fintech organization. Describe what you do and describe your team and how you lead them.
Yeah, sure. So I lead AI strategy, which is a super hot topic right now. Nobody used to care about what I did until ChatGPT hit the scene, and now I'm the most popular nerd on the planet. It's a very exciting time for us. And so in leading AI strategy, it's all about thinking, okay, how do we want to use AI at Edward Jones? And I'll tell you, we call it advisor intelligence plus artificial intelligence. So it's the combination of human and AI to create a better outcome, sort of in a co-pilot. So AI, or leading the AI strategy, aligning that to our business strategy, creating a roadmap to deliver it, and then leading analytics and data science as enabling capabilities. And so the way analytics and data science at the core work and show up is understanding, meeting with a business need or business user, understanding their needs and their workflow, the problems they're trying to solve, then thinking about how do we use our firm's data assets and advanced mathematical techniques to create a solution or create an insight that meets that business need. Then delivering it back in a way that it can actually be actioned and useful and create value. So all about, when I say empathy and curiosity, all about empathy and deeply understanding someone's need and communicating to them in a way that they can grasp and action. But also curiosity in analysis. It's all about looking at problems from different angles, and that requires a diverse workforce. So we definitely try to get as much of diversity on our team as possible and build diverse thought and curiosity into the team, which is where we use a lot of those events.
And the team has gender balance, right? And it's not because someone made you do it, right? You saw a business case. And it's also the right thing to do, so it's a double.
Yep.
Tell us about how your team feels about all that.
Yeah, I mean, the team's really excited. We love doing these types of events. We've built it into our culture. From a women perspective, I'll tell you, it's interesting. We have many women on the team. I have many women leaders on my team. And sometimes I hear like, oh, it's unusual you have so many women leaders in such a male-heavy field. And I have just found women are naturally, empathy is a skill that men and women possess, both. But I think it tends to be stronger in women. And I have seen so many women thrive as leaning into their empathy strength in leadership roles and in creating analytic solutions, and then in creating what we're thinking about as an AI co-pilot, something that's truly embedded in the daily lives and work of humans that allows humans to leverage their uniquely human strengths, sort of augmented by AI as a co-pilot. And so I've seen so many women just thrive in that space at Edward Jones, be fantastic leaders, leveraging their unique strengths.
So where do you see it going from here?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I loved listening to the panel right before this, actually, talking about some of these things. But as far as where AI is going to go, I don't know. The future is to be determined, and the pace of change is so fast. I had someone ask me the other day, what does a future branch at Edward Jones look like in 10 years? And I said, I have no idea, because I think the future will be invented in this innovation cycle that's going to come over the next couple years. So need to stay on top of that. But I think we're going to see trends in more personalized experiences. We've already seen that with things like Spotify and Netflix that are hyper-personalized for you. We're definitely going to see more co-pilots, work become, I call, more joyful. And that's something, we talk a lot about at work, is making work joyful again by allowing AI to automate the stuff you don't want to do and take the drudgery out. But I always say, too, humans aren't going out of style. There are things uniquely human in work that AI can't replace, and that is things like curiosity, judgment, empathy, human relationships. And humans are designed for authentic connection with each other. So for me, the future of AI is probably making, as work evolves, the work of humans more uniquely human and leaning into those strengths, augmenting sort of the other stuff that is less value add with AI.
So in a room full of women and some men, what advice do you have for them as the future kind of rolls out before our very eyes in using AI and engaging in AI? Clearly, you and your team are doing it. It's making you a better business. But what advice would you give them?
I think leaning into curiosity and empathy. So get started. And we were talking a little bit about this earlier. I think for myself and my own journey, and I've seen it with other women, it's just lack of confidence can hold us back from what is possible for us. And it's like you're in your own way by just not having the confidence. And so you build confidence by learning, trying. So get out, I always tell everybody, work with ChatGPT. Just start asking it questions. Start learning how to prompt. Lean into your strengths, your soft skills that can't be replicated by AI. And there's so many there. So I would say, start your journey there. Learn anything and everything you can. Find mentors, et cetera.
So one of the things I wanted to share with the group too, and we talked about this backstage, is, and you mentioned it here on this stage, about confidence, right?
Yep.
And the ability to not be afraid, to be bold, to be curious, but also not be afraid to take chances and reinvent yourself when the time is right. And just a quick personal story, my wife left her CEO job last year. She ran a nonprofit here in Virginia because she wanted to spend more time with our family, because our kids are going to be going to college soon. But she also fully intends to re-engage, and now she's in that process. And she was not afraid. She had the confidence, and I was really proud of her for doing that. And she had done that even years ago before we had kids, where she left Ernst & Young to go in the nonprofit sector. So it's a continuous journey. And Shannon, you're such an inspiration to all of us, and how you've gone from where you were 17 years ago to where you are now as the rock star of analytics in the fintech field, right, at Edward Jones. I guess, with the short time we have left, what else would you want to impart upon this crowd for them to remember as we all kind of march forward after this conference?
Yeah, I think, so I'm looking around, I see a lot of women in the audience, and I think that one thing that's been unique to Edward Jones, when I've had women join the team from other firms, et cetera, I hear a lot about, gosh, here everybody supports each other. These women are here for each other, they're not competing with each other. And I thought, how interesting, because I've worked here for almost 18 years, I didn't realize that environment existed at other firms. And so we've tried to lean into that, and I would encourage all of you, lean into those connections. I host different things around, we have new general partners that are females, and I put myself out there, invited them over to my home to just talk about safe place, any questions they had. And they had questions around being, a female GP and balancing things. So just create positive relationships and connections with women and celebrate each other and lift each other up.
That's a perfect way to end this. Everyone, please give Shannon a round of applause.
We will now take a 10-minute break. Our program will resume at 3:10.
Somewhere safe to hide. You're the reason, so have I. It's true. I'm gonna rescue you. So you can rescue me
Good afternoon. I am so honored to be here today, filled with a room of inspirational women on the heels of International Women's Day. So what a great program so far, huh? Round of applause. I'm really excited to share my story with all of you. It's a bit unique. You don't hear it every day. I began my career at DeVry University. My name is Elisa Wad. I am the current president and CEO of DeVry. I began my career 20 years ago. I did not become the president and CEO 20 years ago, though. Began my career in 2004 as an admissions advisor. So, frontline colleague advising students, graduated college, thought, what do I want to do for the rest of my life? And I'd be lying if I said I wanted to work in higher education, but I fell into higher education because I knew how important education was in my family. It's a lifelong, enduring possession. So I thought, let me begin my career in higher ed and see where it takes me. My journey has 3 guiding principles that I live by throughout my career. The first is blooming where you are planted. So, like I said, my career started 20 years ago. And when I started out as an admissions advisor, I never thought leadership opportunities were possible. I looked around and I saw rooms of leaders that were just men. They didn't look like me. And I thought, okay, I don't know, maybe I'll go into owning my own business. Maybe I'll be an entrepreneur. Maybe I'll do something on my own because I don't know that I belong. And I had the opportunity to work for some incredible leaders who, when I bloomed where I was planted, they tapped me, they noticed me, and they had given me opportunities to grow in my career. In 2006, now remember, 2004 is when I started. 2006, I assumed my very first leadership role at DeVry. I became an assistant director. And back then, that was just managing a small team of advisors. I'm like, you know what? I really like higher education. I love what I do. I'm very aligned to our mission and our purpose as a university. And you know what? I'm inspired by the student stories. I spent 2 years on the front lines advising students, hearing about what it took to get them to the graduation stage, hearing about what that degree led them to in terms of career changes or career beginnings. And I wanted to continue to lead, but I wanted to lead in a different way. I wanted to lead people within the organization who were doing the same type of work. And I had the honor and privilege, like I said, to work for many, many great leaders. First lesson in my career was blooming where you're planted. The second, say yes to challenging assignments. I had a really hard time doing this. Who in the room, by show of hands, suffers or has suffered from imposter syndrome? Okay, I feel a lot better because I'm not alone in that. I still do. It's a reality. And back then, I suffered hard from imposter syndrome. So it was hard for me to raise my hand and say yes to challenging assignments. But through a personal board, through sponsors, through mentors, I mustered up the courage to say yes to several challenging assignments in my career. There were 2 that stick out. One was in 2016, and I will never forget this experience or this moment. I am at a national training. I'm a director at the time. We're wrapping up the training. Everybody from within the university in our specific department flew into Chicago, and we were spending time talking about new processes we were going to roll out for student success. At the end of the training, the president at the time tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Elise, I'm noticing you. I'm noticing your contributions to the organization. I'm noticing how much you care about your team. I'm noticing that you have significant potential. So honestly, I'm like, is he talking to this Elise? I've met him once in my entire career at DeVry, and we had never spoken a word to each other. The importance of having sponsors in your career. It was when I wasn't in the room, when others were talking about the work I was doing, it got him to understand and notice that I had potential. So it was at that moment that I understood how important it was to continue to be mentored, to be guided by others within the institution and outside of the institution. I love what we do at DeVry. I'm super passionate. It was really, really easy for me to bloom where I was planted, but it was really hard for me to ask for support. It was really hard for me to ask for support. At that moment in 2016, he tapped me. He said, let's go to lunch. We went to lunch 2 days later. He said, I want to make you a vice president. I was shocked. In fact, I think I completely I don't even think I ate lunch. I was shocked because I was told earlier in my career that I did not have enough gray hair to be a VP or an executive. At the time, I was about 35 years old. And I was shocked. Again, back to that lesson. It's so important to have sponsors talk about your good work when you're not in the room. Another pivotal moment for me was in 2021, so 2020 to 2021. I had the privilege and honor to work for an incredible leader. We just experienced a transition. President and CEO at the time left the organization. We had a new president and CEO come into the organization. And most of my colleagues were like scrambling, right? Oh my gosh, what should we expect? We've, worked for individuals who have led this institution, have sort of, we've known through the grapevine, this is someone externally that we just have no idea what to expect. And we were in the thick of the pandemic. So we were remote, and I didn't worry. I said, you know what? I'm going to bloom where I am planted. So as a vice president, I took this new president and CEO under my wing, and I said, you are outside of higher education, and this is not an easy business. I'm going to do what I can to make sure that you get up to speed quickly. Shortly after, that individual became another sponsor in my career. And in 2021, he gave me my first C-suite role as Chief Operating Officer for DeVry University. And he is still a sponsor today. We sat down about a year after I became the COO in a shocking conversation. Again, there's this theme over meals, right? A shocking conversation over dinner, tacos to be exact. And he had asked me, have you ever thought about being a CEO? And at that point, I was honest. I said, kind of, but not really. Like, is that something that I can do? Again, imposter syndrome setting back in. And it was after numerous conversations that this leader, this sponsor of mine, put me into a development program so that I can learn from other CEOs and get the courage and the confidence to know that I can do it. That individual is in this room today, so I'm going to call him out. Tom Monahan at the back table. In 2021, we had this conversation. In September of 2023, I became the first female president and CEO of DeVry University in its 93-year history. Thank you. And I have since then reflected. And the reason I'm up here today is because of this third principle, which is lift as you climb. I am going to take every single opportunity I get to share my story because it's unique. Same organization, 20 years later, starting out on the front lines, now becoming president and CEO. So, where does that lead me? Is my work done? Absolutely not. I need to lift as I climb. Being in education, being at DeVry University, where we strive to close society's opportunity gap, we have a lot of work to do. There was a panel earlier on women in STEM. That spoke to me. For those of you, show of hands, DeVry University, anyone familiar with DeVry? You got it, there you go. Yes, you remember the commercial. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. I have to meet you after this. When you work for DeVry University, you understand how important technology and tech education is in business. And in 2021, I realized how few women were represented in the tech sector and in tech roles. So I said, I'm going to lift as I climb. I have the tools at my fingertips. I work for a university. So I had launched, alongside many others, was not a solo endeavor, our Women in Tech Scholars Program. Quick stat, 28%, that's the percentage of females represented in the tech sector. When women make up half of the US workforce, that's sad. I heard a goal earlier on the panel, the Women in STEM panel, to get us to 50-50. And I know that DeVry University cannot do it alone, but we are going to do our part to get that stat to 50-50 or beyond. Through the Women in Tech Scholars Program, we've been able to take the percentage of women enrolling in our engineering and information sciences programs from 23% in 2021 to now north of 30% in 2023. That's hundreds of additional women who are taking the leap into tech education and technology-based careers. And when I ask these women who are enrolling, what's been the most significant part of the program in terms of influencing you to continue moving on and moving forward and pursuing this? The answer that I get, the number one answer I get, is the mentors you provide us throughout the program. It's not just about what we're teaching in our four walls. It's also about the lessons we're providing these students outside of those four walls. They want to see people that look like them in these roles. They want to feel like it is attainable. And so these mentors, that's the number one response I get in terms of the number one impact of the program is the mentorships. My work is not done here. Our work is not done here as women. We must continue to lift others as we climb. I carry something in my purse, and I actually don't think I have it up here with me, but it's a card. And it's a quote by Michelle Obama. And that quote reminds me every single day why I do what I do and why I have the courage to do what I do. There is no limit to what we, as women, can accomplish. Remember that quote, and as you work to lift others, repeat that quote, because that statement is indeed true. My story is a testament to that. While my personal journey is unique in its own right in getting to the CEO role, I have to say it was a bit of luck and a bit of hard work, right? Or a lot of hard work. But I know that there are many stories across this room. And so I look forward to hearing your stories today and this evening. Thank you all so much for your time and for all that you're doing to close society's opportunity gap, especially for women. Thank you.
My goal is to blanket the world with love and comfort and healing. As I observed the healing power, and I don't know, maybe it's just hope that having a blanket can provide to someone that's suffering. I thought, what can I do long term that will give hope to thousands? Our charitable arm is called the Heart of Minky. Part of what we do is we send 3,000 to 5,000 minis per month to NICUs throughout the United States. Minky Couture is really honored to contribute $1 million to the NICU unit at the new Primary Children's Hospital on the Lehigh campus. The legacy is just to continue giving back.
Those lights woke me up. How about you, ladies? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on women. Ooh, I feel like I'm echoing a little too much. Women in Economic Opportunity. I'm Michelle Russo, the Chief Communications Officer here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I am delighted to be joined by some really inspiring women today. It is widely acknowledged that when we encourage and empower women to rise, they bring up whole communities with them. We know, for example, the positive impact women have on the workplace, in interpersonal settings, the boardroom, and in gatherings like these. And from previous discussions today, we've heard how women bring empathetic leadership to the workplace, how they offer different ways of analyzing information and solving problems. Women are also powerful consumers. They take the lead on most household purchasing decisions, guilty as charged, my husband will tell you. So when a woman's voice is present, it translates in important ways to our markets, our economy, and our way of life. At the same time, women are still fighting for a level playing field. For example, this is well documented and I suspect well known in this room, that on average, women in the US are paid 82 cents for every dollar that a man will make. When I was starting my career, I feel like that was closer to 60 cents, so it seems like we're making some progress, but we certainly need to be our own advocates. Over the next 45 minutes, we'll dig deeper into economic empowerment for women, the unique challenges we face, and how leaders across various industries and sectors can help drive solutions. With that, let's meet our panelists. Their full speaker bios are available on the event website, which you can access using the QR code on your table. Scarlett, we want to start with you. Please introduce yourself and your organization.
Great. It's such a pleasure to be here. Hi, everyone. I know it sounds like we're coming at near the end of a long day, so appreciate you're still here and with us. And I'm Scarlett Cronin. I come from an organization called the Tent Partnership for Refugees. It was founded by the CEO of Chobani Yogurt. We are very singularly focused on working with major multinational companies, including my colleague Chase, who's up here today, but companies like Accenture, Coke, Pepsi, FedEx. It's a long list, and everything we focus on is about working with these companies to get refugees into jobs and working very practically with companies to do so. And just taking a quick step back, and I think how we fit in today, just to very quickly paint the picture of the refugee context, there are nearly 40 million refugees around the world. These are people who've crossed borders to seek safety in another country, fleeing conflict or persecution. There's an even larger number of people who are forcibly displaced within their country. Half of refugees are women, and just to share another stat to kind of top off what you were saying, when we look at the labor market integration of refugee women around the world, it is not good. 4 out of 10 refugee women are in decent work compared to 7 out of 10 refugee men. So we know we have a lot of work to do, something we're very focused on at the Tent Partnership for Refugees, getting refugee women who find themselves in a new country into good and decent paying jobs.
Thanks, Scarlett. Decanty?
Yes, Decanty Men's Co. I'm the head of diversity, equity, and inclusion for corporate responsibility at JP Morgan Chase. And I'm so grateful to be on this panel. Really incredible to hear your work, Scarlett. I come to this work at a very personal level. I am a refugee, and the testimony and the work that women have done to make sure that our lives are stable in this country is huge. And how we show up as a forum is really critical to that. And I just wanted to share, because when you're reading through the stats about both refugee women as well as women in this country, my grandmother comes from a very rural part of the country. And actually, when my grandfather went to ask for her hand in marriage, he brought her a pair of shoes because she didn't have any. It's on the back of my grandmother that my family stability lives, because my grandfather died a few years later, leaving my grandmother with 3 children under 5. And so when we talk about the economic impact, particularly of women, not just in the economy, but in households, it's incredibly powerful, and it's something that's really true to my experience and how I show up in the work.
Thank you. Sandy, you also have a very personal story to share in your introduction.
Thank you, Michelle. It's so exciting, such an honor to be here today. I am the Sandy Hendry, owner and founder of Minky Couture. If you haven't heard of us, it's the best blanket ever, and you'll get to experience that today. But I'm excited to share with you a little bit of my story and my journey. In 2009, I had a daughter that became critically ill. She was 27 years old, and she was in liver failure for about 5 months. She was hospitalized. And as a mother, you know the need that you are visiting a child, whether they're sick in the home, sick in the hospital. You have a very strong need, obviously, to be there as much as you can, if not every day. Over 5 months, that was impossible. One day I just said, what can I bring you to bring you love and comfort and a little bit of mom wrapped around you? And she just said, I would like a blanket. And then as I left, she said, but Mom, it's got to be a cute blanket. That's why the couture. And so I created I Don't Sew, so I had a large baby blanket out of Minky fabric made for her, took it to the hospital, and when I would visit her after that, I would notice that there were several of the other patients wrapped up in it. I'd go, is that your blanket down the hall wrapped up in those 3 patients? She'd go, yeah, they really needed it. They wanted it. So I thought to myself, there is just such a need for comfort and for just something to hold on to give you something of hope. And so I made 50 more blankets to take to the other patients. Anyway, within a few months, I had people reaching out to me, had created an online presence. Then on my journey, wanted to do stores. People said, don't do brick and mortars, they'll never work. It was 2009, the economic forecast was not so great. But I thought, no, I can do a store. Put a few blankets in a store, and literally they were gone the next day. Put a few more, they were gone the next day. And so it evolved. I came from a background, I taught school for 30 years. I'd retired. I was in my early 50s, and I thought, dreams and passions don't have an expiration date. You can fulfill your dream, your passion.
There's our quote. There's our quote for the session.
You can be young, 15, 16, you can be young. I see, people on the news, 12-year-olds that have an idea. You can be my age or older, and people ask me all the time, when are you going to be finished? And I said, I have just begun, because I need to blanket the world.
Love it. So how many thousands of blankets do you sell now?
Oh my goodness. We've sold several million blankets, and Christmas, obviously holidays, grandmas get them for all the grandkids. I mean, we're shipping out, hundreds, thousands of orders every day now. And it started with one blanket, and when I tell people that, they go, oh, you really bought this as a franchise, didn't you? And I said, no, I really started it with one blanket. So
That's
dreams
amazing.
come true. You just got to keep plugging along.
Thank you. Jack and T, you help women make wise decisions about their spending. Obviously, blankets should be on the list of things.
They last.
In terms of investing and starting new enterprises and building wealth over time. So talk to us about the importance of household level financial stability and helping women invest in a household, and what are some of the stories of impact you can share with the audience today?
Absolutely. And I would say that we don't help women make wise decisions, they make wise decisions.
Good correction.
As you started the conversation, you mentioned that women are making 90% of household decisions, financial decisions. We don't give ourselves enough credit about how much and how critical our role in household financial decision is and continues to be, and also what it means for the growth of this economy. When we think about how we strategically invest as a corporate responsibility team, we know that if we want to change the trajectory of households, we need to target women specifically and ensure that our unique solutions and strategies are meeting and investing in women, and not just changing their households, but changing and transforming their communities. So in 2021, as we were beginning to take a turn out of the pandemic, we recognized the role of women, particularly in communities of color, to do transformative change in those communities that had been hardest hit by the pandemic. And as part of our philanthropic commitment, we made $45 million commitment to focusing on women of color-led and serving organizations that were doing transformational work. And you can see the success of that work across the country. Just in Baltimore, a few miles north of here, there's a young woman that's transforming a long disinvested community. And through her transformation, she's created and drafted legislation that will transform that every block if given the resources to do so. And Governor Westmore recently committed to his budget $60 million to support what we seeded back in 2021. Solutions for our households and our communities, they come from women. And so we're really intentional about supporting and strategically investing in women.
Sandy, as a small business owner, Decanty is talking about kind of solving at scale with economic opportunity, and we'll get to Scarlett for some more of that. But as a small business owner, you're creating jobs for women, I suppose, a lot of women. Maybe that's a stereotyped assumption, but tell me, set me straight. And allowing them to work outside the home and give them flexibility to care for all the different needs in their life. Why don't you share some stories about kind of the impact that your business has created and opportunities for other women?
I realized first when I was starting Minky Couture that I had to make this blanket. It's just an ordinary product. Everyone has them in their homes. I'm sure all of you have several, if not hundreds. And I thought, how can I make this ordinary blanket extraordinary? And I thought, let me think of something creative that I can do with this. And I realized that in our culture, where I'm from Utah, we have a lot of talented women that are at home that know how to sew and can't use their skills because they can't get out of the home to go to work. I realized that it would be great to provide the cut goods, let them sew the blankets at home. They're custom blankets. You can choose the front, the back. Part of my vision was, it's like walking in an ice cream store. I didn't want chocolate and vanilla. I wanted every flavor in the rainbow. And so in our stores and online, we have everything under the rainbow, but I wanted these women to be able to provide for their families and feel empowerment by using their talents and their time at home. We have between 50 and 75 seamstresses sewing. They pick up bins once or twice a week, and then they return them, and they'll do anywhere from 100 to 200 blankets a week. And they are just the most talented, selfless women that want to empower their homes and their children. Like, I just hear stories every day like, oh, for the first time they could have dance lessons. For the first time they could do a soccer team. For one mother in 2010 said, my house was in foreclosure, so I used this money and I saved my home. And just the joy and the empowerment and the fulfillment and purpose it gives those women is priceless. And because we grew so fast, we now do importing, which I've had to learn so many things. I surround myself with people that are smarter than me, women, that know and grow, and if they don't know it, they learn it or they find the solution. And chain supply management, and we do everything from the production to the SEO stuff on the website, the social media, the fulfillment, the shipping. We just do it all, and in all those positions, women have just excelled to empower their families and help them, thrive.
We're natural problem solvers,
We
right?
are. I thought.
I mean,
That's
you do it
absolutely
every
right.
single day. So deploying that and really tapping into that untapped workforce, secret workforce in your state, that's really incredible. Scarlett, at 10, as you described, you help refugee women economically integrate into their new communities during a time of extreme challenge and many unknowns. Your model is relevant to businesses around the world and their role in helping refugees secure jobs. Today's event began with a focus on Ukrainian women, and more than half the people involved in the tent program in Europe are Ukrainian refugees, women refugees. Tell us more about this program in particular and the impact you're hoping to have on Ukrainians, refugees.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe just before responding specifically about Ukrainian women, I think just to pick up on a point that Sandy was making, I think it's really a through line for our work as well, is we are looking at an issue that is immensely solvable based on the fact that we know women, no matter where they're from, are resilient, ambitious, driven. And so the challenge, of course, for refugee women when they come to a country is that, a new country, is that they, on the one hand, may not have the social networks to understand how to go about finding a job, what are the best ways to do that, don't have the same kind of assets I have had in my life to get that support. And then kind of coupled with that, they're also women and face many of the challenges that I'm assuming others in this room have faced today with lower wages, with gender discrimination, disproportionate childcare. So that's the kind of prism that we are working in. And so we're looking for ways to really empower refugee women to be able to, just kind of unleash the talent that they have. And so just wanted to make that point. And that's, refugee women from any background, from any context. But as you point out, of course, one of the biggest refugee crises right now is driven by the war in Ukraine. So there are millions of refugee women that have fled, and the reason it's mostly women is that men have been asked to stay home to fight. So it's a lot of women and elderly who have fled to countries like Poland and Germany, as well as to the US and other countries. And so when we looked at what we could do to support this, absolutely we want to help Ukrainian women in these countries get into jobs, but one of the challenges or just kind of issues we saw was around that kind of like middle step that is needed to get into the local workforce, let's say in Poland or Germany. So we have a mentorship program that actually launched in the US and is ongoing in the US, but we also have it underway that's focused on refugee women. And the way it works is that we recruit companies from our network. So again, these are major businesses. So professionals from companies will sign on to mentor. I'm sure all of you are familiar with mentorship programs, but it's really geared towards supporting refugee women, in this case, Ukrainian refugee women in these contexts, kind of get their foot in the door, understand how to navigate, let's say, the pharmacy industry in Germany or the healthcare industry in Poland, and provide for 6 months really tailored, support. And I think we've learned a lot, and we're starting to see really good outcomes and outputs from this program in terms of Ukrainian women feeling more confident, feeling like they have what it takes, let's say, to navigate the job market in a specific country and are getting into the jobs that they sought after, or I think also importantly are taking a job as a stepping stone to be able to advance as well. So we're seeing a lot of good results.
Lots of paths out of a really tough situation. That's incredible. Let's switch gears a little bit, and I'd like to get each of your perspectives on today's workplaces, what's working and what are areas for improvement for women and men. To the men in the audience, I do try to, make this conversation relevant to you as well. We are all people with a lot of shared goals and responsibilities. We could talk about anything from balancing personal and professional responsibilities to advancement and leadership opportunities. DeCanty, I know JP Morgan has a lot of programs for supporting employees as caregivers and parents. You want to talk to us about some of those practices? And maybe some can steal some ideas from here and take them back to their workplaces?
Well, the firm is a hugely supportive place for women, and as you know, we have a number of women leaders that are leading major parts of our business globally. But I think what is most powerful is recognizing not just how women show up at work, but that they are the backbone of our households. And also often kind of overlooked is caregivers and community. Like our communities operate on women's labor, as well as caregiving not just for children, but for families. So one of the most innovative things that the firm does is recognizing that across the board, careers are not linear, but particularly for women that hold a lot of or burden a lot of the caregiving responsibility. And we have a program called the Reentry Program that's for individuals who have been out of the workforce for 2 or more years. And what it provides is several months fellowship in a specific area or line of business that you'd like to explore, with the goal of identifying and offering a full-time position. And since the launch of the program, more than 400 women have successfully completed that program and been recruited full-time. Just like the most recent stats that I have from 2022, about 85% of participants were placed into a full-time role. And I think those pathways for women recognizing that there are different parts of our lives in which we will need to shift into being caregivers, to showing up as employees, and to supporting our communities, it's really critical to have that level of flexibility, nuance, and understanding of the role of women.
I mean, you hear that, right? People are afraid that if they take too much time off to start to raise a baby, that they're going to be afraid that they can't get back in. So that's really commendable. Do you think that is that a new trend? Is JP Morgan on the kind of front end of that type of program, or is it catching on?
I think it is catching on. We're seeing, a number of things that have shaped up over the last year in terms of how we support women, but also how it's showing up, for example, at the Business Roundtable with other firms. And I think as the largest financial institution, we can demonstrate that we can do well by our employees and do well.
Yeah, it's good for business.
Yeah.
Right. Scarlett, let's go back to you. You started to get to this in describing the mentorship program of helping the Ukrainian women get adapted to new cultures and workplace environments. But what are some of the specific challenges that refugee women face that might be applicable even if you don't work with refugees in your current, it's probably applicable to working with people from different cultural and life backgrounds. So can you share some insights around that?
For sure. Yeah, there's a couple that come to mind. Several companies had identified over the years that refugee women just essentially were not applying for jobs at their companies, that they'd be very happy to employ refugee women, but they just weren't making it through the process essentially. So we dug into that with a few of those companies, and these examples happen to all be in Germany, but there are similar examples elsewhere, and found a couple of things, to your point, I don't think is applicable only to refugee women, to other marginalized or vulnerable groups as well, who maybe are a little bit less likely to make it through the screening process. And we saw a couple of things. One was that and this part actually is applicable mostly to refugees, but some other groups too, was that resumes were essentially just getting discarded because the university degree wasn't recognizable, the qualifications weren't recognizable, the gaps on the resume were off-putting, and so it was about us as Tent training HR teams and hiring managers about, I think it's a little bit less about biases and just more about their HR teams can be so used to looking for a certain sort of CV or resume that they were just, taking refugee women out of the process. So that's one thing that we've seen.
So it's education.
Yeah, it's education, and we work very closely with hiring managers at no cost, but to kind of educate them on what some investments or just things that they need to do to think about in a kind of holistic way, looking at refugees as a talent pool. But the other thing we saw was that in doing some kind of research and studies on this, that in many cases refugee women were not applying for jobs as well, and this was because in some cases they were under the impression that they couldn't do that job. That might be cultural, might be for some other reason, so they weren't applying, or for some maybe like fulfillment center jobs, distribution center jobs, they were outside of a city where women wouldn't feel safe traveling to there. So then companies were making more of an effort to kind of share what is the transportation options to get to these places, how can we as a business be more communicative and more transparent about that we really do want you to apply, and here are some of the ways that we want to make sure you feel safe in that process. So I think what I just talked through might sound like it's a lot of work for companies, and we definitely see like a spectrum of businesses in terms of how willing they are to make adjustments to their hiring practices. But I think the good news, of course, is that if a company is making these investments, it pays off in terms of getting great talent.
Right. So I love that we can talk about these big issues and then really bring it down to the individual level. So Sandy, talk to us about some of the challenges you've had to address with your workforce and how you help them feel supported in that environment.
Yes, I feel like we're pretty much on the ground level. When I started Minky, I'd come from the education background and teaching school, and I found, first of all, the first thing that I wanted to provide for the women that was a challenge for them in any work setting is flexibility. Because I found that when you teach school, you have to, even if you're the teacher, you have to find a moment to run to the restroom. It's like, I can't really share this with the kids, but I need to escape for a minute. I wanted flexibility. I looked around my sphere of women and I thought, I just know so many wonderful, capable women that have brilliant minds, that have been raising families, and they're using these minds to raise their children, which is wonderful, and now they're at a transition period. The kids are all in school. What do I do with my life? I've been, I'm at home, or they have a full education that they've left behind, or they want to go back to school, or they have a year. Just everybody's individual. Everyone has a different scenario. So I wanted to, first of all, be flexible with the individual and give them time off if they had a championship soccer game or if they had a doctor's appointment, and make it work for them. And I find that the more I work with them and address their needs and listen to them, and because they all have such great voices to listen to, that it just elevated me and elevated Minky. And we really, within our first 10 years, we were doubling, tripling every year. And nothing that I was particularly doing, but I had empowered these women just like they were unleashed to just fly and use all the knowledge that they had and gain more knowledge. But I think flexibility and just being aware of whoever you're over. It could be 3 people, it could be 5 people, but know their needs, know them personally, listen to them and hear their ideas. I feel like if they have a safe space and a space where they feel like they can express what they want to say and the ideas they have, that once again, the sky's the limit, and they will do that if you give them the opportunity.
Well, you're giving them trust.
Oh, trust, for
and
sure.
they're giving
yeah.
you loyalty and hard work, and you win a lot in that equation,
Out of the
for sure.
beginning women I have, like, they're still with me because they
of course
feel that trust.
So each of you does things to help so many women in your communities and through your work. We want to pay it forward to this audience here today. So I'd love you to think about a piece of wisdom that someone gave you at some point that helped shape your perspective around the work you do, and share that wisdom with our audience. Advice or a piece of wisdom. Anyone can go first. Are you ready? You seem like you're ready.
Well, I'm happy to jump in because I think what Sandy shared is so true about trusting your own experience, and that was the advice that I gave. Because when you enter spaces as a woman that women haven't entered, as a person of color, your voice and your experience and your perspective is just going to be different. Trust that, because through that you are able to build something that is more profound, more impactful. Your perspective is hugely valuable. It's hugely valuable to your people. It's hugely valuable to your business. So that's the best piece of advice that I've received, is like, trust the uniqueness of your experience as you enter into spaces.
Yeah, when you're young and you're growing up, my father owned a newspaper, and he was very involved in the community, of course, writing articles, the editor, and he gave me some advice growing up that didn't really resonate till I was doing Minky, even after all those years. And he said two things: surround yourself with people that are smarter than you, because you can't do everything. And the second thing was give back to your community. You need to be invested in that community and the people that surround you if you want them to come and do business with you. They need to feel that you're there supporting them too. And with my heart of Minky, I really feel like giving back to the NICU units throughout the United States is just a way to give back. And I thought the other day, yes, we give 5,000 to 6,000 blankets a month, these little mini that go in the incubators that have been proven that the babies smell their mother's scent and they start to thrive. And when I saw all these blankets being shipped out, it just hit me. I thought, for every one of those blankets, there's a poor little infant in an incubator that's going to be attached to that, and kind of broke my heart. But I thought, I hope this gives it just a little edge to want to fight back and to live and to be here. And then I thought the mothers, the devastation they're experiencing, sitting in those NICU units, watching their babies, it's just a little piece of hope that comes through that the nurses can pass out, that I get the warmest, sweetest letters that I feel like giving back. I feel the one that's receiving the reward.
The gift,
yeah.
Absolutely. Scarlett?
Definitely agree with surround yourself people who are smarter than you are.
I have
too. I do that every day, and it's very helpful. And then I used to work for the Clintons at the Clinton Foundation before I started working at Tend, and I was given advice by our CEO there. I think I must have done a terrible presentation, and the advice was know your audience, and so that's been immensely helpful. Hopefully you all will agree, but I take that really every day to my work, whether we're pitching a company or talking, to someone in the State Department. It's, of course, a very similar theme and topic, but what does this group care about? What's going to make them want to listen, to want to, support our work or introduce us to another organization, whatever it might be. So I really always push myself to do that, and I hope I hope it was visible today, and I think that's been a really important lesson.
Well, that's good speaking and presentation advice, but also exactly what Sandy was saying about knowing each employee, and it's good management advice for our teams and really understanding their different perspectives, and what's going to motivate them and what's going to help them feel secure and successful. And it takes work and intention. So thank you all for bringing that to life so beautifully. So let's talk about casting an even brighter future for women's economic opportunities. There's likely people in the audience today who want to do more to support women's economic empowerment, but they're not sure where to begin. What's one resource or area of focus you'd recommend to help them get started? Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I'm happy to jump in.
Okay, go for it. Let's go down the line.
Yeah, so I think it's what Sandy and as well as Scarlett shared is evidence of this. Design with women in mind. Whatever your service or solution, product, design with women in mind because it unlocks opportunity for their households, for everyone. Everyone needs flexibility. Once you think about employees, and particularly how do you serve female employees, you're supporting your employee base across the board. So as you think about a brighter future, centering design in for women is really critical and a powerful way to scale and support solutions. Because once again, women are driving solutions, both in our households and in our communities.
We'll go second.
Please go.
I was just listening to you, and I thought that was great advice and going forward. And I do believe when you're empowering a woman, you're really empowering the whole household. Everybody is happier. You know, it's just a ripple effect. But I would say any idea, I think people would say to me when I first started, it's just a blanket. And I would say, yes, I realize it's just a blanket, but it's a fabulous blanket. You know, so think of the person that first bottled water. They're going, it's just water. But now it's in a bottle, and you can take it with you and drink it. And, I mean, you can, any idea, I think you can elevate and make your own. I think so often as women, we think, oh, I have this idea that might make my household run smoother, or might help my mother who's in a nursing home, or might help this or help that, but then they are self-defeating by thinking, but it's a dumb idea, or it's not something that I can really create. But I would just say every idea is great, and you need to, you know, go forward with it and have confidence in it. Share it with somebody that can be your cheerleader, and move it forward for anyone in the room that thinks, oh, I've wanted to start this and I just haven't taken that first step.
Yeah, that's related to what the last speaker was talking about, of having sponsors at work, and really those people who are going to tell you you're better than you think you are, and say that in your presence to remind you, and say that outside of your presence when you're not in the room, and how important those relationships are. And you know, I have found, I'm not being a moderator answering the question, but here I go, is, you know, how I've developed that is by being that for other people. And, you know, gossip travels fast in any organization, but you say something nice about somebody, it gets back to them too. And you being a champion for other people then creates kind of a pay it forward atmosphere around the people that you work with, and that's a different kind of form of supporting your community. That's my 2 cents, picking up on what you said, tying it to the last speaker.
No,
Scarlett.
I totally agree. You said it better than I was going to say. I think there's so many ways to uplift women, and I have a feeling those in this audience are doing that on a daily basis. But of course, it should be women. It should also be men as allies. But whether it's formally or informally, finding ways to, you know, provide feedback, provide support. If someone seems like they're struggling, you know, a female colleague, whatever it is, you know, taking a little bit of time to connect with them. And I guess just being honest. I think what keeps me from doing that sometimes is like, I think I'm very busy, and everybody thinks they're very busy, but even so, we can take, a few minutes to sit down with somebody, or, check in on them, or, help them advance, whether professionally or personally. So I think it's just like taking the time.
Such a good point. So I'm going to give you guys a second to think about the next question, and I want everyone. And I'm not going to call on all of you, but the next question is, how can you individually? What's your commitment to doubling down on supporting women in the year ahead? Like, how can you firm that commitment? And while you think about that, and everyone thinks about what that commitment can be and what you can do, I'll give you an example. I was doing an exit interview the other day with a woman who's worked for me for a number of years. She's going on to a great new opportunity. I'm very excited for her, but I said, give me some advice. How can I do a better job running the team, keeping people happy and growing and motivated? And she said, recognition. And I said, like, I think I'm good at that. We have awards, we do all these things. She goes, a Post-it note, like left on their desk, that you did a great job in that, or you were great in that meeting. Like those little, it's the things we get too busy to do that go the farthest, kind of like giving women the empowerment to make their own schedule that's going to work for them, that helps them be more productive for you. So I'm going to do better at recognition. That's my work resolution for the rest of the year. What's yours?
Mine is, every door that I can open, I'll open it.
Yeah.
I'll push it open on behalf of women. And I think it's not a lot of things. It's like, make the call, make the introduction. It means the world, both professionally, but also on a personal level. You have an incredible network, and tapping into that on behalf of other women expands your network as well. And so in the next year, I will continue to do it, but I'm going to lean in certainly more in that space.
Right. Sandy?
I'm going to piggyback off you, Michelle, because I have part of my fabulous team here today, and I have to do a shout out to them. They're literally smarter, more energetic, and just keep that ball rolling. And as far as doubling down, I feel like I have 6 brick and mortar stores throughout Utah, and I feel like I need to visit those more often with the 17, 18, 19-year-old sales clerks that are, meeting the customers that are so, they're great at what they do, but I need to be more invested like I am with my team on the ground at corporate to just do a better job of spreading that Post-it note out to everybody, but in person.
Yeah.
And just people love to be told thank you, and you're doing a great job.
Or just be seen.
Yes,
right?
or just be seen, and just
Yeah.
and say, how can I help you today? What can you tell me what you need? And listening, because they all have great ideas, and they all just have that passion that work for us, and I love that.
Scarlett?
Yeah, I'll just, having confessed what I did, I think mine should be, I'm not too busy to be opening doors, or I think I do a pretty good job, but to just not have those excuses in terms of supporting people at work, outside of work, whatever it might be with women.
All right, but we have 2 minutes left. What didn't we cover that you really want the audience to hear? Any parting thoughts? Scarlett, you want to start?
Well, I'm happy to chime in if anybody's interested in learning more about this issue of integrating refugees into the workforce. I mean, this is kind of a shameless plug, but there's no money involved. We're fully funded by the CEO of Chobani Yogurt. I'd love to chat about what that might look like, whether it's through our mentorship program or talking about hiring in the US or in other countries.
Right. Yeah. Shameless plugs are absolutely welcome on the stage. You heard Minky Blankets, right? What's the www?
What's the website? Oh, my website, minkycouture.com.
Minky-Couture.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and you said something. Oh, we do have a couple of refugee seamstresses.
Oh, yeah, because of Utah,
and they're fabulous.
Yeah.
They're fabulous, and they're so dedicated, and they feel so fortunate. They tell me thank you on the daily, and I think they're an awesome addition. And I just want my parting words to be just fulfill your dreams. Don't ever put a stipulation on anything that you think, like, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, I'm old, I'm young, I'm tall, I'm short, you just find every reason in the world not to fulfill your passion, and everyone has one, and I think everyone should be heard and seen and felt. And
that sounds great. That sounds great. What about you?
And I think as part of that Fulfill the Dreams, and this is my plug, is that we're here for you. When you talk about, we have small business support folks across our branches to scale your businesses, to grow, to help you along your financial health journey. Because it's small business, it's big businesses, that's what's fueling our economy, and we're here to support you. So any way that we can partner and support to continue and further your work, we're here for you.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if anyone tells you no, I remember early on I went to a couple of marketing business gurus, specialists. They told me, oh, honey dear, you need to quit. You need to stop. You're not going to go anywhere. And I thought,
that's fuel.
That is fuel. I'm not kidding. I just said, thank you. I'm going to just go at it twice as hard. And I did, and I succeeded. And I feel like sometimes you have to listen to your voice, your gut, your head, your heart. Right. And you just need to move forward if you know it's going to work, or if you feel like there's even a slightest chance, you just keep plugging along.
Well, that's a great ending. I will thank all of you for your advice, your insights, the stories you shared with us. Thanks all of you. I think our headline is Dreams Don't Expire. Was that
right?
It? Dreams Don't Expire. Thanks everyone for joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you all of the audience members and prior speakers for today of an amazing event thus far. It's my honor to host this final conversation of the day with this illustrious panel that I have with me. My name is Carmen West. I'm the Vice President of the Equality of Opportunity Initiative. The Equality of Opportunity Initiative was created in 2020 after the death of George Floyd. It was created to create some real sustainable solutions for race-based opportunity gaps. So I'm excited to be here with you today. This final discussion at the Chamber Foundation's 2024 IWD is called Investing in Future Women Leaders. Joining me today are 4 women who are passionate leaders within their organizations and are avid supporters of emerging women and leading the future. Their full biographies are in your pamphlets and can be accessed through the QRC codes that are on your tables. So let's get started. Starting with Kate, who's sitting next to me, I'm going to let all of our panelists give a short introduction of themselves, including their organization and a brief spotlight of how your work empowers young and emerging women leaders. Now, don't worry, this won't take a very long time. These introductions will be fairly short, and we'll learn more about the panelists and their work as the conversation goes on. So Kate, we'll start with you.
Okay, great to be with everyone. My name is Kate Maloney, and I'm the Executive Director of Foundation USA. We are the corporate social responsibility arm of the company Infosys. They're a global tech consulting company. And in the US, we are focused on increasing STEM education, computer science, and digital upskilling. So we're doing that for students and educators and anyone really looking to get those skills for a tech-enabled economy. And as I was looking at stats, they've been mentioned today. 40% of women make up the economy, but only 25% of them are in tech. So there's a problem there, and we're working to address that gender digital skills gap from K-12 on.
Awesome. Kimberly?
So hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Kimberly Wise-White. I am the Vice President of the American Chemistry Council's Regulatory and Scientific Affairs, and I also have the tremendous pleasure of being directly engaged in our diversity, equity, and inclusion-related initiatives, including focus on really engaging women into our profession. And I'm so happy and excited to be part of this dynamic panel to close out the session. Why not have a whole day focused just on women? So I think this is an amazing experience, and so thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Alberta?
Hi, I'm Alberta Johnson. I'm the founder and CEO of People Experts LLC. I work with companies to build equitable and inclusive workplace cultures. So we do that through building strategy that focuses on inclusion, diversity, retention, and professional development. But outside of that, I am the president of the Friends of Pediatrics for the University of Illinois Children's Hospital. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that later as to how I'm using board service to build opportunities for young professionals and women that are seeking to learn leadership strategies as well as leadership responsibility. So happy to be here.
Kelly?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kelly Faye Rodriguez. I am the long title, bear with me, Special Representative for International Labor Affairs. They don't do great messaging in government. So it basically means I'm responsible for the Biden-Harris administration's international labor policy and diplomacy in particular. I am at the Department of State. I have a team that works to promote labor rights and standards globally around the world. We are housed in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. And it's really a privilege and honor to be here today with this stellar panel and to talk about how we promote women workers, women entrepreneurs, women leaders who are doing so much to support families and communities, but also to really make sure that we all have a chance to thrive. So happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much for those introductions. Before we dive a little bit deeper in each of your areas of focus, I'd like to start off by defining the end goal that we believe we're working towards in terms of preparing women leaders for the future. So this question will go to all of you panelists, but I'll start with Kate. When you think about the future work and what's on the horizons for jobs and skills and training and education, career paths, et cetera, what reality do you think we will be living in 20 years from now?
20 years, admittedly, we cheated a little before the panel to think about this, and I did the math on 20 years from now. I feel like most of us can't even see, 3 days ahead or like the week ahead. So it was like 2044. In light of the technology explosion, and we've heard little messages today about AI, right? AI overtaking all of our lives professionally or in our personal life. So I think for sure it's going to be a tech-enabled world. But I keep coming back to the point that it won't be the AI to replace human beings. We talk at Infosys and in our community about augmenting all of the talent that's in the room. And I thought about what makes women special in light of this AI-driven world, and it's going to be all those secret sauce talents, like that high EQ that we have, that ability to ask questions, to probe, to question, to really look at the data sets that are coming in and think about bias. So as technology just moves at this lightning pace, 3 years, 5, oh my gosh, till 20, I hope we're all here, but we might be in space. I thought of the prior panel said we'll be all hanging out in space. I do think there's room even more critically for what makes women special.
Kimberly?
All right, so I mentioned that I work with the American Chemistry Council, and so that means I am advocate for the chemical industry and for science overall. And one of the things that we definitely think, and I think, is going to be a priority 20 years from now is going to be safety and sustainability. You think about all the things, you need clean air, clean water, and one of the things that we recognize is that we as women are going to be a key part of that. I think you mentioned like the diversity of ideas and the thought leadership that we have to be able to bring to the table, I think is going to be critically important. The business of chemistry specifically supports about 550,000 jobs, and so we want to make sure that we are directly focusing some of those jobs for women and training them, providing them the skills and development that they need to be successful in our industry. And so as I think about what our lives look like 20 years from now, and like you said, 2044, oh my God, that seems like a lifetime from now, it is making sure that women continue to play a prominent role in decision-making for this country and in advancing product and stewardship overall.
Great point. Great point. Alberta?
So I'm looking at this from the human resources standpoint, and definitely, you know, AI has been at the kind of top of mind as we've talked about how it's going to impact the workforce and what that means for HR leaders. And most of it is looking at upskilling and reskilling the current workforce, but also thinking about how we have a multi-generational workforce. And currently we have 6 generations in the workforce, and in 20 years, as people are living longer, there might be 7 for all we know. So we really have to think about how that's going to impact how we work together and how we embrace AI as it continues to grow. But then there will also be positions that will be phased out with the increases in AI generation. So we have to think about what that's going to look like for the workforce and what positions will be impacted and how do we best give our workforce learning and development opportunities to stay relevant within the workforce. The other thing that we've looked at is, although AI has many capabilities, it's still, I think you've heard today that it has low emotional intelligence, it can't do critical thinking or be empathetic, so that's where HR leaders will still be very critical in this space. But we also just want to think about how we are going to move forward with the workforce and then bring in new leaders and younger professionals, and what does that look like for them? What are those opportunities, and what industries would be best suited 20 years from now? So definitely engineering, cybersecurity are big ones that are coming up, and as AI migrates and increases over time, we'll definitely need more engineers and IT professionals. So that's one of the main areas that we're looking at, but also thinking about the organization overall.
And Kelly, from a government perspective, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, I'd like to talk about what I hope to see. Perfect. We're seeing some of these indications, but I would really like to see in 20 years a society, an economy where women, mothers, sisters don't have to take 2 to 3 jobs to support themselves and their families, where there's less disparity, less discrimination, right? Whether it's based on race, ethnicity, immigration status, sexual orientation, right? Like that all people have equal opportunities to contribute, to develop their skills, and to grow, right? Definitely a place where there's less precariousness, where there is more equal pay and more opportunity. We have right now women labor leaders actually in the American Labor Federation, the AFL-CIO, run by a woman for the first time. Several of our largest unions are, and they are making gains, big ones, right? AFL-CIO signed an announcement in December with Microsoft about how they were going to ensure that workers benefit as we approach AI issues in the workforce, and how to make sure people have access to technology, but also that it's done in a way that really capitalizes the skills and contributions that we all can make. Again, tapping into the sort of fears people have about what does it mean to be what will the world look like in 20 years with AI. And I think that kind of a model where we have companies that see the value of engaging constructively with worker organizations is one I'd love to see more of. So yeah, happy to talk more about that. But I think we're on that path, and I hope to see more of it.
Great, agreed. Thank you so much for that enlightening conversation. Now, I want to delve into a little bit more about the work that you specifically do. And Kelly, starting with you, and of course, just thinking about, how the U.S. State Department works to invest in future women leaders. What are some specific programming outcomes and or programming that you might offer? And if you have examples of any type of partners that you work with to execute those types of engagements, would you mind sharing?
So we have a range of programs from exchanges, whether cultural, educational, where we bring people from around the world here to meet with policymakers, stakeholders, government and private sector and public officials. Those are programs, getting to meet with really dynamic either activists or leaders in countries around the world who had the chance to come here and share what they've learned and then learn from what we are doing is I think one of the most valuable contributions in terms of programming. But we do a lot of work. I think folks might have heard earlier this morning from our ambassador for global women's issues, Geeta Gupta, who's got a team that has a range of programming to really address gender discrimination, but also ensure there's equal opportunity for women around the world, whether it's primarily, we've been working together on economic issues. Last summer, I did a delegation with women of all colors and backgrounds who are government officials in the Biden administration to Central America. This was part of the Central America Forward work that the Vice President is leading. And we did a delegation to El Salvador and to Honduras to meet with Afro-descendant activists, LGBTQI+ activists, indigenous workers, a range of civil society stakeholders and government leaders and private sector leaders. In Honduras, we met with the unions and the Maquila Association about some of the incredible work they've been doing to make sure that their companies can thrive, that they have what they need to overcome the hurdles that they face, of course, in the global economy, and that women, again, are able to kind of have pathways for development and able to contribute to their communities. Those are some of my favorite programs, I would say. Yeah.
Great, sounds good. Now, Roberta, I know from previous conversations, you've been deeply involved with a variety of organizations that are impacting women leaders, especially being an expert in DEI and HR. What are some specific ways that you have helped prepare women for their futures? And if you could, share some organizations that might be working with you in those examples.
So definitely, I think through mentoring, that's been one of the biggest opportunities to create women leaders. The work that I do with a lot of the clients I work with is ensuring that they're creating environments and workplaces where women can thrive and be supported. And that can be anything from flexible work to creating an ERG group. But in terms of partnerships, prior to being a consultant, I worked for a number of very large organizations. I worked in government for 10 years, but I'm from Chicago. I worked for the city of Chicago. I also worked for the YMCA, and some of the programs that we built there were more about creating career paths, career development programs, and also creating career frameworks once I got into the consulting world. But some of the partners that were very critical to some of those mentoring programs and also just filtering in the right pipelines of women were educational institutions. We heard from the CEO of DeVry today, and they're an excellent partner in Chicago, but working with those major universities and colleges to create internships, to create mentorships, but then also finding the right sponsors and mentors internally that can develop our women and support them and ensure that they reach management positions, C-suite, and ensure that they stay there. So I just think about a lot of the conversation that I heard today about, not only empowering women, but ensuring that they stay in management positions and are able to thrive in organizations. So that's where I've been focusing my efforts when I work with companies, but also identifying organizations that can help us bring those women into organizations. I'm in executive networks now, but when I think about earlier in my career and the organizations that I partnered with, there's a number of them out there. So there's National Black MBA. I was on the board of the National Society of Hispanic MBAs, which is now Prospanica. But there's a number of those organizations out there, whether they're ethnically focused or industry focused, but they're a source and a partner to bring those women into organizations and help them thrive.
Great. Kimberly, I think we had a little bit of conversation about the whole STEM field earlier, and we understand that the chemicals industry can improve on diversity from a gender perspective, and as well as a racial and cultural standpoint. Why does the lack of diversity matter in this field? And what are some of the ways that the American Chemistry Council is working to evolve the field, particularly around gender balance?
Well, in our industry specifically, like I said, I'm a champion of science overall and chemistry specifically, and we recognize that we continue to need diversity in thought. And if you want diversity in thought, you have to have diversity in all aspects of what you do: racial diversity, cultural diversity, gender diversity, physical diversity. And so back in 2020, we looked across our industry and really recognized that there was a real lack of diversity on all aspects, including gender diversity within our industry. And we decided to take a very conscious and deliberate action to look across our industry and say, how can we make a change for the future and be very proactive about that change? And so in 2020, we instituted really two programs. One is our Future of STEM Scholars Initiative, which is very targeted at bringing in the younger generation, focusing on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because we recognize that if you want clean water, if you want new cell phones, if you want this detergent that works, if you want your food to be in containers that last and allow that food to last for a long time, that you're going to have innovation happening in the chemistries that go into those things. And so we recognize that our industry, while we are employing like 550,000 people in our industry, that not a lot of them were women. And so we had a real lack of just gender diversity and overall a lack of cultural and racial diversity. And so we instituted the Future of STEM Scholars Initiative, really targeted at high school seniors, to bring them, one, to get someone motivated to want to come into the STEM disciplines, to build a long-term relationship with those young people, to get them access and resources to go to college, and really to build a 4-year relationship with them so that they can understand about our industry, the value of our industry, and that we can bring their diversity of thought into the processes that we are building for 4 years. And so that scholarship program is a $40,000 scholarship for each one of those students that is planning to attend a historically Black college and university, and that's planning to study a science, technology, or engineering, or mathematics degree that's really relevant to our industry. And we have over 600 students that are funded through this program right now that are in school or that will be in school. We really fund about between 100 to 150 scholarships a year here, so that's $40,000 scholarships to each one of those students. They get financial resources to go to school, but they also get a 4-year mentorship, leadership, and development program where they, like I said, are building a relationship with us, where we give them career discovery, we give them organizational skills, budget skills, because we want to build a wraparound program around those students, because we recognize that we are not going to continue to grow as an industry unless we bring in a new generation and that they understand the value that we have and we understand the value that they need. In addition to that program, we also recognized that we didn't just want to focus on the younger generation, that we wanted to also look at those that were already in the field, that have been identified as kind of leaders within their company, but haven't always been offered the opportunity to grow and gain leadership and development skills. And so we started an Advancing Diversity and Emerging Leaders program where we asked our membership to really identify people within their ranks that they believe are emerging leaders, but may have been historically overlooked, and to be able to identify them to us, and then we put them through, right now it's a 2-year program, where we give them access to the executive leaders within their companies and across our industry, and we also give them leadership development skills over the course of the 2 years. And so this is really, like I said, that we're trying to identify those opportunities to really grow our industry as a whole, but we recognize in order for that to happen that we have to be very conscious and deliberate in those actions, and we have to do that over time. This can't be just a one and done. This is really a long-term effort for us. And so those are at least 2 areas that we're focused in on, and then we're looking for continual opportunities to grow and build diversity within our industry. Like I mentioned, that we recognized that there was a real lack of just diversity when we looked across our board as an organization, and we've seen that actually transition in the last 3 years, where there was one time in time that there were 0 women that were part of our board. Now there's actually a waiting line in the restroom because there are that many women that are now participating on our board, and that just wasn't true 5 years ago. And that's because we've really taken a very conscious effort to bring that in and to ask our companies to be focused on that.
That's really impressive. Kate, under your leadership at Infosys Foundation USA, you have programs that's dedicated to developing the skill sets and needs of the future, specifically an emphasis on today's students, which is I'm very passionate about. Would you mind sharing a little bit more about these programs and include some of the organizations that you're partnering with?
Sure. That K-12 space is so critical to the statistics I shared, right? We're not going to have impressive women in STEM fields unless we start to inspire young girls' minds very early. And I feel like when I was coming through school, people thought middle school was this impressive, important time. What we're learning is it really can start in 2nd grade, if not earlier. Some of our educational system has to catch up. We still only have computer science in about 57% of our public high schools. So there are massive gaps that still need to be tackled. But the privilege, back to my role that I have in addressing this, is to really look at some ways to inspire and spark imaginations in STEM for middle and high school girls. I don't know how many of you may know the supermodel Carly Kloss, but before she was a supermodel, she was a total nerd, and she started this incredible summer program for girls. It's a STEAM 2-week camp to expose them to coding, computer science, and really build confidence and camaraderie amongst them and their peers. So we host a few of those camps at our Infosys offices around the country in the summer. We recognize that those statistics I shared are not for girls of color. That number drops precipitously from women holding 25% of occupations in STEM down to 8 to 10%. So the Latina community of young girls is an area where we have a laser focus. We work with the Televisa Foundation. They have a program called Tecnolochicas Code It, very successful in Mexico, and our foundation has brought that to the US this year, again, looking to inspire the 13 to 18-year-olds. And they also bridge into the community college space. So they're trying to build leadership and mentors amongst girls who are pursuing engineering and other math and science degrees, and then connect them back to the middle or high school age. We just finished a competition, a music coding competition. Someone this morning talked about, like, how do we inspire girls to think STEM is for them? They're clearly the ones who want to go to the moon. We love them. Equally, there was someone from the I'm going to mess that up, our baseball team in DC. Thinking about all the tech that goes into sports. Yeah. Not everyone can be the athlete, but think of all the tech skills that go into producing it on television and capturing the data and designing the equipment. Then the music industry. So somehow, I don't know, it could be my dear colleague Mary, who's in the front, we got connected to Sierra and some other influencers and thought if we have girls inspired to code a song, they get to meet her. So that just happened. We awarded a girl who appeared on Zoom to tell us about the song she coded. And I tell you, she could sit here and be more eloquent, equally eloquent to all of us. And so I said, well, what grade are you in? And she said 7th. She was 13, and she held herself, first of all, she leaned in to do this over her Christmas break. She has coded a song, and now our hope is that it just expands her mind about what is possible with her skill set. And then lastly, I'll just say a little bit of that corporate partnership marriage of taking things to scale. Next week, we're going to Houston to launch a program between BP and Infosys, and it's around girls in STEM and the mentoring, all the scaffolding around exposure. Do I have someone from BP? Okay, great. We're launching this program, which is very exciting, but it speaks to that whole nurturing to have women, inviting girls from Title I schools to see professional women and let them know this is for them. And hopefully that will be the start of something really big globally. So that gives you a sense of what we're up to.
That sounds awesome. And, as we talk about how we're engaging these other partners, what are some of the best ways to do that? How do you identify those potential partners to build long-term collaborations? And I'll start with you, Kimberly. What are your thoughts? How do you do it?
Yeah, I think it's finding like-minded organizations, right? When you have a vision set out in front of you that you want to grow women, that you want to build diversity, either racial diversity, cultural diversity, or you want to focus in on something very specific like science, technology, engineering, and math. Finding someone and an organization that has a similar like-minded vision, I think is key. Because when you both have a similar goal, it's very easy to find the synergies between your organizations and then to work towards that common goal. For our Future of STEM Scholars initiative, we did just that, where we identified it as an industry that we wanted to be focusing on it, and we were like, well, where can we find some partners that have similar goals? And so, the HBCU Week Foundation has a very strategic goal looking at bringing awareness and introduction and education for students to attend historically Black colleges and universities. And we were like, well, that's a natural fit for us because we want to build diversity in our industry. Even though they weren't focused on STEM, they were focused on a key aspect that was important to us. The American Institute for Chemical Engineers is a key area within STEM that we said, well, this is a great partnership that we had already had within ACC, working with engineers because they're a critical part of our chemical industry infrastructure. And we said, well, here's an opportunity for us to take the learnings that they have, connect with them in this program, and they really lead the effort for our future. We have a Fundamentals of Success program built in, which is kind of the leadership and education piece of our program, and they really help shepherd that program. And then we looked at our industry. And so we have nearly 200 companies that we work with within the chemical industry, from chemical manufacturers to processors to distributors. And it was like, okay, well, how do you identify them that are focused in on what is important for our industry, but to get them really activated on building diversity for women and overall diversity in our industry. And so that's where we focus. And then separately, we looked at the other connectivities that we have. We're an association, we're a trade association, so we champion science and advocacy. And so we looked for other organizations that were similar to ours. So you think about the Chamber, you think about the Manufacturers Association, you think about organizations that are really formed to bring like-minded groups together. And then you set them on a path to say, well, how are you thinking about this as an organization? And can we leverage some of the best practices that you have and then work in synergy together? And so I really think it's about finding those like-minded groups that you may not have historically thought about working on a very specific issue, but you've worked with them in the past on other issues, and when you bring it to the forefront, just like we're having this conversation here, we're all from very diverse backgrounds, but we're here together because we're looking at how do you really help empower women, and we're doing that in very different ways, but there's a lot of synergies in the work that we're doing.
Well said. Alberta, what are you seeing on your side?
So when I look at the kind of HR world, there is the Society for Human Resource Management. I served on 2 of their boards, but one of the initiatives that we had was working with universities and creating chapters. So those chapters allowed us to not only educate young women about the HR industry, but to give them examples of how they could get involved. So it's not only about being a human resource leader, but you could focus on benefits, you could focus on talent, but working with these organizations that not only have multiple levels of professionals that they can offer to organizations, but they also have the pipeline. So I've always looked for organizations that can help us create a pipeline, whether that's educational or professional institutions, but there's also community organizations that can help you do that as well. They know who's in the community. They know they may offer after-school programs if you're looking at high school students, but most of the organizations that I've worked with are looking at more kind of college graduate and early career professionals. And in creating those partnerships, it not only allowed us to identify those individuals, but to create programming within our company and the organizations that I've worked with on how they can best mentor that individual to not only bring them into the organization, but then retain them over time. So it's about creating those career paths, but also finding the right partners. So I definitely agree that partnering with the right educational and professional institutions is key, but also having the framework and the mentors and sponsors internally that will also help those individuals to grow.
That's a really key, important piece, is having that internal mechanism. Kelly?
So from my experience and my perspective, finding partners, I would say 2 things. Finding partner organizations that are independent, democratic, that have that kind of base where they're accountable to, where they're able to empower members and bring consensus and build consensus, right? Unfortunately, often we don't see enough of that in the world today, but I think there's great examples of whether it's governments, whether it's companies, civil society organizations, unions, being able to identify an organization that has both the willingness to have the hard conversations, to make progress, to sit at the table with folks who come from a different perspective and try to find a path forward. Those, to me, are the most valuable assets of partners and stakeholders. I can say that in the international space, we've seen examples in global supply chains where, for example, we had a company in India, in Tamil Nadu, where Dalit women, primarily garment workers, were facing gender-based violence. Horrific case a couple years ago where one was raped and killed by her supervisor. And that really galvanized advocates, workers, and their union, as well as global advocates and the company and brands to come together and say, how do we fix this? And they came up with an agreement, an enforceable agreement to address and end gender-based violence in the workplace and also ensure basic labor standards that has just produced enormous benefits for that company. The brands I want to call out because it's really an exceptional model, PVH, Phillips Van Houston, and Gap, and H&M were a part of that. And I think those are great examples, again, of where there's organizations, there's businesses who feel the responsibility of having to bring people along to a conversation, again, that can be hard, but that is meaningful, and find a path forward together. There's another great example that we just saw the news yesterday here in the US, where there's been, over the last few years, a pretty contentious debate over labor rights in Starbucks, and we just saw that Starbucks came to the table and has agreed to work with the Service Employees International Union to ensure labor rights for workers in Starbucks across the country. This is like a first step, but really important one, given how much attention we're seeing, how much excitement there is about labor rights, again, both from companies and from workers and communities.
Yeah, makes sense. Did you want to add one last thing before we go to the next question?
When you're the donor, you're never at a loss for potential organizations to partner with, because people are hungry for support to do the work that they do. But to your point, it's like the values alignment. You have to be there. I'll just say the STEM computer science space is full of very passionate change makers who are doing incredible work. So often we have a deluge of opportunity, and we just have to meet. We have to be local in some instances where we have a presence. We have to be national at scale. And like today, I was realizing you saw so many, there was the STEM panel before with T-Mobile speaking about this and Travelers. And then when I call you after, and I met a lovely woman from the US Patent Office, and I thought those organic sparks around partners come to be in ways you maybe never thought.
We're going to pivot just a little bit because I understand that encountering challenges in our work is something that everyone in this room have experienced. So really quickly, I'm going to go down the line. If you can give me a 30-second spiel on when it comes to building the world's pipeline of women leaders, what's an example of a barrier or a challenge that you faced, and what tools did you use to overcome that challenge? I'll start with you, Kate. Kelly, I'm sorry.
You want to start? Yeah.
Kate.
Okay. Well, we could pivot today. When there was the Me Too movement, I had to really slow down and think if I had ever faced an uncomfortable moment at work. And the answer is that I had not. And equally, when you gave us indication you were going to ask this question, I really haven't seen a massive hurdle from the organizations where I've worked in government or multinational companies, outright. Where I've seen the boundary or barrier is in all the girls I've mentored from my alma maters. And when we sit down and they have these incredible CVs and they get stuck on what they don't have. So I spend the entire conversation trying to pivot to what they do have and trying to go after that. So I think, and it's been a thread of the whole day, it's a mindset muscle that we have to work on, because I think that has to change in addition to all of the kind of organizational, what we may perceive as barriers. So really all those encouraging micro moments to encourage and enable the mindset about all that young girls are would, I help leapfrog some of these issues.
So I have unfortunately had many in the course of my career, and I would say probably one of the biggest things is being underestimated and to be perceived as inexperienced or undereducated, just from walking into the room. And it's happened, I think, so many times where I have been in rooms and people are like sitting there waiting for someone to show up, and I'm the person that they're waiting for, and they have had interactions with me electronically for the course of, weeks or months, but they don't realize that, oh, like, you're not what I was expecting. You don't look like the picture of the person that I thought was going to be leading this effort or program. And I would say that what I have found in all of those situations is faith, perseverance, and preparation has really been the key for me. One, you just have to have faith that you know what you're doing and that you will get through it. You have to persevere because you have to keep showing up. You can't let whatever someone else's opinion of you be the final opinion. You show up, and you have to be prepared. If a person sees that you actually do know what you're talking about, that you are experienced, that you are educated, that you actually do know your job, then it doesn't take very long for the other things to drop away and for them to just realize that, well, yeah, you are who you are. And I think that's what I have found throughout my whole career, is that when I stick to those three things of faith, perseverance, and preparation, that at the end of the day, it's always okay.
Powerful. Alberta?
For me, it's been finding the right mentors. So I mentioned that I worked in government for 10 years, and there were no formal professional development programs or career development programs. So I had to find those leaders myself that I wanted to be my mentors and to be very clear about where I wanted to go in my career and what I was interested in. And, you know, thankfully I was able to connect with leaders that gave me those opportunities and understood that I needed to build skills, I needed more responsibility. And, you know, knowing that I had to identify those people myself made me more confident in what I wanted to do. But throughout my career, it's been about being focused and remaining confident because it's never been easy. And not every company that I worked with had mentors or sponsors or professional development opportunities. And it was always either trying to find those opportunities internally or looking for them outside of the organization. So identifying organizations that could provide training, development, connect me with the right companies or partners that could help me build the skills that I wanted to get to the next level. So I think that you have to be a self-advocate, you have to be confident, but you have to stay focused on your goals as well, because no one's going to do that for you in the end. Even if the program's there, you have to take the initiative to move forward and to raise your hand and say that this is what I want and this is where I want to go.
Last but not least.
These are all great answers. I think I agree. I think I've had a lot of challenges over the years, and in my experience, I think they've definitely made experiences more rewarding in a lot of ways. And I've really learned to try to value that, but it's certainly hard in the moment. I think for me, what has been a lesson I've learned is really being able to take risks, think outside of the box, be creative. You know, I like the sort of mindset piece, you know, not try to achieve for what other people's standards are, but just really kind of dig deep and like, what do I need? And you know, a couple examples. I'm a lawyer by training. I had done labor law advocacy and policy for over a decade in the U.S. and internationally, and an opportunity came up that was outside of my comfort zone, right? And so I said, you know, I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But I went, I spent almost 2 years in Bangladesh working on labor rights with garment workers, and it was an incredible experience. I learned so much. It was extremely challenging. But I, you know, would never want to take that back. I think also, so after that, I was there when COVID started. I came back to DC and had the opportunity to kind of go into a different space. I worked on trade. Actually, at the time, Ambassador Catherine Tai, Trade Ambassador, was the Chief Trade Counsel and House Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee. And she said, we've got these new policies, USMCA, you know, we'll teach you trade, you teach us labor, we'll make it work. And I said, yeah, and I had no idea what the Hill was going to be like during COVID, right? And it was an incredibly challenging and rewarding learning experience. I, again, wouldn't, you know, take that back, but I think just always being able to definitely identify people that you trust, that you can learn from, but also be willing to push yourself to try something different, right?
Yeah,
that's how we grow. Yeah.
Understood. So I know we're getting down to the last question, so we're going to run through this really fast because we're winding down. And I'll throw this question out to each of you. So give me your 10-second spiel to complete the sentence. I choose to dedicate my time and talents to our world's future women leaders because. Start with you.
Like, they are the future, but I don't really mean that. Can you say it one more time?
I choose to dedicate my time and talents to our world's future women leaders because.
Well, truly, they make up now or will make up half of our population and are deserving of equal attention to their peer boys and future men, and because I believe that talent is across every individual and have always worked to enable it, and now I get to do that by investing in their education, which is, I think, the greatest foundation you can give for their achievement.
Perfect. I choose to dedicate my time and talent to our world's future women leaders because?
Because someone did it for me, and I should do it for someone else.
Love it. Alberta?
I want to create equal opportunity, but I also want to hopefully make it easier for them, because I've learned from my mistakes, and if I can guide them and mentor them and help them to get on that path much faster than I did, then that makes it worth it.
Kate?
Kelly. Yeah,
Kelly.
It's smart.
K's.
And I know. It's smart, I think. When you've got limited resources and you want to have an impact, investing in women leadership and development and growth is smart because it will have a greater impact, right? It will help us make sure our economy is successful. It will help us make sure our societies are more just and equitable, right? There's just too many reasons why this is what we do.
Well, great. Well, our time has gone by so quickly, and I would love to continue this conversation, but I know it's unfortunate that we have to conclude today's 2024 International Women's Day event. I want to thank all of you in our audience today, as well as our members who are joining us at the Chamber today. And of course, my sincere thanks to all of you. We couldn't have done this without you. At this time, we're going to have Shanique Steele, who's going to come out and share some final thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists, Carmen, Kate, Kelly, Kimberly, and Alberta, for that thoughtful discussion, and thank you to all of our speakers today. I think many of us will think of Dr. Wise White's quote about the importance of faith, perseverance, and preparation. I know I've marked that down. Now, as we draw this empowering and insightful forum to a close, I am filled with gratitude and inspiration. Your presence and participation today have not just marked another successful International Women's Day Forum, but they've also propelled progress towards a future where every woman and girl can thrive. Reflecting on our discussions today, we delved into the critical roles businesses play in safeguarding women and children during crises, women's pioneering contributions across various sectors, and the complex global challenges that they face. We explored cross-cutting issues impacting women and girls around the world, from Ambassador at Large Rao Gupta. We heard about the future of women and children in Ukraine from the Ambassador of Ukraine to the US, Oksana Markarova, and a spotlight on the women building the future of Ukraine from Tatiana Prokofiev of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. We've also heard stories of opportunity and access from entrepreneurs like Sandy Hendry of Minky Couture, who is bringing economic opportunity to mothers. We delved into how Abbott is investing in women at the front lines of health, supporting midwives, health workers, and other leaders. Now, these conversations have not only highlighted the resilience of women around the world, but also underscored the fact that when women are empowered, businesses prosper, economies grow, and communities get stronger. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our partners, sponsors, and each one of you for your invaluable support. Our strategic partner, the U.S. Department of State, our lunch sponsor, Abbott, our leadership sponsors, Edward Jones, ExxonMobil, Genentech, McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation, and Minky Couture. Our supporting sponsor, Synchrony. Our table sponsors, Kimberly-Clark, T-Mobile for Government, and Travelers. And for our culinary experience, brought to you by Black Women in Food and Just Iced Tea. As we move forward, let's carry the momentum from today into our communities, workplaces, and beyond. And on behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, thank you once again for your participation. I also want to thank our colleagues in catering, AV, events and maintenance, also facilities, who helped make these events a success. So we want to give a special shout out and thank you to them. Now, don't forget to share your stories and insights and impact from today. Share your favorite moments using the hashtag IWDForum, and be on the lookout for some of the post-event content on our channels. I hope you will continue to join us for the networking reception right after this, where we will continue the conversation and build connections that go beyond this room. Now, I know some of you may have seen the moment earlier, but as a reminder, Minky Couture has donated some of their lovely blankets to us. I don't have a display, again, like this morning, but we ask that you pick up your complimentary blanket at the registration table upon your departure. Second, we will announce the winners of the 2 pieces of Kendra Scott jewelry at the reception. And until we meet again, keep leading, keep inspiring, and keep making a difference. Thank you all.
See through your